It's day 8 at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Yesterday's decisive day really shook the standings, and Fabiano Caruana clings to a 1-point lead, whereas Arjun is leading in the women's. It's the final stretch, and you know what that means? Every decisive point could crown a new champion. It's day 8, and it starts now. We are live from the city of Stavanger, the home of chess right now, and there you can see the absolutely stunning backdrop to what has been an amazing 2025 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. There you can feel the energy just pulsating from the tournament, and it's transferred to the Finansparken right here in the playing hall. We're in day 8, and the tension is rising here as the players, they are going to get ready for the big scene of action. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauske, and it's so good to be back, as always, here in Stavanger, alongside the one, the only, International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. 7 rounds down, 3 more to go. Tanya, what can we expect?
I mean, Norway Chess has delivered every single round, right? It's been dramatic, it's been razor sharp, and I think we've just set ourselves up for this incredible final stretch, like you call it, of the tournament, the finish line in sight. Every single point from now on, especially those classical points, you know, their worth is in gold for each of these players. So it's going to be awesome. And I've got great company here with me, you know, front row tickets with David, with you, with chat. Can't wait to see what happened. Who rises to the occasion under pressure? Yeah, David, do you have any predictions? What's going to be happening?
Well, normally before the free day, tomorrow is the second rest day, the final rest day of the tournament. Normally the players go for it. They leave everything on the board. All of their remaining energy comes here and now. Also huge stakes. Magnus is angry. He's lost the lead. I expect a lot of action today.
Yeah, and talking about action, we are in for a ride, as always, as we enter the business rounds of the event. And of course, take a look at the round 8 pairings. And would you know, it is top 3 in terms of standings, all playing with the black pieces against the bottom 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important day for so many of these players. I mean, for all of them, every single round matters more than ever now, especially with the rest day coming up tomorrow. I think they all want to end today on a high. For Hikaru, you know, the story has been sort of a story of 2 fortunes, right? He starts the tournament with a bang and then 5 back-to-back losses. And look at the guy he's playing against, Gukesh Dommaraju, who had the exact opposite of that, you know, with 2 losses and then the big comeback that he's had since he's turned 19. What a ride it's been for him. Magnus, he's looking to reassert his dominance, you know, after what happened with Gukesh. He got that win in for Arjun versus Fabi as well. Fabi on the lead. He's Mystic consistent in this one. That's going to be, David, precision versus dynamics. A huge clash of generations here.
Yeah, huge clash, and everyone has something to play for. We've talked about how it's top 3 versus bottom 3, actually in both sections. But either way, yeah, everyone's going to go for it. Everyone still has a chance to win the tournament. It's not over with this scoring system.
But in order to win the tournament, you have to start notching up those classical victories, and that's precisely on the players' mind. It's the day before the free day, as David mentioned. So the players will be extra motivated to do well. Remember, with this scoring system, a win in classical will net 3 points. And as we saw yesterday was an incredible day, 4 decisive games. And suddenly we saw this big shake-up in the standings with Fabiano Caruana leapfrogging Magnus. Also Gukesh with his classical win also rising to the top. And it's very rainy weather. There's a storm brewing in Stavanger. Maybe a storm brewing on the boards as well. And there we see Vaishali enter the building.
It feels like a sign of things to come on the board today, you know, going into that final rest day. I think we can expect some fierce, stormy fights on the board with so much on the line, so much at stake for the players. Yes, everyone can leapfrog in the standings, but for that to get the classical win will be the most important factor. How much risk are you willing to take? You know, high risk, high reward for Vaishali. She's got a big game ahead of her today as she takes on the tournament leader as well. It's going to be an action-packed day of chess. I mean, every single day. And I think yesterday was the most decisive day we've had of Norway Chess with 4 classical victories.
Yeah, it was absolutely unbelievable. And there we see Vaishali stopping for an interview. She always has words for the reporters. She's always willing to share her thoughts. So I can't wait to be hearing them later on. And there you see the playing hall. Spectators, do you two get motivated when you have company in the playing hall?
As a player, I get nervous, but as a fan, I love to see it. I think this is the future of chess. Bigger crowds, ideally with some maybe in-ear commentary in the future, maybe even some eval bars for the crowds to enjoy if we can work that out. But yeah, the crowd downstairs, they're buzzing, they always are. The weekend here was super busy. It was packed downstairs, full of fans, and it definitely gives the players, I think, more energy.
And I wonder if, you know, the enjoyment of having live fans there and a crowd watching you play, I think a lot of it also depends on how the tournament's going. At least that's always been my feeling, that, you know, if you're in the rhythm, you're in the mood, you're performing well, like our top performers here, you love it. You know, people are there. We've seen them applaud the big wins at the end, and that always feels like sport. It feels special. They can feel the nervous energy in the hall. We can feel it in the studio. I mean, 3 big rounds remaining. I really like watching, you know, people show up for game. This is how chess should be played, with a massive live audience.
I completely agree. I would also like it if the players were playing not in a silent room, but a sound booth somehow where you could just shout the moves, have the players play this move. And, well, talking about action, tension, suspense, it's all the feels right now. As the players are arriving to the playing hall, they're going to get ready. There's a lot at stake.
What do you guys think? Magnus, the last to arrive today, or can we expect an early arrival with so much on the line?
Yeah, it feels like Gukesh is trying to fight Magnus for that title. Gukesh has been the last to arrive on a couple of occasions as well. Yeah, 8 minutes to go, as we see with the countdown clock there on the bottom right, but none of the players have taken their seats yet. Is Zhu Wenjun going to be the first to arrive? And there we see Sarah Khadem, accompanied by some friends there. The Spain #1 stopping and giving a few words. She looks very happy, but she has had a tough time so far. She's maybe the one player in the women's that might struggle to fight for first place unless she can start racking up some classical wins now.
Yep, and she is languishing in last place in the women's, but here is a massive matchup. The new tournament leader, Zhu Wenjun, she's been incredibly solid, drawing all of her games except yesterday, where she won in classical, and that meant that she got elevated to pole position. But she has the black pieces against Vaishali. Vaishali, she's currently languishing in 5th place. She needs to also start winning.
Yeah, Norway Chess women is such a close race with 3 rounds to go. 3 women, I think, specifically in striking distance of each other. There's Wenjun, Anna and Humpy. And, of course, big classical wins for the rest of the 3 would also mean them in the mix. For Wenjun, you know, yesterday getting that first classical victory came at such a big moment in the tournament. She lost her first round, and then she's had these 6 back-to-back wins, 5 of them in the Armageddon. She was the Armageddon queen, and I think when it really mattered to deliver, she's looking every bit of the world champion that she is.
Absolutely. She did win Norway Chess Women last year, so she is looking to repeat the feat. But who is in this car now? Yeah, I don't envy them having to traipse through the rain and the wind to enter the playing hall.
Another world champion?
Ooh,
It's Wei Yi.
Wei Yi. And well,
getting those steps in just before the game, getting the blood pumping.
As he races inside, it was quite a weather when we got in as well, you know, and I think it's awesome to see that despite that, so many fans ready there to take their photographs, their autographs with the players. Great Norway Chess sweater. David, have you gotten one yet?
No, but they kindly gifted one to my partner, so
Oh,
I'm
that
yet
is sweet.
Yeah, and I've been hinting long enough, but yeah, nice to see Wei Yi stop. He always has time for the fans, for the media. Arjun Erigaisi, I'm going to say he's had a tough time. Yesterday was uncharacteristic, the way he made so many mistakes against Gukesh, going from winning to worse to losing, and even in a losing position, not really putting up as much resistance as he normally does. Arjun really needs to click the refresh button, and there we go, straight down to the playing hall. He does stop for an interview.
He does stop, and he gives a smile to our reporter, Sverre. At the beginning of the tournament, Arjun was in great spirits. He would regularly go down to the confessional and share his thoughts, and then it just stopped.
he needs to go back. Nobody visited the confessional yesterday, as far as I know. And it was working for Arjun at the beginning, but ever since he stopped confessing those sins, he has stopped winning.
The sins have been coming on the board since then, right? Because yesterday he had so much under control against Gukesh. Looking at that 7th career win against the world champion, and then everything slipped by. And we've got Fabiano, the tournament leader, as he arrives into the building right there. Fabi's been in great mood. He's played some great chess, consistent through all the phases of the game. His opening preparation on point. That's his second grandmaster, Tarjarian right there, who's been a big sort of support in bringing on those novelties. But what's also impressed me is that it's not just his control over the clock. He's had great time management, sort of putting all these aspects together, and it sees him right at the top. His countrymate, Hikaru Nakamura, it's been a completely different tale for him.
It has been a tale of a difference for Hikaru. Hikaru starting off with a win against Fabiano, and somehow or other he just hasn't managed to get any more classical wins. You know, he lost against Gukesh in round 3, and somehow or other he just hasn't managed to do the performance that we expect from Hikaru. Yesterday, Hikaru losing in the Armageddon to Magnus Carlsen. Today, he has the white pieces, and he will be playing none other than world champion Gukesh.
Now, this feels like a big game. Hikaru will really want to win this one. It does feel like he's been playing a bit safe. Hikaru may be just very aware of his rating. If he drops too many rating points in this tournament, it's going to be much harder to qualify for the candidates tournament. There is a rating spot. He currently occupies the world number 2 place, and he knows that a decent tournament for him, not losing any classical rating points, would be a great springboard for the rest of the year. But yeah, it just feels like he hasn't been taking enough risk. Arjun, meanwhile, doesn't look happy. It feels like he's suffering right now, struggling to get out of this rut.
Yeah, it was a painful loss yesterday for Arjun, but he has to leave that behind because he's got a big force he's playing against today, right? The tournament leader. I think for these young players, the one thing I've noticed is that they are able to do that once the game starts really get into the zone. We had Magnus, and speaking of Magnus, he does arrive, or at least his long-time trainer there, Peter Heine Nielsen, is Magnus Carlsen in the car right behind him.
Separate cars? No, it's the world champion Gukesh striding forward. Peter Heine just chilling at the side there. And the world champion, bang in form. He's done it the difficult way. He never does it smoothly. Gukesh, he always keeps us on the edge of our seats. But yeah, very impressive. Those clutch moments. When he gets his chances, Gukesh, he nearly always takes them. And yeah, he's going to feel like he has some real momentum behind him.
He does, right? You know, it's been a story of resilience from Gukesh. You know, he was losing against Magnus, but just held on long enough to just encourage Magnus to make a mistake. And finally, the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, he leaves the car and, well, he's there with his team, his wife, Ella, and his longtime second, Peter Heine Nielsen. It's very good to have the right support network behind you.
Absolutely, and I think Magnus mentioned in his interview yesterday that he wasn't feeling fully recovered from everything that had happened in the match against Gukesh, and he hopes that today he's feeling like bringing on more of a fight. He looks like he's in a good mood as he gives a word to Swearer right there. He's got a smile on. Completely agree with you, Jovanka. I think having, you know, a strong set of people who bring out the best in you in those difficult times is such a big part of being a top athlete. Magnus, do you think he's got the same strategy? You know, he came in for that match against Hikaru with a fixed game plan. A quick draw in the classical, take it to the Armageddon. I'm prepared for that. Bring on the fight there, get the point, and he delivered. But today, I think, David, he'll want more than that. He'll want that classical match.
Yeah, he will want it. He might need it. Magnus Carlsen, if he's going to win this tournament, he is playing Wei Yi, who feels a bit out of sorts. Wei Yi has won some Armageddons, including against Magnus, so maybe revenge on the mind as well. But 3 points here, all important. With black, he might be taking some risk.
Yeah. Yes, it's not easy to win with the black pieces, but he's going to have to. Magnus Carlsen wants to win the event for the 7th time. That would be. He won the event last year. He'll be looking to repeat the same, and we're getting close to that time where the clocks get started and the moves start getting played.
Well, I can see some ceremonial moves being made on the board. And Arjun, is he going to take that back? He lets it stay for a bit. I can't can't see from, is that a queen spawn move or a king spawn?
Looks like it's far away from the camera. I'm going to say queen spawn on the board between Arjun, Erigaisi and Fabiano. Some other moves being made by some local dignitaries, sponsors, friends of Norway Chess. But yeah, let's get those games going. I want round 8 to begin.
And I think especially in our marquee matchup of the tournament leader, right, for Fabiano Caruana, it's going to be so much about, we've spoken about the preparation level of both these players. Arjun does take it back. We'll have the first moves in. Who gets in that first surprise, that first novelty? Both extremely well prepared in this tournament. And I think we get a fight in all 3 stages of the game. We're going to get that opening prep. We're going to get that chaos in the middle game. It's handshake. It's go time. It's round 8 of Norway Chess.
It is. And we have begun. Final stretch. The end is in sight, and this is the moment of truth. And there we do see some moves being played in between Arjun, Erigaisi, and Fabiano Caruana. And it is now what is otherwise known as Queen's Gambit declined.
Queen's Gambit declined on the other board between Arjun and Fabi. This one, it is e4, e5. Wei Yi against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has consistently been playing what he calls his solid repertoire with black. He just brings his pawn out, knight out. Happy to be rock solid. Same for Gukesh. We see the Scotch in the meantime from Hikaru. This is a very aggressive weapon. It's not got the best reputation necessarily at the top levels. It's slightly frowned upon. You kind of need to know your theory just to keep things going as white. But we'll see. What does Gukesh have in store? He looks well prepared.
Yeah, this is Hikaru just taking the fight to Gukesh, right? And last week when they met, it felt like a different tournament. The question was, can Gukesh avoid a hat-trick loss? He had started with those 2 losses. And for Hikaru, it had a brilliant start. And today, Gukesh is at sole second place. Hikaru, he's trying to stop that slide, right? 5 losses in a row. And I think round 8 could prove to be a make or break for Hikaru's spirit in this tournament. He wants that win. That's been made clear from the Scotch opening. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I was going to agree with you guys that it was going to be a fun one. But then I saw the knight come out to c3. And I'm thinking, oh, that's a solid version of the Scotch. Because white could have taken the knight 1 move earlier. And we could have had a lot of fun with white stepping up with the pawn. But this is a different version.
I'm not too thrilled by that one, I must admit. Hikaru teasing us with a very aggressive opening the Scotch game. But instead, this 4 knights version known for its drawish tendencies.
Well, the Scotch opening potentially coming as a surprise to Hikaru, but let us actually hear from the man himself as Sverre caught up before the game.
You're a little bit behind the top of the table right now. You have white pieces today. Does that give extra pressure to try to get a decisive 3 points in this format?
I mean, it depends which answer you want to hear. There's the answer people want to hear, and then there's the truth. So, obviously everybody here is very strong. So if the opportunities arise in the game, then you try to take your chances. But there's no guarantee of that, so just looking forward to playing good moves.
So it is a pragmatic approach where it's more important to play a good game of chess than to really fight for that top spot?
Well, I mean, I think there's a big balance between what is practical and what is crazy. I think, if you look at when I won in 2023 in the last round, it was a situation where it made sense to go insane with 1 game, everything on the line. But there's still quite a few games here, and it seems as though everybody's trying to fight with both colors. So I think I'll have some chances.
It does seem like it's been a little lonely in the confessional booth area lately. Are you planning to take a trip back?
Well, yesterday I had no time. I mean, I spent 30 minutes thinking, and that was the game. Day before, I guess I was there like once or twice. I mean, I think in general, the big thing that I sort of alluded to early in the event, and, a big difference between this year and past years, is that in a lot of games I haven't been able to move instantly in the opening. In 23 and 24, there were many games where I was up on time 20, 30 minutes right from the start, and that, of course, affords you the luxury to go and do more of the confessional booth visits. So, I don't know, maybe. We'll see.
That means we're hoping for you to get well out of the opening, so good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, Hikaru, they're referring to, there's a balance between playing well and crazy. Like, how much risk does one take? And Hikaru is saying you've got to be pragmatic, still more games left.
And that was interesting because I think the opening choice by Hikaru going for that 3rd move d4, he had the option to make it very spicy, but like we were talking, the line that's chosen is a lot a lot cagier by white. This is the first time he takes a pause because the usual thing that black does is capture that central pawn, but Gukesh throws in an intermezzo, an in-between move by attacking the queen on d1. And I think I've seen Fabiano Caruana play this a couple of times, so still should be in Hikaru's prep. But I have to say, I got excited seeing the Scotch, but then suddenly not so often. Maybe, David, we can backtrack, start from the top, and you can show all these different variations that exist in the Scotch. How could this have been more fun?
Yeah, let's do just that, and we'll break down the move orders. There's reasons to be optimistic. I'll talk about that in a moment, but okay, the moves coming in thick and fast, so let's race through the early stages. King's pawn opening, e4, e5, knights come out. d4 is the Scotch game, or if you don't take this pawn back, the Scotch gambit. You can bring your bishop out, but he did recapture the pawn. The knight comes out, and here Hikaru, he's actually played this against me before, the Scotch, but the most ambitious move for white is to trade knights, and here to step forward in the center with a pawn. This black knight is hit. The main line involves a pin of the e-pawn, the white queen coming out, and it does get very kind of chaotic. It becomes very unorthodox, the main line here, but very risky for white, I should say. It's not totally safe. So instead, bringing the knight out transposes to the 4-knight Scotch, where all 4 knights are the first to develop. The black bishop pins the white knight. Now a trade. Now you don't really have time to step forward with your pawn because black will again pin, and this time the black bishop is already super active. The black knight will come to attack the pinned knight here. So Hikaru has to play safety first, brings his bishop out, both kings castle, d5, step forward in the center. As Tanya mentions, taking back here, by far the main move, the classical move, the old main line, but bishop to g4 has been seen recently. It is known as a direct drawing attempt because what happens in the game, the bishop gets kicked back, and the blue arrow appears for the first time today, only move really. The white bishop now comes out. You could also take this pawn. White would be 2 pawns up temporarily, but there would be a check, the white king moving, a capture, and black is actually going to regain all the pawns and retain equal chances here. Hikaru instead pinning the black knight. The pawn gets recaptured, and this whole variation, knight takes d5, this is well known to lead towards a draw.
But let's point out the trick that exists in the position and what makes this possible, right? Because at first it looks like you're just hanging a knight with a check and a double attack. But it goes on. The king just slides over and you can't get that knight. You can't capture that knight because boom, bishop takes pawn. Yes, you get the knight, but thank you very much. I get your queen, and this would be game over for black. Queen d4 isn't the way to go. And I believe the point here that black wants to make in our live position is you first save the bishop, instead with the check, David, and go for the b2 pawn. Or he goes directly for the b2 pawn, giving up the bishop pair.
Giving up the bishop pair, but this line continues. Often the white rook moves. There we go. Rook to b1, and now we'll see...
The check.
A check.
Which check?
Is the question.
It feels like bishop c5 would be the hand move. Simply not walking into so many threats with that discovered bishop takes pawn and the bishop hanging. So we transpose into these positions. Does black keep getting greedy with the a2 pawn, or was that too dangerous?
That would have been very dangerous. The white rook actually could have gone up to the b5 square, and there would have been a skewer along this line of some bishops. I just want to mention in the meantime, this is the live position, the black queen hit. There haven't been too many games that have reached here. Black's queen normally retreats to this square. 4 games on the chess.com database. But in the meantime, I just want to give a shout out to our lovely chat who were making opening predictions just before this round, talking especially about the Gukesh Hikaru game. Look at those numbers. That's a lot of potential openings. The Roy Lopez, Sicilian, I'm going to try and point, there we go. Queen's Gambit declined, Catalan, all the main openings there. But the Scotch only appears in one category, that is other. 57% there. Chat, they guessed it correctly.
They just know. They just always know. So well done, chat.
Yeah, the spider senses were tingling. They understood that, well, it's the final of the tournament. You need to be a little bit creative. Well, we'll see whether Hikaru and Gukesh keep the game going for a lot longer or whether it will simply fizzle out into a draw. Going back to the bird's eye view, I must admit I had a chuckle at the game between Wei Yi and Magnus Carlsen, because yesterday Magnus Carlsen came to the game against Hikaru with the white pieces with a plan. He was just simply going to come out with the knights, develop the bishop, and then just kill the game, get the draw. And Wei Yi is like, what is good enough for you is good enough for me. And Magnus is actually facing his own medicine.
it's double good enough for Wei Yi because he's already got an Armageddon win in the bag. His very first of his career against Magnus Carlsen happened right here in Norway Chess. Does that imply that Wei Yi is indeed ready to take this into the Armageddon, the 4 knights by Wei?
Yeah, maybe. That would have been the way the game might have developed if Magnus actually wanted to go for one of the main lines. In the meantime, the Hikaru game, let's keep an eye or half an eye on that because that is racing down well-known paths. I think both players have studied it. In that game, they are already, how many moves in? It's a very deeply progressed game already. Hikaru against Wei Yi, against Gukesh, 18 moves in and still deep in prep, both of them. But yeah, let's go to the Magnus game because there is actually a well-known trick that I want to show people in this other 4 knights variation. This is the 4 knights Spanish, not the 4 knights Scotch. We'll talk about the difference here. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, and bishop to B5. So D4 would have transposed most likely to the Hikaru Gukesh game. Trade of pawns in the center. The Scotch is when you open the center like that on D4. The Spanish, though, is when you bring your bishop out to put pressure on this knight. So 4 knights Spanish. And Hikaru in that game against Magnus brought his bishop out. Symmetry. The game petered out towards a draw very quickly. Magnus keeps the tension. The other main move, knight to d4, by the way, also leads to some drawish lines. So Magnus avoiding that. Instead, putting a bishop on d6 looks clumsy, is clumsy. Often you need to move that bishop away later, but you do defend your pawn and do avoid any immediate fireworks. And in this position, it's surprisingly kind of risky for black to castle, just to mention. If black castles, there are lines. You can also play, for example, a6. The white bishop's going to step back this way. And if you castle too early, you can probably guess now what white does. It's all-out attack. Look at the bar, shooting up.
G4 for the score?
G4,
Yes.
boom. It's a well-known opening trick, trying to blow open the black king side. The h6 pawn is a hook. You can use it here to kind of drag the lines open. And if you take this one, you get pinned. And yet again, when the knight retreats, the h6 pawn falls due to a pin here.
I've always found that concept of a hook so instructive in chess, right? Because usually a pawn put, whether it's on h6, a6, or g3, or b3, it's a defensive move. But it can actually guide your own path to an attack because you realize that a pawn move, a break comes that much faster. The lines open up that much sooner. So you have to calculate every pawn move comes with its own set of consequences. And I think it's often underestimated, the power of a hook, the power of how that can actually tell you what's the path ahead.
Exactly. Definitely, you need to be thinking about the potential of your king safety, let's put it that way as well, because you have to justify your actions to the king. And if you castle g4, g5, exploding open the position, you don't want to be facing that at all. But it's so funny because it's such an innocuous position. You just think, it's going to be fine, I can just castle, and you can almost make that move automatically, but no, that would be a mistake. But okay. We see a6 on the board. We're expecting the bishop to retreat to c4 and, well, we'll rub our fingers and wait.
I'm just wondering in this position because the one characteristic which is not standard is that bishop on d6, right? Usually that's either on e7 or on c5. And usually, once black's committed to d6 to defend that e5 pawn with these ideas, you often have to waste one more tempo, David, in these openings to reroute it to a better spot. But what's the point of that? What do you actually gain in spending that extra tempo?
Yeah, and it's a bit of a waiting game. It's not the mating game, it's the waiting game, as we've joked about in previous days. But essentially, there's a question now to the white bishop. If it steps back, you can gain more time, you can kick it away. And now you move your bishop and you argue that, okay, your white bishop here, it's on a nice diagonal, but you've lost time as well. And actually going the other way, which I believe is the most popular move in the position, the chess.com database does agree with that, bishop c4, the main move, planting the bishop on this diagonal just in case the black king castles. And Magnus now would argue that the white bishop has moved twice, so therefore the black bishop can also move twice. And both sides have kind of lost time, gained time, and it's just looking very symmetrical. Instead, Wei Yi goes the other way and retreats to a4. So, yeah, it's kind of hoping, just to finish the point, bishop takes knight. It's hoping here that the black bishop would actually have been very well placed on d6, protecting this pawn. And I think this is the thing, you're hoping for white to trade. But if not, then white loses time and you kind of regain the time that you have lost a bit later.
Yep, and we'll see how this game develops, but let's go back to our multi-board viewer, and we've got to keep an eye on the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Gukesh, because Well, we suspected that this one might be fizzling out soon. We have a hot take on that one from Artus Nikesands. And just to update you, Hikaru is in the confessional right now.
Let's go.
So we have our first confessional. We're going to be playing that one very soon. Will the game fizzle out to a draw? Does Hikaru think that he can play for a win? I also want to give a big shout out to Artus Nikesands, who said it's going to be a quick draw.
Ooh, that's his prediction for the Hikaru game.
Yeah.
He predicted within 10 minutes, though. I'm going to predict within 1 hour.
Are we making our Armageddon predictions already? We always land too late into that.
Well, but that we're just randomly guessing, right? They might as well just pluck a number out of thin air.
I mean, prediction.
Oh, let's do it. Okay,
Yeah.
let's do it. Let's set the tone. Okay, I started first and I completely lost track of how many Armageddons I said. So I'm going to say, let's start with the man in blue. David.
Gets the first pick for the first time.
I don't know. 45 Armageddons.
What, David?
I'll say 6.
What? All games going to Armageddon
Yeah,
today?
go on, just for fun.
Oh, that's a hot take. All right, I will go with 4 today.
I was going to say 4.
Okay, you want to pick 4?
No.
It's fine.
No. You don't need to pity me.
What? No. Yes. Go on.
No, you take 4.
All right, I'm taking 4. What's
Okay.
your number?
I am going to pick 3.
Bold.
I know. I didn't really have too much option, though. It was either 5 or 3, and I thought, well, 3. Play it
right.
safe.
So 3, 4, and 6 for the day. David still leads the prediction count. 3 points, 2 points.
Yeah.
And back to the chess, back to the games. It looks like there's a poll going on about whether that game will finish in 10 minutes, but Gukesh has now been thinking for a while. I also forgot to mention, just because Hikaru's played a well-known kind of drawish line, doesn't necessarily mean he's playing for the draw. I do remember in Isle of Man at the Grand Swiss back in 2023, he did play the 4-night Scotch against Fabiano, and he won a very convincing game. Fabi kind of lost track of the theory very early, and Hikaru knows everything. If he plays a line like this, he knows all the little details. If you go wrong just a little bit, Hikaru will punish you. So Gukesh wanting to spend a bit of time to be accurate here. But yeah, maybe we check out the other boards in the meantime.
Yeah. Maybe we should complete the top row there. So we've had a look at Hikaru, Magnus. Let's have a look at the tournament leader. Arjun against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi nurturing a 1-point lead. He has the black pieces. Arjun coming off quite a disappointing loss yesterday against Gukesh. He was much better, but somehow didn't play in his usual style.
Yeah, and he has to shrug that off, right? He's got 3 big rounds remaining, starting from right now, right here. And I think it is a painful situation to be in, especially with the black pieces. You get your dream position. He started with his very famous Piets. Am I getting that with my pronunciation?
Piets.
and had everything under control, was on the attack, and then things just turned around as they usually seem to do in Gukesh's games these days. He's up against Fabi, who's just been so impressive. And I want to say that this is still, I would say still pretty much in the theory. Is this a Nimzo Indian kind of a position where you've got that queen on c2, now defending c3? But the fact that Fabi has slowed down, the master of opening preparation, where did Arjun surprise him?
Yeah, he's definitely been surprised, Fabi, and this is a fresh position, totally brand new, hasn't been reached before according to the chess.com database, at least among high-level games. So quick recap of the early stages. To get to this point, we did see another Queen's Gambit declined from Fabiano. He's been playing this a lot lately. One white knight comes out, the other white knight comes out. So this is the Ragozin defense, black pinning this white knight. And a rare move, I'm going to say here, from Arjun Erigaisi. Often the white bishop comes out, you can give a check with the white queen, you can take a pawn in the center, a bunch of moves, but pawn to a3, basically giving away a whole tempo in order to get the bishop pair here, isn't necessarily the most popular these days. This allows Fabi, after a trade, to try and lash out in the center. We do see the bar, instead of an eval bar, it's opening percentages, so this has been reached before, but we do see a big chunk there for black, showing that black has won 43% of these games to have reached this position. We saw a trade in the center, now pawn to g3. It feels like Arjun's like mixing and matching all these different opening systems. And after castling, the white bishop comes out, the black knight hits a pawn in the center. This was gambited, just to mention. Knight takes c3, we'll catch up with the game position in a second, would have allowed queen c2 and maybe regaining the pawn or at least forcing black to lose time. Rook to e8 and a trade in the center. The white knight recaptures. Both sides have isolated pawns, but Arjun still clearly in prep.
Yeah, the speed with which he's playing, that's... I can't even see it. He's barely taken 3 minutes on the clock. You know, you talk about these two weaknesses that you've highlighted, and the feeling usually is that the d5 pawn is the one that's easier to attack, you know, with the rook lining up against the queen on d1. The c3 weakness can be defended by the bishop to b2. But I do like Fabi's piece activity, already planting a knight on e4, blocking that bishop from attacking d5. I can imagine eventually that knight from b8 jumping to c6, sort of inviting a trade to make the pawn formation healthier, or saying, if you don't do it, I'll do it, and then I don't have the IQP, the isolated queen spawn anymore.
Yeah, and you said it, and it appeared, and as quickly as it appeared, the response was registered. Rook to d1, which makes a lot of sense, right? You're getting ready to capture that knight. With the rook, you're getting ready to put pressure against d5 and the knight on e4. And also, you know, you're just saying to black, what next? It's not easy for black to come up with a plan. The only thing that I can think of is actually trying to clamp down on the c4 square, prevent that white pawn from advancing. And in return, I would also argue that white's bishop on c1 doesn't have too many active squares. I mean, you can put it on e3, you can put it on f4, but frankly, they don't do anything much.
Yeah, and I think one attractive move for black here could be queen to f6. You know, you see this f2 weakness, you come in with a threat in one, but I also feel that usually this is not the right way to go, because long term it only helps white, right? I think many of us could be thinking about this move. White would simply respond with the development that you're talking about. Bring that bishop out to e3, and then suddenly the queen on f6, you realize, isn't looking that great. Once the bishop lands on d4, your queen gets misplaced. It starts feeling a bit vulnerable. And this is not a happy position for it. So queen f6 is not the way to go, I would say.
Yeah, ironically enough, because when you suggested queen f6, I thought it was a great move. But then, you know, once you understand that, yeah, it's just encouraging bishop e3, and you still have to come up with a concrete plan.
Knight e5 and stuff. It still looks very interesting, the position, no?
Yeah, still looks very interesting. I don't know if maybe we gambit a pawn. Yeah, we could also go the other way if we don't want to allow the white bishop and then queen to snack on e4. Knight a5, yeah, it does look very tempting. Although this way I realise I've blundered a double attack. Loose pieces.
Wow.
They drop off.
Yeah, I saw the bar rise and I was like, immediately signal the red flag in my head. But yeah, maybe knight to e5 and we'll just play for compensation, knights dancing. Fabi is facing the bishop pair, so something energetic does need to be done.
It's required, right? It's an open position, bishop pair. You've got a big weakness on d5. You can't play the slow game in this one. As Fabi takes in his response, should we go into our stunning bird's eye view, our multi-board view, and take a look at our Norway Chess women, where we've got such a tight race for the top. You know, right now it really is the world champion who's taken the lead. She's at pole position. That's our center board against Vaishali. And I'm just thinking, when you're playing against a player, Vaishali, she's had an up and down tournament. Do you think Vengeance is ambitious, or does she have the, I'm okay to draw, I'm black, you know, take it into the Armageddon, I'm the Armageddon queen, or do you think she'll wait for her opportunities today playing against Vaishali?
She's played the Berlin. I don't know.
That answers the question.
I think this is like the 7th round out of 8 now that Zhu Wenjun has basically played a symmetrical opening and is just happy to trade off as many pieces as possible. I should confess as well, my confessional time, I've played this a lot as black. I've actually played almost this exact position in a World Cup just to try and make a draw. Zhu Wenjun showing a lot of respect to Vaishali here.
Yeah.
It's a winning recipe, just the Armageddons.
Show us the spectacular Berlin as it started, David Howell.
Oh, spectacular and Berlin defense rarely go hand in hand, but let's do it. Knight out to f3, knight c6, bishop e5, and this move, the Berlin. Magnus has played this lately. We've seen some games in the women's as well in this opening. White castles allowing a capture on e4, and instead of d4, which often leads to more complex positions, although the Berlin endgame is one of them, rook to e1 leads to symmetry instead. The black knight goes back, the pawn drops, so equal material yet again, big threats on the open e-file. The black bishop blocks, the white bishop now attacked, retreats. We see a trade, black castles, and once the black bishop hits this rook, kicks it back to its starting square, knight to f5. This is kind of the crossroads for me in the opening. I've played this multiple times as white, as black, and if you want to be super ambitious with white, you push your pawn to d5 and you play on. There was a game between Anna Muzychuk and Zhu Wenjun earlier in the tournament where similar pawn structure arose. Zhu Wenjun was under pressure for most of that game, was actually clearly worse, if not lost for a chunk of that game. I'm surprised Vaishali didn't go for it. She plays the more kind of controlled c3 instead, connect 3 here. And yeah, symmetrical pawn structure, bishop to g5, trading these bishops. I think this is going to fizzle out. Everything will later get traded on the e-file, the rooks. I don't really see any weaknesses in either camp.
No, it's difficult to see too much wrong with the black position. But I was also thinking stylistically, Vaishali, she's an energetic, dynamic player. Maybe Zhu Wenjun will be more at home in the resulting symmetrical position if it's boring enough, you know.
Play against the kids, bore them to death.
Exactly.
That's my motto.
But also, how boring can you go to keep those chances alive, right? It just feels like Berlin is far too cautious, and especially because just reading down her neck, right? It's so neck to neck in the women with Anna and Humpy. There's a point difference, and I can see the position if we just go to our bird's eye view to more spectacular chess that's being played. I mean, Anna Muzychuk, her position looks extremely interesting, and that's that bottom right board. She's playing against Lei Tingzhe, who's in the middle of the standing, so looking also for her big chance to leapfrog there. It's really strange, this position, right? Because you've got your rook and knight, which isn't developed, but black also has the rook and bishop, which hasn't made a single move. There's been a lot of action on the queen side with pawn trades. I mean, that pawn on a4, I'm guessing it got from b5. Was there a trade, or did it move up from a4? You've got to make sense of this one for us.
Yeah, and this is a very recognizable branch of the Spanish. A lot of Spanish openings. Again, very quick action replay from the start. I feel like I've repeated this position now multiple times. The Spanish hitting the knight. This time the bishop was kicked back. And it's the open Spanish, which is marked by taking on e4 in this position. The Berlin, often with the bishop on b5, the pawn back on a7. So it's very small differences. The key being that the black knight now, when it retreats, doesn't hit the white bishop on b5. Instead, white plays the move d4. And the main line of the open Spanish is to actually kick the bishop now. And here, Lei Tingzhe plays what is regarded as a surprise weapon, but it's rarely a surprise nowadays because it's so trendy. Bishop to e7, allowing the knight to be hit and not reacting by moving it, but instead now hitting the white bishop. Rook takes knight, and instead of taking back the bishop, first kicking the rook. Knight takes e5 is double exclamation mark move apparently, but still well-known opening theory. As we see on the bar there, white wins this position 34% of the time. And big threat, of course, to capture this black knight. So there is a trade. The bishop falls. This is how we got that pawn structure, Tanya. And yeah, pawn to b3, a trade. Black had the bishop pair after all. This makes a lot of sense. So the white knight did develop, but soon, after more trades, came back to square one, to its starting square, to try and come out. And queen to c6, robbing the white knight of that square. Queen d2, and here we are, live position. Which side will we take? Queen and knight? Queen and knight, or queen and bishop?
Queen and knight. I feel like everything is so balanced here that you might as well take the side which is going to have the better structure.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Go on.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, you know, white's going to go knight c3, and then it's decision time. What are you going to do with the a pawn? If you capture on b3, you recapture towards the center, and you have a small target on a6. Now, one weak point does not make a position terrible, so I suspect that this is also going to fizzle out. I mean, black is definitely on the defensive, in my opinion. But, yeah, I hate to say this, Tanya, but I think David might be right.
About
Six Armageddon.
It's too early in the day, guys.
It's too early. There's always twists and turns. There's always blunders.
I don't know.
We've
had Berlins. We have like a lot of simplification. We have Hikaru trying to grind down an equal position.
That would be crazy if it ends up with 6 Armageddon. That is a bold pick.
I wish I'd said 5. I think it's going to be 5.
Yeah, I was heading in that direction, but I thought, no, there's going to be fire on the board, and you always predict too high, and it's always like more decisive than you think. Like yesterday, I said it was going to be 4. Yes, then there were 4,
but decisive games.
That's what you meant, I thought. Oh, you got the point there.
But you know, I want to say that this Muzychuk game against Lei Tingzhe, I think there's more than what meets the eye at the start. I definitely think that white has quite a bit to play for. You know, you pointed out the healthier pawn formation in that one, potential of an A-file weakness that's possible. Also, the queen and knight combination is often very tricky, you know. You can think of an attack when it's the middle game, But let's say even if the queens come off the board, we can imagine a good knight versus bad bishop simply because white will have targets. Meanwhile, there are no big weaknesses for the bishop to get to. Your pawn structure is just so healthy. I feel like this is a long-term push, you know, where you keep slowly and steadily maneuvering around. You try a bit on great emoji there, great emote there. The bishop just struggling to find some great squares. The rook from A1 can go to E1. Whether there are trades or not, it feels like a 2-result game to me.
Yeah, this is like my dream position.
It
like
really is.
Zero risk for white. You can just grind forever. I'm going to say as well, not Lei Ting-Jie's style, this position to defend as black. To be honest, I've looked at this opening quite a bit as black as a surprise weapon. I just turned away from it because I don't see any upsides. You're playing purely for a draw. Like, if you trade queens, you're worse. If you trade rooks, you're worse. If you touch these pawns, you're probably worse. Like, I mean, it's just no fun at all. Maybe you get a draw. You're closer to a draw here maybe than the start position, but you're never going to win. Like, what's the point of playing chess if you're never going to win?
I love that assessment. If you do it, you're worse. You push pawns, worse.
Worse?
I love it.
Suffering.
Yeah, no, but it's actually true, right? You are holding the position as black, and it's no fun, right, to play for just 2 results, a win and a loss. No, a draw and a loss is what I wanted to say.
Like, surprise factor is so important in modern opening theory, but you notice when the top players surprise the opponents, it's never to, you don't surprise them, and it's like if they know the moves, then you're just sat there worse with no hope. Like when Arjun surprises his opponents, there's always tricks involved, there's always traps ahead. When Hikaru surprises his opponents, it's like they have to find like 10 only moves just to make a draw. True. It's never to sit in positions like this. I don't believe that this is modern chess, really, and I don't think it's Lei Ting-Jie's, her brand of chess.
It's just unpleasant for black, this position. It might be holdable and it might still go into an Armageddon, but I think Anna Muzychuk will sweat her out for that Armageddon game. Let's backtrack. Let's go back to our multi-board view. Let's zoom out for just a moment. I've just noticed one thing that I'm going to point out, and you guys can pick where you want to go to next. Top right, Gukesh has almost been on a 30-minute think after Hikaru's last move, sliding up the queen to E2. There's a strange knight on E7, you know. Whenever I see a piece so far gone, it's either the most attacking, you know, sort of your crowning jewel in the position, or it just ends up getting trapped. It does have a nice square on F5, so still feeling safe. For Gukesh, it's the bishop pair. And even though the pawn formation is symmetrical, I think there's still a lot of sort of tricks and traps that perhaps black needs to be careful of. The queen bishop setting up a battery against that 8-7 mate. It looks pretty fun to me. I don't know. Do you think it's a good time to jump to that one?
Okay, just
take a call.
We'll take a brief
Do
look.
it.
Or should we complete the roundup?
Let's do a roundup, then let's go there.
Yeah.
Let's give Gukesh some more time to think about the position.
Exactly. Okay, so we have one game remaining, and that is between Khadem and Humpy, and it's there on the bottom left. And okay, well, this one looks like it's a Queen's Gambit accepted, which means that black took the pawn on C4. Sarah just playing D4 almost exclusively, and our choices for white. You can go Queen E2, you can step back with the bishop to B3. I think I've seen you step back with the bishop in this type of positions.
With the white pieces, yes. And I really like that plan because you often end up also sacrificing a central pawn in some lines by pushing E4, E5, trying to get that attack in. It gets fun. Queen E2 comes with the other idea of putting the rook on D1 because it really belongs on that square. So a lot of choices, I think, for white, for Sarah in this position. But to me, slightly surprising because Humpy does play the QGA. She plays the Queen's Gambit accepted. The one strange, slightly strange move is 8-6. That's been committed by black. And perhaps that's the reason that mixes up certain aspects of the position, which has made Sarah slow down.
Yeah, and just, okay, we're only 8 moves in. Just very quick action replay because it was a bit surprising how we got here. We did see a Queen's Pawn opening, so it didn't come from the Queen's Gambit accepted immediately. It first came from a Queen's Gambit declined, where black has a pawn on E6, supporting the pawn on D5. The white knight comes out, and a really trendy modern move, H6 here, stopping the white bishop from coming out to G5, but it is a very important tempo that you've just given to the opponent. Here, though, Sarah plays the move E3, hence what soon happens, knight D7, and she does move her bishop out. So she actually did lose a tempo, Sarah Khadem here with her bishop, with white. And yeah, it looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted now. It pretty much is a Queen's Gambit accepted, but black did get the move H6 for free. The only difference here is that she's put a knight on D7, I guess, rather than a pawn on b5, which you normally would do.
The other thing I feel when I'm playing white in these positions is that knight on c3, which is also a tempo given, sometimes wants to be on the d2 square in these openings. So in some way, you get that plus that you've sort of made white show their hand of where the piece placement is, because it can come under attack with the b5, b4, eventually landing in the middle game.
Yep, absolutely. You're right. If Sarah just wants like a peaceful game, she'll take on c5. If she wants a peaceful game, play the end game. But if she wants to fight it out, I think we're going to see moves like bishop b3, just get out of harm's way, or queen e2, rook d1, get in with the plan of going e4 and then taking space in the center.
Yeah. e4, another option here. You could consider maybe a4 to stop b5. Lots of choice. d5, I don't think works. For viewers at home who might be wondering, why not blow open the center? Because this is always the idea, knight to b6, double attack, hitting the bishop and pawn. So yeah, very tense position, and Sarah burning a bit of time here and now, not at her best form, and it feels like decision time. Humpy just trying to give choice to her opponent. Normally that's what you do if you sense your opponent isn't so comfortable, hasn't had a good few days. You want to give them as much choice as possible to stay in their own heads.
And Humpy as a player is so good at sort of judging, you know, the mindset of her opponent and then deciding the opening approach that she wants to have. She wants to play the game as much as the form of her opponent. And she knows Sarah has been struggling in the tournament so far. So I think Humpy, even with the black pieces, is looking for action on the board. She at least wants to get a game, not sort of fizzle it out into any kind of an end game where perhaps Sarah can hold. I think this is going to be a long fight simply because Humpy should be feeling ambitious. Sarah, a target on her back.
Yep, that is definitely something to be thinking about. Humpy will be wanting to win. Remember, if you win this one in the classical, you pick up 3 points, and you know what that means. You could jump into the lead. So let's go back to our multi-board viewer, and let's go back to the game that Tanya has been pounding the table for.
He still hasn't made a move, guys.
Exactly. So
Artis was wrong. Artis was wrong. It wasn't over after 10 minutes.
I mean, the move isn't over after 10 minutes. This is incredible stuff. How long has he been on the think? Almost a 30-minute think on this one. I mean, we got to backtrack and see why we left it last and what's going on in Gukesh's head right now.
We just need to backtrack 3 moves, actually, since we were last here. We left it with the black queen coming to e5 and being hit by the white rook. This, again, to remind everyone, isn't a piece sacrifice or piece blunder, because queen takes knight would fail to bishop takes pawn check, opening the d-file with gain of tempo. The black king has to react to that check, and white picks up the black queen. Not just the black queen here, but also one of the bishop's next move. So the black queen doesn't have too many safe squares. She's getting kicked, booted around the board. She retreats to d6. Hikaru gives a check. And yeah, queen to e2. As Tanya was pointing out earlier, big threats, or big ideas at least, of queen to e4. I've seen this position myself before. I think it was just bishop g6 that I was considering as black. But yeah, I mean, this was a few years ago when this line was trendy, and I can't remember any conclusions. Computer just always said 0.0. That's all I remember.
You're going to like this next line, David. I'll tell you what black shouldn't do in this position, and the tricks that do exist because of the setup of the queen and the rook and the knight on e7, you know, a natural looking move, trying to pin that knight, taking advantage of it, and maybe it doesn't even make a difference which rook you get to, but I think this just loses on the spot. You know what we call it in our studio, bank rank effects. Knight g6, does it work here?
It does. Look at the bar.
Pawn takes knight, queen takes rook.
Check.
I mean, this is where I stop. And is it rook b8, rook h8 in the end?
It must be.
It felt like it, and this is over. Yeah. King h6.
You step up
H4.
And it's like, exactly, no escape for you
goodness.
this time.
No escape. Gukesh doesn't make this blunder. Rook h8, an unstoppable checkmate. This would have been beautiful. Hikaru does have tricks in all his openings, I should mention. That's why he wins so many blitz games. The opponents sometimes fall for them, but rook to b8 is Gukesh's move. The bar slightly increasing for white. I'm slightly surprised he's left knight f5 available for white. He's left queen e4 available to threaten checkmate on this diagonal. Queen e4, like rook takes rook, boom, checkmate. But I do believe his idea is to block with his bishop. And if we see a trade, it's going to be opposite color bishops and most likely a draw.
And how do we, most likely a draw, that answers my next question. Because I was going to ask, how do we evaluate this? Because there are still majors on the board, you know, get them off the board, the ending definitely, it's handshakes there and then. But with the black bishop having this diagonal, the king on the side, it's so much about attack, right? When it's majors with the opposite color bishop, can a side get to the other king? Are there chances of that, or the structure still good enough for both to hold?
I would say good enough. Although, yeah, maybe Hikaru has some ideas. Maybe he'll put his bishop on this diagonal as well. Hope for moves like f5. And
You want to show them all today.
I'm just obsessed with all the checkmates. The bishop cuts off the king. This is the end. I would probably take white. I think that's why Hikaru has gone for this. It's risk-free, and he knows it better than Gukesh, and he's now got a half-hour time advantage. Lots of small things, but they shouldn't add up to a victory here for white.
Wow. That's some fun lines that you two were showing there. Checkmates galore. That's what we want to be seeing on the board. And of course, I'd love to be hearing Hikaru's thoughts. He has visited the confessional. And do remember that Twitch is better when you subscribe on Twitch. You can hear the players' thoughts. You can also get these very fancy emotes. And also, I'd like to shout out Chess on Earth just gifted 100 subs. So a massive thank you to Chess on Earth. And remember, Hikaru has visited the confessional box. So if you do want to be listening, you hit the subscribe button and have a listen, have that insight into Hikaru's deepest, darkest thoughts. And we're going to go on a break, and when we come back, we are going to dive into Hikaru and all of the action.
So, all right, everyone, I'm back. Prior to this game, I was told that apparently the confessional booth has been a very lonely place, which I assume means that with me not being here, perhaps Magnus being not being here as much. I mean, I'm actually not sure how much he's been here. It would seem that perhaps there hasn't been a lot of visits, which is a little bit disappointing from the standpoint, I think, of the fans wanting to hear from the players and how they feel, but alas, it is what it is. There's nothing you can really do about that. But because of that, I felt like dropping in. So my game today is not particularly exciting. This, of course, was played in the candidates last year in Toronto between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana. Bishop g6 is the best move here, and it's basically a draw. Anything else, I can maybe try to pretend that I'm playing for a little bit more, perhaps. The fact that Gukesh is thinking here is actually a good sign, because it means that maybe he's not 100% sure that Bishop g6 is the right move, or maybe he's even a little bit worried that if he plays it, he could be structurally worse. So, small hope that he won't find it, but I sort of expect it. So, not very exciting. Magnus's game is kind of funny as well, because Wei Yi is playing exactly what I played against Magnus yesterday. This 4 knights with bishop b5. Magnus decided to play bishop d6 just to keep the game going. My general view is that I think Magnus is pretty sort of out of it. He's kind of out of it. He's struggling a little bit. Doesn't seem really energetic. Of course, the game against Gukesh played a huge role in all of that, but it's still a little bit sad to see, because you're I think we've all become so accustomed to seeing a great champion in Magnus and someone who's always fighting. So it's a touch sad to see, I guess, on one hand. But he's trying to keep his game going today. Fabiano's game against Arjun is a game that looks like it will heat up. I have to say that when I look at the players, it makes me a little bit nostalgic in a sense, because I see somebody like Arjun, and every game he's going all in. He plays like a complete maniac. Even yesterday, after he'd messed up the win against Gukesh, he still tried to play for the win and ended up losing that game. And maybe that's one of the joys of youth. I think that's a saying, or something along those lines, where you feel no danger, so you just go for it every single game. And I think for Arjun, it's going to be interesting to watch his career going forward, because he seems to have that style. And I think against lower rated players, it's probably going to work very well. Against the absolute elite, he's probably going to need to tighten up and be more solid at times. But it's still great to see how much of a fighter he is in every game. So. Those are my general thoughts. I don't really have much else to say. I was trying to think if there's anything else, but at any rate, it's looking like a pretty boring day for me, and that's it for now. So maybe I'll be back. If I'm back, that means my game has gotten interesting, and I'm going to have something to actually talk about and play for, but we'll see.
to suit up in Avenger style because we are back in action for Norway Chess Day 8. And, well, exciting start already. Maybe we're going to see a lot of Armageddons, maybe we won't, who knows, but some exciting stuff happening on chat because Chess on Earth has gifted another 100 subs. Big heart for him. And as a big thank you, we have our very own Vic, the producer, joining us in stream to give
I think it's being affected by the mic, but I did say if he does it, if you guys keep rocking this stuff, I'll give you some love. So take it up for Twitch chat. We're making this show for you, right? We're doing it to be awesome and fun. And I'm going to come back, continue the show. You guys are awesome. Enjoy Norway Chess.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, chat.
A big thank you to Chess on Earth there for their generosity. Wow. 200 subs.
And nice to get Vic like some love because he's the boss. Like, he makes us look good. He doesn't get as much praise as he deserves. And yeah,
he's awesome. And I think it's such a rare sighting of Vic on the stream, so chat is loving it.
Bigfoot does exist out there in the wild.
And yeah, he does. And there we're going to go and see all of the stuff that's
being threatened.
Yeah, so we're talking about the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Gukesh. Gukesh, don't just sit on your laurels because as Tanya pointed out, there's a bishop and queen battery and it's pointing at h7. Now, obviously, we think that Gukesh will be spotting that one. But, well, the danger exists for one move. And where should we go that takes your fancy?
Yeah, it's action everywhere. But just to finish that thought, because we had Hikaru in the confessional, and he said that this game has happened in the 2024 candidates between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana. And Fabi actually, instead of the rook move that Gukesh made in that last turn, had retreated with David's idea of bishop, trade that bishop for the knight on that g6 square. I don't know if we can just bring that up because we just had Hikaru in and show everyone what he was talking about. And just to wrap that up before you show that line, David, Hikaru also said that if Gukesh makes any other move except the one made by Fabi, that Hikaru will perhaps start pushing for something. He might have something to play for.
Yeah, 100% agree. And right now, yeah, I'm surprised to see Gukesh thinking. It's only been 3 minutes, but bishop to g6 is the way. As pointed out earlier, queen takes h7 is a threat. I'll just put that on the board. If black ignores it and kind of forgets for a moment, whoops, this is checkmate. The queen backed up by her bishop. So simply forced here to play the move bishop to g6, and we'll most likely see a trade, knight for bishop. The big difference here, I'm not sure there is such a huge difference, but as Tanya mentioned, in that candidate's game, bishop to g6 by Fabiano, it did result in a trade, and I guess it's just slightly more difficult for white to get active. Often the black queen now will get better squares. I think the fact that the rook is on b8 doesn't really change much positive for black. And yeah, often you'll get enough time to maybe challenge for the e-file very quickly, trade off a bunch of pieces, and that game ended very quickly in a draw. So rook to b8, not kind of studied maybe by Nakamura, but he did spend around 8 minutes here before threatening checkmate. Gukesh replies, of course it's bishop g6, the only move there, the only sensible move. Otherwise that bishop might just have been trapped on the edge of the board. And now we'll see this exchange. I'm predicting that Hikaru is going to do some slow, steady stuff, maybe g3, maybe followed by improving his king, maybe later try to push his h-pawn forward to open this diagonal. It is quite hard actually to trade queens. White's queen and bishop very active. I think at some point Gukesh will be trying to get those queens off the board. If he does, draw. If not, maybe the game goes on.
Yeah. But Hikaru did look like he was totally ready to take this into the Armageddon, even starting with white, you know, his opening choice. And he'd be happy to sort of get that sudden death in. So we'll see if Gukesh manages to trade.
Well, I'll let you know that Hikaru went into the confessional for some more thoughts. So let's see what he's thinking.
So I said if I came back, my game would get interesting. Of course, nothing has happened in my game since I was last here. I think the reason I came back is mostly that what's going on in my game is one of these things that's very, very tricky at the top level sometimes, which is when you look at a position before the game and you're looking with the computer and the computer just spits out what the evaluation is, you never really sense danger or fear. You tend to just assume everything's fine. It's basically ignorance is bliss. But very frequently, then when you play an actual game, you start to sense some kind of danger or some uncomfortable feeling because you start to see a ghost that if Gukesh knew bishop g6 was immediately the move, he would have played it for sure, I think, in like 5 seconds, because the computer says it's equal, there's no danger, it's all very happy. But then when you look at it from a human perspective without knowing what the computer thinks, sometimes you confuse yourself and you start to worry and you start to see the ghost, you start to think there's some big weakness in the position, which I think is what's happening here. I suspect that Gukesh has not played bishop g6 because he fears that after knight takes bishop, h takes g6, there's going to be some like g3, king g2. There's going to be some weakness on the king side with the opposite color bishops, even though, of course, the computer simply laughs at all of this and just thinks it's total nonsense. But that's why I think Gukesh is thinking here. So I have some hope. I would say like it's very much a 50-50. I think 50% chance he plays bishop g6 and it's just a draw. And if he plays anything else, I think I very likely will get some winning chance in this game. That's actually the dream more than anything else, because chess naturally is a game which is drawish, something like 60%, probably a little bit more, like say 66% of games are drawn, 33% are decisive. So if you're in a situation where one move is going to lead to a dead draw, or if your opponent doesn't play that move, they're probably going to be in a lot of trouble. It's a great situation just because the natural tendencies of chess lean towards drawish games, even if you make a slight mistake. So I'm pretty happy with this, all things considered. And we'll just see if Gukesh plays bishop g6 or if he makes a mistake, and maybe we have some fun, but we'll see.
Wow. And as Hikaru was given the confessional, we did see a move there from Gukesh where he captured with the f-pawn, which was surprising. And actually, it was really to the point that Hikaru was making. Is often when you're looking at things 2D, you just don't get the danger. The computer's there to reassure you that it's all fine, all fine. But once you're physically on the board, that you're like, oh, I don't quite like this position. I don't think it's that safe. And then that's where you start making unusual decisions.
Yeah, I think players like Hikaru and Magnus are so good at sensing that discomfort that their opponent is feeling, or that uncertainty that comes, it's sort of these small body language shifts that you can sense only from across the board, not even looking at them on the screen. And I think Hikaru's senses are really zoned into that, and he realizes. And this last move by Gukesh, it gives away, like you said, exactly the thoughts that he shared, that perhaps Gukesh isn't that comfortable with what he's saying. He's not that familiar. He would have got that bishop back on that move very quickly had he known about that game, which also is a bit surprising to me because that game was from the 24 candidates, one of the marquee matchups, a candidates that was perhaps the biggest tournaments of Gukesh's life. Now, this capture, the bar doesn't like it. It says now Hikaru actually has something to play for, even though you see there's still the opposite color bishops, there's still trades going to be happening. But has this just made the black king even slightly more unsafe once the bishop lands on that diagonal? Is it because the weakness is along the e-file? Queen e8 is not a checkmate. I just want to point that out.
Queen e8 is a draw offer if Hikaru plays it now. Okay, we'll break down this move in a moment. I just want to mention Gukesh. I think this is a good strategy against him because in the World Championship match and other tournaments, regularly he turns down repetitions, turns down draws, even in worse positions, just because he wants to keep the game going. And it's not objective. Often he's making subpar decisions. And someone like Hikaru can pounce if Gukesh isn't kind of trying to kill the game. So I think it's a good choice playing this type of chess against him, and unless you're desperate to win, unless you're like, okay, a draw is kind of the last thing on the mind. The bar keeps rising. It's now over a +1 advantage for white,
crazy.
which, yeah, that is wild to me. It does look very pleasant for white. I think everyone would take white here just because the white queen, white bishop are so strong. But digging a bit deeper, let's just backtrack a bit and talk about the capture here. Firstly, queen takes, I was wondering about, but that loses on the spot. Queen takes knight. For anyone wondering at home, rook takes rook now would be winning since this move comes with check. Black has to recapture, but then there would be a nasty back rank check, also picking up the black queen if necessary. But taking with the pawn, here at least the black king has some breathing space. Maybe it comes this way, maybe it slides towards the center. For example, if rook takes rook, you could imagine a world in which the black king later kind of comes across to f8 and seeks safety that way. Now, the way that Gukesh is captured instead with his f-pawn, and after a trade of rooks, Hikaru has just given his own king some breathing space very nicely on a light square. This king is never going to move now. It can never really step out into the open because it's on a vulnerable diagonal here. You can never push the h-pawn because you will always lose the g6 pawn. You can't move the g6 pawn because you lose the h-pawn. You've got back rank problems forever, therefore. And if you can't move your rook off the back rank, you can't move your king. That means you're basically playing with a queen and bishop, but you've got nothing to hit with the bishop. So your bishop's hitting thin air. I think he's just paralyzed for the rest of the game, Gukesh. I think he hasn't looked far enough ahead to understand he's frozen. He can barely move anything, Gukesh, maybe just his queen.
Yeah, and even the queen, you have to be very careful, because the first thing I was thinking is, if I could swap off queens, get rid of the danger. And the queen to d4 was definitely on my radar. And yeah, you see, the evaluation bar goes all the way up because of our bank rank, or back rank mate, as the mainstream call it. And queen e8, and that's it. You're going to lose.
King trapped in the corner. So already you can barely move anything. And Hikaru doesn't have so many obvious improvement moves, but at least a few. You can put a king on g2, nice and safe. Maybe you push your h-pawn forward, and let's say black kind of just waits, king forward. If black just does nothing, this is not without danger. Pawn to h5, suddenly you're blowing open this diagonal, you're winning a pawn, probably just delivering checkmate on the light squares. Gukesh, that is, strategically, that is, I'm going to say very, very dubious, if not just totally horrible, what he's just done. And he's been making some very bad strategic decisions this tournament, but covering it up with kind of his fighting spirit, his tenacity, his resourcefulness. But this one, I don't know whether he'll lose this game. Should be still manageable to an extent, but Hikaru loves this type of position.
We've seen crazy things happen, but I just want to point out, this is a nightmare for Gukesh, and this will be the third time in a row that he manages to get himself in such deep trouble so early out of the opening. It happened against Magnus, it happened against Arjun, now he's up against Hikaru in a position that's absolutely risk-free for white. There aren't really any big ideas that Gukesh can set up. As you said, the paralysis of the pieces that exist, you can't move pawns, and you can see it on Gukesh as well. I think he realizes it now with this small move, and that just goes on to show the power of white's position. Hikaru just played g3, and suddenly you don't understand as black, what do I move? What do I play? And that reflects exactly how strong white's position is. Slowly improving, another small move will be the king stepping up. The h-pawn ideas, you could, if allowed, the queen could enter, any time that queen from d6 moved away. Let's say not walking into a mate in one. A move like queen b6, you keep the rook defended so that the bishop can fall back. The queen's got entry paths on the d line, on the e line. Hikaru has everything to play for. And Ivanka, to me, it just feels like Gukesh has gifted this advantage to Hikaru.
Yeah, totally agree. A wise choice of opening in the end from Hikaru. And there we see the world champion Gukesh. He is tangled up. He will have to contort his pieces into a defensive formation if he wants to survive. But okay, he did also mention his game, this game for Hikaru, from Hikaru. And Magnus here with the for the black pieces, sorry. And it was a nice sense of karma, right? Wei Yi employing the same approach that Magnus did yesterday against Hikaru. I suspect Magnus is not feeling that happy, and let's see whether his thoughts in the confessional booth confirm it.
So I said if I came back, my game would get interesting. Of course.
I don't know what his intention was in the opening after bishop b5. Honestly, if he had played d4 on that move, then I don't think I would have been able to avoid the draw if that's what he wanted. I wasn't sure, and I thought, whatever, I'll play bishop d6. I don't really know anything about. I didn't love my options on the last move, either if I go b5, bishop b3, bishop c5. It felt like it gave him some extra options. I think now the critical idea is to take on c6 and then take on e5, which honestly I think is a bit better for white, and I didn't love allowing that. I just wasn't sure of what to do. So yeah, not looking fantastic at the moment, but we'll see.
Not looking fantastic at the moment is the verdict from Magnus Carlsen. It's got the black pieces, it's an opposite color bishop, in-game, the material is level. I'm gonna go to our resident grindmaster. Do you think Magnus can just eke out a small advantage, maybe turn it to something bigger?
Normally I get excited about these types of positions. I'm like, oh, wow, it's going to be a 7-hour game. We're going to be here 100 moves. But nah, I think Wei Yi, if anyone, has the advantage. Magnus kind of hinted at that. That's purely because the white bishop, I think it's easier for that bishop to target a fixed pawn than it is for the black bishop. But yeah, I don't think Wei Yi is inclined to try and fight this one out. I think all the rooks are going to come off. There are two open files, the E file, D file. Rooks are going to get traded somewhere on these two lines. And yeah, peace. It's going to be very peaceful, this game.
I think we might even see both these players castling on the queen side just to defend the weaknesses that you highlighted for both c7 and c2 and then go into those trades. The one thing that I noticed with Magnus in the confessional was that he looked a bit dejected at not getting a game. I think despite having the black pieces, he wanted a fight today. You know, he's playing against Wei Yi. I mean, at least on paper, yes, he's the world number 8 and yes, he beat Magnus Carlsen in their last Armageddon. But I think Magnus still wanted to fight and try to get something in the classical, at least create chances. And Yovi, maybe some karma there with the 4 knights.
I was laughing a little bit about that. And I also noticed that Hikaru in the confessional shared the same joke, you know, that yesterday Magnus showed the way on how to easily kill the game, get yourself into a drawn position against Hikaru, right? You know, doing exactly the same opening choice. And now Magnus is having to stir the waters because ideally this is really not a great scenario for Magnus. You know, he's playing Wei Yi. Wei Yi is in the bottom and you want to be winning this one, or you want to at least have a chance to win this one or push for something to kind of get that equality, and not really having that fight is pretty sad, really.
I don't know, I think Wei Yi's just got a taste for beating Magnus in Armageddon now. I think that's what he wants.
He's ready for it. And let's not forget, tomorrow Magnus has got Fabi, right? He plays Fabi tomorrow. So I think it only gets tougher. And for Magnus, maybe he wanted a fight. Maybe he's ready to take it to Armageddon. Also equally happy. I think it's going to be a fun fight when it does get to that sudden death, though. This one most likely headed to that first Armageddon of the day, I want to say.
Very likely. First of 6.
First of 4.
You know what? I think you're both right. It will be between 4 and 6. It will not be 3.
You were so close to picking 5, and I actually think it's going to be 5.
Yeah, I have a suspicion it might be 5 as well, but you know,
to win. The least likely of the games to win after the first 10 minutes.
But we had to make the decision so early. You know, if we'd taken the decision now, we might have been a bit more.
You should always make it after 1 hour.
But the last few days, we've just been getting the first Armageddon after 1 hour.
Yeah.
So it just feels like there's no right way to do it, you know?
True. But it's interesting to me, Hikaru is saying Magnus just seems out of it. Like, he was like, Magnus just doesn't seem at it. Like, doesn't seem motivated, doesn't seem like fully like he believes anymore. It does feel like some of the kind of energy that Magnus had coming in, super fresh, first classical tournament in ages. He wanted it, and then suddenly the wind just totally taken out of his sails.
Do you guys think that's got something to do with what happened in the Gukesh game? Or is it
More than a bit.
More than a bit?
Yeah, because actually, you know, going back to yesterday, both Hikaru and Magnus said, you know, they weren't that interested by classical chess anymore. Yeah, I'm kind of paraphrasing big time, but
you know, Yovi, I think the point is what happened in that round against Gukesh, because before that, Magnus seemed very motivated. I mean, every game that he played, you know, there were, let's not forget, Game of the Year against Gukesh. He started with that brilliant game, and not just that, you know, through it, the Armageddons that he had, the classical wins that he had. It's been awesome to see him, and it felt like, is he running away? Because he did have a lead. He had I believe, a 1.5 point lead going into that match. And you felt like, you know, Magnus is back after a year in classical chess. He's feeling as inspired. He wants that 7th Norway Chess title. It's home turf. It's home arena for him. Feeling all of that. But there has been a little shift since that game. You know, his interview yesterday to Sverre saying that he doesn't feel as good or hasn't recovered as much. And then today coming into this, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the Armageddon. I think we'll really get an insight into how Magnus is dealing with that.
I've just got a question for both of you about chess in general, because are we asking too much of our chess players? Because if you look at the natural career cycle of every single sportsman, they are retiring round about age 35 to 40. They're not staying in the game that long. And Magnus has done so much, right? He's world champion, he's world rapid champion, world blitz champion. You know, he's been Norway champion 6 times. Where does he get his motivation from if he just keeps on winning? I mean, is it time to do something else?
Well, Magnus Carlsen is one player who has absolutely nothing left to prove to the world. And I think he's very aware of that. And I think everyone knows that. But coming to the point of motivation, I think he's just inspired by the game itself. That's the feeling that I get with the chess that he produces. He loves the sport. It's something that he sort of, eats, breathes and sleeps chess and then repeats, One of the reasons why perhaps classical has been a challenge for him, he's decided to step away from most of it. He enjoys the faster time format where it's not so much about relying on preparation. Freestyle chess is something that he's been loving as well. I think he still loves the game, but the classical format takes away some of the joy that he finds in it. Magnus has nothing to prove, but I think he sets such high standards for himself. When he does show up, anything less than a tournament win is trash for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and on your point of retirement, like Garry Kasparov retired at, what was it, 41?
40. Yes, in his early 40s.
Early 40s, Kramnik, 43.
Wish he's still playing?
Fishy, still playing, but barely. And between 40 and 50, it's just slightly later for chess players. I don't think we ask anything of them. They've got nothing to prove, these top guys. But I think it's just the fact that they love the game, they're hooked, they're addicted, and they all still stay in chess, just like they do in a lot of sports. They become pundits, they become coaches, and it's the same in chess. It's becoming younger and younger, that's for sure. They start younger in chess than any other sport, I should say. So the fact that they kind of go on longer is just testament to their willpower and their love for the game.
Okay, well, we certainly hope that we're going to be seeing many, many games of Magnus Carlsen, especially in the classical, because it's a lot of fun to watch. Looking at our bird's eye view, shall we?
Should we do a quick walk around the park here, Vi?
Yeah, listen.
In Norway Chess Women?
Yeah, I was also wondering whether we should actually look at Arjun and Caruana and then kind of look at the women.
Huge time difference, by the way, in that one. That's the top left board, an hour and 45 minutes, and Fabi touching the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, and he's finally played your move, Queen F6.
Whoa. A bit later, but it did arrive.
And my move, Knight A5.
Oof.
Love it.
Nice. He's been listening. He's been listening with a 30-minute delay, Fabiano, to this broadcast. Let's backtrack the last few moves. We've only had 3 moves since we were last here. We left it with the white rook lining up against the black queen. Fabi said, OK, I need to stop you blowing open the center. This is white's isolated pawn. It makes sense to try and trade it off, also opening up diagonals for the white bishops. So Fabi tries to plant his knight on an outpost that will land shortly. And rook to b1, first of all, keeping the black bishop and knight tied down to this pawn. At least now for the near future, the knight defends it. The black bishop comes out, stopping the white rook from sitting on the b5 square. The white rook lands on b4 instead. Note how this prevents the the black knights from posting up on the outposts, because now if you come to c4, there will be tactics. I think you could take either one here, but rook takes knight, for example. And, OK, maybe the other one better, but bishop takes knight. You get 2 pieces for the rook and a winning advantage. Instead, queen to f6. And I wonder if there are tactics. We were talking about the move bishop to e3 to defend this weak pawn. Attack twice, only defended once. But now bishop e3, does it walk into... Ooh, maybe rook c8 first of all, hitting this pawn. Knight c4 will soon come with gain of time. To my eyes, it looks really nice for black, but the eval bar slightly prefers white.
And I like that Fabi's combined knight a5 with queen f6, so taking away the tempo trade on c6 and planting the bishop on d3. Now it's not easy, d4 even, it's not easy for white to do that because of the c3 point that you highlighted, which the queen and knight will then jump down to. So it feels like a bit of pressure on white. Also, I'm going to say rook b4, classic, Arjun creative way to get the pieces into the game. Rook b1, rook b4 setup. But feels a little uneasy. Yes, you have the bishop pair, and it might just be a one-move threat. And if it's not bishop e3, if that's not the way to go, I'm not really seeing a happy way to defend the pawn. I mean, pushing it feels extremely weak. f3 blocks your own bishop. The bar hits it, you come back with your knight, look at the weakness, the weak squares on the center of the board, e2, e3, knight c4, knight e3 ideas, bishop on g2, super unhappy. f4, you just leave behind an e4 square, right? You don't want to push your pawn on f4 on that very first move either, giving black just this access forever. Rook f1 cannot be the move. Even if it's the best move, not happening, right?
No, it just came from f1 2 moves ago.
Never.
Yeah.
So what is it?
Is it bishop f4? Because at least then if black wants to have some fun, you got to go g5, and
Committal.
there's no way back from that move.
There isn't. I like it.
Now white drops back and laughs. It says, haha, weakness. Look at your king. Look at your king.
That's our new sound effect for G5. It's like that evil laugh.
Yeah, we should be doing this, right, in commentary,
What?
right? Having these sound effects. We should be able to press a button and go, wahaha.
I hope Vic's listening. He's listening.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to level up the especially if we have, it's got to match that really cool intro that we have, Marvel style.
Vic, the boss says no. They're stuck with our voices instead.
All right, so bishop f4, David, that feels like an option to block this idea of queen takes pawn. I would be very wary of taking that knight on e4. It's such a big decision to give up your Fanketter bishop, your light squared bishop, especially when black's is still alive on the board, creating weaknesses on the... I say that and I see that it perhaps is an option in the position.
Yeah.
So unlikely, though. It's just not Arjun's style. And like you said, there's just light squares around. The black bishop will come in later. Even if white is still doing OK here, I don't know, long term, you do tend to fear if you give up a bishop like that.
Do you think Arjun's happy with the opening outcome?
He just doesn't look happy in general here the last few days. I think he felt this is his big breakthrough. He finally gets a super tournament invite, and he hasn't quite lived up to expectations. Just as he didn't in Tartar Steel either, the Tartar Steel Masters. It feels like he's one of those guys. He can bully the slightly lower rated players, but still yet to make his mark among the big boys.
Well, it is decision time for Arjun as he ponders how is he going to defend the pawn on f2 that's under fire. Will he jump up with the dark square bishop? Will he swap off his bishop for the knight? It is decision time, and we are going to go on a quick break. But don't go anywhere because we've got more action coming up. And if you're subscribed on Twitch, you can catch Hikaru in the confessional, sharing exactly what was on his mind just a few moments ago. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, I made it back. So, third time. And I have to say, unlike the previous two times, this time I'm actually happy, even if my face isn't happy or I'm not smiling, because I think I'm definitely better in the game now. I suspect that it's still completely fine for Gukesh with some very, very accurate play, but already here I have this very simple idea of king g2, h4, h5, and I'm not even sure what black is supposed to do to try and prevent that exactly. So, I mean, I assume it's still fine for black objectively somehow, but the more I look at this position and think about it, the more that I actually think I'm going to get very, very good winning chances if I move quickly and just keep pressure on the clock, a la Magnus Carlsen type game, because as I look at the position right now, I really don't see a good response to h4, h5. I'm just going to go king g2, h4, h5, and I'm actually not sure how Gukesh is supposed to really stop that at all. I'm sure there's some way, but this could also be a position for those of you guys who are watching at home where the computer already might say it's like +1 or something for white because it's a very simple plan. Obviously, Gukesh should have taken with the h-pawn. I know that if he had taken with the h-pawn, it's h6, g6, g3, and it's about equal probably. But I'm feeling very, very optimistic now. Again, I think that Gukesh probably has some defenses here, but there's zero risk for me. I'm up on the clock. No increment until move 40, only 10 seconds after that. So I'm definitely going to be in to try and press hard in this game because I feel like I should have great chances to win this game unless I'm missing something very, very obvious here. Just with this king g2, h4, h5, and just go for the mate with the AA battery. So it's all good. I'm feeling good, and I think that I'm in good shape to try and at least press, if not convert this game. So it's really, really good start for me today. All right, I'll see you guys later.
We are back, and it might be stormy outside in Stavanger, but on the boards, something interesting is happening. And for Hikaru Nakamura, he's saying in the confessional, he's in a really, really good place. Feels like he might even be winning. And judging by the position, it looks like he is right on course. Because have a look at it. It's the game there in green, top right. And Gukesh, we kind of said it time and time again. His capture of the knight on g6, he recaptured with the pawn on f7. He can barely move as a result of that.
That king on h8, you know, that's the biggest problem child, and that's a big problem child. It's a problem king to have right now because it's not getting out anytime soon. It's because of the light squares, and that's the point, right? In opposite color complex, it's so much about king's safety. The bishops can never be challenged. You will never have control over those light squares. The bishop on d3, a great defensive piece as well, stopping any queen penetration attacks. I think Hikaru's setting up the idea that we were talking about earlier. He's just defended the g3 pawn, h4, h5 to follow. Gukesh, queens and rooks off the board, you're super happy. But I think it's hard to even achieve a queen trade, let alone all the majors off.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, like, Gukesh in this position doesn't have so many obvious moves. As we mentioned, you can never really get your king out the corner now. If it ever steps across, you just get checked back and away. You can't move your h-pawn to give yourself some breathing space on the back rank. You drop a pawn. So, yeah, he just moved his rook to f8. It can't really move away from there. Bishop, nothing to do. Queen move. I'm wondering what happens if a queen trade is insisted upon, because there is a check here. It's hard for white to dodge the queen trade without retreating. I'm just curious about this endgame. I'm going to put some moves on the board. Queen takes queen, bishop takes. Even a position like this, the rook coming up to the 7th rank, tying down the black bishop, which probably has to retreat. And now if white just kind of builds, puts a pawn on f4, I don't even know what black does. I think black is totally frozen here, by the way. I think this is just a winning endgame. White is going to march the king over, like maybe to c6, maybe even push a pawn to c5 later on. This black bishop is done, frozen. Black rook, frozen. Black king, stuck. Opposite color bishops with rooks. I think this is just an easy win for white.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this is really, really bad. I mean, you need the whole army to start working as black, and that king needs to teleport itself over to d8 sharpish. Unfortunately, such moves are not possible in chess, but wow. Yeah, king d6, anywhere but h8. No, you don't want that. You know, it's just the bind. And it just goes to show there's a lot of danger when you have opposite color bishops on the board. So Hikaru, I think on a practical level, has excellent, excellent winning chances.
And the clock tells the full story, right? You've got Gukesh, who's now under 1 hour. He's just struggling to find a next move in the position. He knows the dangers that exist. And as David, you pointed out, that even a queen trade doesn't ease the troubles for Gukesh. And you can see it on him with that eye raise. What have I gotten myself into? This could be Hikaru's moment to stop the bleeding, right? This right here. And it's interesting because he started the game in an opening that seemed to signal that he's happy to take it into the Armageddon. But now he's been gifted with this huge opportunity. For Gukesh, we've seen this storyline over the last few matches, right? We were talking about first 2 losses, turns 19, the top 4 takeover that he did, taking down Fabi, Hikaru, Magnus. I'm blanking out. Fabi, Hikaru, Magnus and Arjun. And also 2 of his own career-defining milestones, right? First ever win against Magnus, first ever win against Arjun. But this kind of a situation that Gukesh finds himself in, I mean, do you see him sort of somewhere surviving it, seeing how he's managed to do it, show that resistance in very difficult positions? Do you think we might see another such turnaround today?
Maybe, although his survivals, the turnarounds, there was always a little bit of dynamism, and I don't know, it was maybe even more hopelessly lost against Magnus, maybe even against Fabi at some point. So there is always hope. A draw is like the dream here for Gukesh. But then again, like, he won all those matches, but he didn't do it smoothly. He was getting outplayed in every single game. It was only the later stages that he turned things around. He just has to hope he gets a helping hand from the opponent yet again. But at this top level, getting luck 4 or 5 times in a row, it's, I mean, you're pushing things there.
And I just want to also say there's like different types of winning advantages. You can have a position where you're winning, but it's complicated, it's dynamic. There are lots of pieces, lots of possibility here. In the game between Hikaru and Gukesh, I mean, it's pretty clarified already. And Hikaru's plan, as David's indicated, if the queens come off, is elementary in the sense that it's just about using all of your pieces and just beating The black piece is back, and black is completely tied down.
Yeah. To me, it's always really interesting, this conversation around a player surviving. And then the concept of, is it resistance? Is it your ability to just keep the game going move by move? Gukesh, he's known as a fighter. Yes, he's got a long way to go and improve many aspects of the game. But the one thing that we've seen, whether it's in his characteristic of not going for a repetition by draw or trying to save difficult position, he's done it time and time again. Is it luck or is it that trait that really gets him? Because very often, whether we take Magnus's game or Arjun's game as well, you're worse, then you're completely lost. But you just survive move by move till your opponent comes in a situation where there's a time scramble. It gets a little chaos. That 1% hope of saving increases to 10% to 30%, and then you've done it. I will tell you though, Gukesh, one of his favorite athletes is Novak Djokovic. Another player known for his big comebacks, for those big Grand Slam wins after being down a few sets. So I think Gukesh does take a leaf from him as well. And I wonder, David and Jovanka, and I want to hear your thoughts on this, because I do believe you make your own luck on the chessboard at the end of it.
Yeah. Well, actually, I disagree, but I also agree wholeheartedly, if that even makes sense.
British of Jovanka.
Somewhere in between.
Well, in the way that I disagree is I do believe that luck exists. And it's mainly to do with how your opponent is behaving and how they are reacting to the problems that you pose. So, for instance, you could have a game where your opponent just plays like a lemon and you get an easy game. That's luck, in my opinion, because you have no control over that. You also have no control over how your opponent reacts to the problems that you set them. Because some people panic, and then you have some cool customers who are like, no, I know exactly what you're up to, and all of your attempts to survive just get flattened. So that's how I kind of frame the luck. But I agree, you do need to make your own luck. You do need to be optimistic about your chances.
But David, wouldn't it be that, to this point, that you'd get lucky once, you'd get lucky twice, but so many times in a row? I mean, that's got to say something about your skill set, right?
Yeah, he's definitely tenacious. He's a fighter, Gukesh, and that's why he's world champion. I mean, again, world championship match against Ding, didn't do it easy. He was behind for a large chunk of that match, and he fought, dug deep, and got it done. But yeah, I mean, Magnus kind of self-destructing like that, blind spot, that happens once every few years in classical. Arjun, I haven't seen Arjun play that badly again, like he did in the second half of that game against Gukesh. I haven't seen him play that badly ever, maybe. Yeah, against Fabi, he made his own luck. Definitely, he fought hard. He was never dead lost and fought back. So, yeah, I think it's a mix of both. Of course, you've got to make the chances in order for your opponents to go wrong. And that's where Gukesh did really well against Magnus. Dead lost position, but survive. Like, that's the kind of the setup of the luck. You still need the opponent to go wrong. So it's not always in your own hands, your fate. But yeah, you've got to try your best to set it up.
So can we say that players who have the skill set to not give up, to keep going, even if it means surviving move by move, they seem to get more lucky than others?
Yeah, it's a style thing. Like, I've been talking about English Grandmaster Gawain Jones as the hand twin of Arjun Erigaisi,
Yes.
but I remember there was one team tournament for England. I think it was 5-6 games in a row. Like, the computer said he was like -6, dead lost, and he didn't lose a single one of them. He won some of them, drew some of them, but it's a style thing. You believe, you have to be super optimistic. You have to kind of be great with psychology as well.
And that's a tough thing to do. It's not as easy as it sounds in just believing in yourself. You truly have to understand that you need to keep the game going. It's a gift to have.
It's a gift, yeah. It's a fantastic trait. Like, it's key at this top level. Everyone believes that they can outplay the opponent even when they're dead lost.
Yep. I was told to see it as a challenge. If you accept that the result is perhaps inevitable, and can you just turn it around? Can you survive for up to 20 moves? Then you kind of get a little bit more optimistic. And also looking at the Arjun Caruana game, that's there on the top left. I can see that bishop takes knight was played by Arjun, the move that we were discussing. There's a very reasonable way of defending. I was just going to say. And so maybe we quickly look at this and then just move on to some of the boards on the women's. What do you think about this decision? Because it's quite committal, right? It's the light squares. We were thinking never going to happen.
Maybe it was necessary just to backtrack one move in this position. Arjun did play the move we expected, bishop to e3, defending this weak f2 pawn that was hit by the black queen. The black rook shifted, and I don't really actually see any other way to guard c3. It's hit by the rook, hit by the knight. The square in front of it is about to be occupied as well. Maybe he needed to trade it. Maybe the black knight was just too strong. And I do think there are some tactics in this position. Okay, it's twofold black's choice, pawn takes or rook takes. If you take with the pawn, which is maybe the desirable way, just because now you don't have an isolated pawn in the center, there might be tricks against this bishop. Struggling to...
With some knight b3 ideas?
Yeah, knight b3 is probably the better one. Attacking this knight, attacking the bishop.
C3?
Forcing move.
Yeah, I noticed that. Just as the evaluation bar also increased, so I was like, okay.
Something works here.
Yeah, something definitely works.
Rook takes c3. Bar loves it.
Yeah. Where do you move your queen? B1 or B2?
Let's see. Oh, no. Whoops. Wrong one. It's 50-50. I went wrong. Oh, maybe queen... Wait, queen D2?
Queen d2.
Ooh.
Hitting this, and the knight is hanging. Black's lacking coordination.
And it's the back rank as well.
And I think it's knight takes knight, you take the bishop, and now where do you move the rook? Let's say you put it, you can't go to c8 because rook takes knight is there. So you go rook to, let's show that because we love showing checkmates.
Deflection of the two rooks and checkmate. Okay, but instead of rook c8, let's say we go near our king, keep it safe.
Wow, the bar gives this a massive advantage. You
just
simply
not
pick
take
up
the pawn.
B7.
I was thinking rook e4.
Ooh, rook e4 as well.
Yeah.
Everything's hanging.
Come in.
Maybe that's not as good.
Also strong, though. Just come in the back rank. I just wanted to hit this knight, which doesn't have too many squares.
Bishop d4 ideas as well.
Bishop d4 coming in if the black knight moves. Also just pawn up.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Gobble, maybe 2 pawns up. Okay, this looks very good for white. So Fabi, we saw the bar shoot up if he takes this bishop with the pawn. Therefore, he might just be left with a kind of straight up choice here. Rook takes bishop.
Okay, so danger for Fabi because he's pausing. So rook takes bishop. Let's have a look at that one because it seems to be the only move.
I have checked. That is the only move. Everything else just basically lost on the spot.
I mean, there are only 2 moves here, right? You need to capture. And the fact that Fabi hasn't yet worked out, and he is about a 5-minute mark, that pawn takes bishop is pretty much busted if Arjun was to find this knight b3 retreat. By the way, not the easiest spot. Not the easiest, so easy to miss and not easy to find. But he keeps thinking, so he might be in danger of actually going wrong. He needs to be super precise here and capture with that rook. Otherwise, it's advantage Arjun.
For a second, he was doing the chess player like head bob. He's like left to right. He's like, oh, okay, I guess I got to do this. So I do think he's going to play rook takes bishop, but reluctantly. He would have loved to take with the pawn and then followed it up with like pawn to b6, knight into c4.
He's reaching out, and he does it.
Yes.
He finds it.
He's in good form, of course. He finds the only move there.
It's also process of elimination, right? Even if you're not happy playing rook takes bishop, you realize and you calculate that pawn takes bishop pretty much loses on the spot, or at least you're far worse in that. So whether you like it or not, you make this move, and I think that's also very professional, that you don't spend too much time thinking about what's ahead of it. You need to do this, the rest you calculate later.
Exactly. Well, this position is heating up pretty nicely because with the rook being on e4, you even have ideas at the right time. I'm just going to put it out there as a pattern. Rook takes bishop. So I was thinking just to follow through like h5 through h4. You know, I know it's white to play. So yeah, like this, and then you can see like rook takes e3 could be something that comes with devastating impact, and then now the knight jumps into c4.
Queen e5.
Yeah, it's just fun all round.
Yeah, this is horrible for white. Scary for the white king. All alone on g1. Yeah, I love it. Rook takes bishop. I have a feeling white needs to bail out. Just to point out, the same thing is less effective this time. Loose pieces drop off. They say black has 1 loose knight, but now the key is that the bishop on this d-file does not hang. So you will have time to, for example, take this pawn with the black rook, among other things. Maybe even trade off rooks here first. So Arjun doesn't have any obvious moves here for white. Still opposite color bishops, another theme of the day so far.
But, okay, no obvious moves for Arjun, but look at this. It is a result in the game between Wei Yi and Magnus. It is a draw, and we are going to be seeing our very first Armageddon. Well, Wei Yi will start with 10 minutes, but Magnus will have 7 minutes and draw odds. What do we think? Do you think Magnus will go into beast mode? He needs the points, you know. He can't just sit back and relax.
He really does, right? He starts in third place today. So I think though he was hoping for a fight in the Classical, I think Wei Yi's approach, happy to take it into the Armageddon. Also a bit of a grudge Armageddon for Magnus having lost to Wei Yi earlier at Norway Chess. He's ready for the fight. I mean, he's still a favorite, you know, any match that he plays, any mindset that he has on paper, Magnus with that 7 minutes needing only a draw. But Wei Yi, we can see, you know, he was the Armageddon slayer. He took down the top guys in that format. I just think it's going to be a fun one. And I think Wei Yi will try to complicate matters early on with White needing a win. So Magnus will have to show his absolute A game in the Armageddon as we see the players walking out. What do you think they do in this short break that they have right before going in?
I asked them about this, and some of them just said, well, you know, don't do that much. You just kind of readjust. We've seen Lei Ting-Jie, she's got some support here, so she's analysing the games that she
Peter
played.
Heine is here as well, right?
Yeah,
I wonder if they get into a chat, a discussion of what they want to do next.
I'm pretty sure that there's some kind of option going, because, you know, yesterday we heard from Magnus. Magnus specifically wanted to go into the Armageddon. He prepared something special. He's got the black pieces. I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve.
I just want to mention Wei Yi. I've seen him between the Classical and Armageddon. He just hangs around just from around the corner from where we are here in the studio, and he's just sitting there, just chilling. Like, I just saw him just hanging
Might
out.
as well join us, and maybe we can, like, is it allowed?
Wei Yi chilling.
Yeah, he was once over there as well. There's a giant kind of, well, I say giant. There's a big chessboard over kind of in my eye line here. He was once just sitting there, just kind of arms closed, like just arms folded, eyes closed, relaxing. So I think that's been his recipe for success. I don't think he's here with anyone, Wei Yi. But yeah, Magnus, now we still see him lingering in the tournament hall. He will be making those last-minute preparations. Just to mention, final position here, dead draw. We don't need to backtrack too much. The rooks came off. White's actually a pawn up, but nothing to do. It's opposite colour bishops. White can only fight on the dark squares. Black blockades the light squares and no pass pawns.
Yeah, the last time we checked this game, there was only an extra pair of rooks on the board, and we kind of called it, right, that this will be over soon. The 30-move rule still has to be met, and I think it just eased its way out. Both players knew it. Magnus in the confession knew it. You could see it on him that that's where it's headed. Magnus has left the playing arena, perhaps getting ready for it. The other thing I've seen about Wei Yi, which has been really awesome to watch, is how cool he is and how good a time he's having in those interviews with Sverre, right? Always with a big smile, always bringing on the joy there, honest with his answers, just how much this tournament, this opportunity playing against these guys mean to him. So huge Armageddon coming up for him. If Magnus wants a shot in those last two games to fight for his 7th Norway Chess title, I think he's got to go for the win in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so critical, especially when he's in 3rd place and he's chasing down Fabiano Caruana and Gukesh. Well, we will definitely be following the Armageddon, but going back to our bird's eye view, well, we summarized Gukesh in big trouble against Hikaru, Arjun and Fabi. That's just a mess for the time being. Plenty of action there. But let's look at the women's, and I'm just going to put it to you, Tanya. I'm going to ask you, which one of these games takes your fancy?
Well, the center one is very symmetrical, and I'm going to say that's the one that doesn't yet take my fancy, so we'll hold on that. It looks completely balanced. Look at the pawn formation on both sides of the board, and I think a draw is a very likely outcome between Arjun and Vaishali there. Our bottom left board, Sara with the white pieces against Humpy. I would have thought that Humpy perhaps once more in this game wants to get a fight. As you see Magnus there, he's walking out and he's being stopped for an interview or some fan interaction there.
Selfie.
Selfie time. But first, let me take a selfie. And meanwhile, Humpy, I think Humpy and Sara continues to be a battle. All the minors on the board, you know, I think it's still, despite the center being liquidated, no pawns in the center of the board, it still feels like with the piece activity, Humpy's got these 2 bishops on the queen side, eyeing the king side. It's a game for 3 results. Anything can happen. White has the same. Going for themselves.
Shall we dive in and have a look at that one, or?
Well, maybe just quickly the Muzychuk game against Lei Ting-Jie, because that's becoming a little bit tactical at least.
Most fun, I think.
Most fun. And I just want to point out the 3 women's boards, all of them, totally symmetrical pawn structure. Yeah, I'm predicting 3 Armageddons there. Like, total symmetry. The only difference here is that the black pawn is on A5 rather than A7. But at least in terms of files, it's all symmetrical. I just want to backtrack, because this one we thought Lei Ting-Jie was in for a long, suffering kind of defensive job, but she neutralized it really nicely, actually, in hindsight. Just 5 moves ago, we left it in this position, White attacking this pawn. And a good tip for everyone at home, don't automatically capture just because something is under threat. Here, trading these pawns would have made black's position a whole lot worse because the white rook is going to put eternal pressure on a backward isolated pawn. The white rook can actually slide up the board as well. Big weaknesses in sight. Leiting came up with a fantastic move, maybe still part of her prep. A bit unclear here. She moved her queen out the way, so giving up this pawn, but defended by a bishop, saying to white, you can win it, but you will be left with doubled A pawns yourself if you ever take on this square. For example, knight takes. We actually see something similar in the game. These pawns are weak. 2, not necessarily better than black's 1 on the A file. Instead, we saw Anna Muzychuk slide her rook, and both sides now gave their king some luft, some air. Black played A5, now getting ready to trade and then push a pawn forward to A4 and just, for example, remove her pawn weaknesses here, try and trade off her only isolated pawn with equality. In that position, I believe here Anna Muzychuk should have kept her knight on the board. You only win these positions if you keep some imbalance. Maybe a move like rook to E5 comes to mind, among others, but she instead played knight takes pawn, bishop takes. Now it's just queens and rooks. Black queen slid across. No way to defend this one. This foot soldier on the edge. Rook to E7, and here we are, live position. I was expecting queen to F4, and I thought this was a bit scary at first. But I guess black just slides across to defend. The black rook keeps its king safe, and black's queen is actually going hunting all on her own. I think Leiting has saved this one. This is bound surely now for Armageddon.
Yeah, because if white was to grab on C7, black picks up the A2 pawn, and the A5 pawn gives enough counterplay against the rook and queen on the 7th rank. So I think this could be our second Armageddon pretty much. Queen F4. If not, you want to defend everything, you want to play on, you could push that C pawn one step forward, but then your queen becomes too passive. That's not a winning attempt, right?
Yeah, black
Queen
slides,
C4.
I guess.
But now you can go queen to F4.
Rook F8 anyway.
And then what I was wondering was whether you could accept that black is going to be very active with the queen, but you could just argue as white, hey, I have a queen and rook that are working together. So let's try to corral maybe the A pawn and use the potential danger against the black king just to tie the rook down to F8. So I couldn't quite make up my mind. Rook takes, and then maybe moves like queen to C5, step up. Although there's like, this was my dream. And I admit this could be a pipe dream.
There's also rook B8, rook B1 activities that I think white needs to watch out for once you lose control of that F7 point.
Yeah, there definitely is a lot of danger, right?
I just think it's in the balance. And I think if both players don't get super ambitious and don't try to push too much, this should very safely be navigated towards Armageddon. You know, just don't give too many pawns. Don't allow the rook and queen to combine against an attack. This could be our second Armageddon of the 4 that we're having today, by the way.
I completely agree. Accuracy is required. So we'll keep an eye on this game, see whether Leiting can just navigate the short-term danger safely. So let's go back, and you were discussing the Humpy game, and that seemed quite interesting. I particularly like those type of positions because I call them baseline chess. Like both sides. Yeah, exactly. Like both sides are kind of firing from the back rows, and there you can see like
those long shots coming in,
exactly.
big power ones. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, so many pieces on the board, very complex, very rich. You know, I think the reason why optically, David, for me, I prefer black just slightly here is the position of the knights. Notice how the two bishops are fan-shadowed on the queen side, right? Eyeing those knight on F3, F6, but black's knight defends that key square. Meanwhile, white's knight on C3 comes in the way of its own bishop, and I would love that knight to be on D2, in fact, also jumping on to C4. Black always has these plans, especially in these kind of structures, to line up the bishop and the queen on the longest diagonal. Ideas like bishop C6, queen B7, and then start asking, well, slightly uncomfortable question. I don't think it's enough, but it could be a start of something. It's just about the way the minors are placed that I'd rather be black here.
Sorry, I jumped to this board before I realized the cameras weren't updated. But yeah, this one, I agree, slightly prefer black. Also, the queenside pawn structure does feel like these pawns, they leave weak squares, like the b4 square, whereas black's pawns keep everything intact. And she moves her queen out the way, getting ready to move the rook. Maybe she's going to do it the long way around, and then she'll slide her queen back to a8.
Nice.
But she has time. Also, b3, I think it might be targeted by a knight jump. You mentioned the mirror image, like the knight on c4 for white. And yeah, I don't think this is Sarah's style. I think she's just playing a bit too timid. maybe because of her form this week, she's only had one classical win. But it does feel like Humpy, slow, steady start to this game. She will try to outplay her younger opponent a bit later.
Yeah. Is there any hope based on the potential power of the bishop on b2 and c2? So what I'm thinking is, like, if I could just get rid of a set of knights, primarily knight f6.
And I think that's the point, right? The knight on d7 will just replace it. So I think your plan of knight d2, knight e4 to do that might be the only way to create counterplay on the king's side. Maybe we take a look at that, because it does look like it comes in with some threats. And let's say black just continues to make natural-looking moves, plays along the plan, and now knight to e4, just trying to destabilize the king's side.
I'm not sure which knight. Probably this knight. Say black doesn't trade on white's terms, though, keeps the bishop locked in, maybe drops the bishop back.
This is a bit of a slow grind. And I think Sarah, like we said, has had a sort of an up and down tournament, hasn't found her rhythm really, more down than up really. But Humpy, you know, she's always ready for these kind of positions. She's a fierce, feisty player. Even in the slow grinds, she's able to bring out her best. In fact, this is a very Humpy style position. Everything about it, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know how she is. Her brand of chess just loves this. A slow start, very much like David Howell.
Yeah. I approve. What can I say? I take black any day. And yeah, stylistically, probably kind of suits Humpy. I'm not sure it does for Sarah. You've both played Humpy a few times, I guess?
Yeah, I played her more than a few times.
Yeah. What should Sarah be doing? Should she try and...
she knocked me out of the Women's World Championship.
How dare she?
Yeah.
You must hate her, Jovanka.
No, I
No,
don't.
you guys, she's
really sweet.
such a sweet girl, yeah. But she's just incredibly strong, and I think what Sarah should be doing here, I feel the way you approach a player like Humpy is try to prepare an opening where, one, it would require deep opening prep by black, needs to be very accurate, and a position where, again, it's that forest of complications, where you get these chances. You know, this sort of a slow strategic battle is right up Humpy's alley.
Yeah, from what I know of her, I've only played her once, but...
How did it go?
I managed to grind her down in an endgame.
Of course.
But, I mean, I've only played her once, but like you said, that was what I was trying to do. I was trying to make it as complicated as possible because I knew in a position like this, it's so hard to get any chances against Humpy. Such a classy player.
Definitely. If there's one thing I've noticed about Humpy is also she doesn't like to play with an unsafe king. So if you can sacrifice some material, but at the cost of getting her to expose the king, then she will be feeling uncomfortable. But uphill task for Sarah here, as she has to find the correct plan to cause some trouble to black. Humpy is going to be in her element. Maybe we go and peek in the game between Vaishali and Arjun, just do a quick roundup what's happening there before we settle into the action.
Okay, this one. Okay, let's get excited about this game somehow.
The Berlin, the spectacular Berlin, I called it.
Beautiful, bashful, brilliant bonanza that is the Berlin.
What is your least favorite opening as a commentator?
Probably it's one of my favorites as a player, but least favorites as a commentator is the Berlin.
It's the Berlin, right?
The Petrov can be spicy if white really wants.
The opposite side castling, especially when that happens.
Yeah, there are some lines, exactly.
For me, it's the Italian.
Oof, that's...
I find that as a commentator super confusing because it's like you manage to come to terms with like one plan and then suddenly there's another plan that's trendy and then there's move orders galore. I think the Berlin is, wow. It's our attitude that counts, right?
Exactly.
And so let's be excited about this. So what do I think? Has black equalized? That's the first question.
Yes. Yes. Rook e8. I don't know which rook. Rook e8.
Okay.
It's so characteristic of Berlin that you've got this one open line and all the trades just happen there. You know, all the majors get off the board. Yes, white's the first to the party to take control, but nothing stops black from getting their own pieces there. So I think rook e8, whether it's the A-rook or the E-rook, will happen, and then rook e1. The only thing is after rook takes rook, I will point out you can't immediately go rook e8 because there is this dynamic of the bishop and the queen eyeing that knight on f5. So you might just have to take a pause there and first sort of consolidate the position before you go in with more trades.
Yeah, and one very typical idea in the Berlin after one set of rook trades is to drop your knight back. This happens in a lot of variations. You actually cover the e8 square with your knight as well. And I don't really see what white does. Let's say this knight is offside. Let's bring it back. Rook to e8, and yeah, we'll see trades. We'll see dead symmetry and very likely a draw.
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
But is this exactly what Arjun wants? I know she's playing with the black pieces, but at least in Armageddon she's guaranteed 1 point. She's at the top right now, but it's only by half a point.
I mean, Berlin was her choice of opening, right? She started with it, getting that knight to f6. And let me tell you, Vaishali, also a very scary player. She loves those positions where there's absolute chaos and mess, you know, where you have those aggressive possibilities, a clash of styles, a clash of generations between these two. And I think Vengeance, with her powers in the Armageddon, as she's shown, I feel like the Armageddon is a superpower. No big disaster for her. She's in the lead. There are 2 more rounds to go. If she's able to get the job done in Armageddon, I think that's part of the plan for her today.
I just want to mention, like, apart from yesterday, Arjun, she's literally had symmetrical pawn structures in every classical game. She's literally just trying to, like, lock it down. Yeah, I think this one's headed towards equality.
Okay. Well, we did see a position where the rooks could get traded off and would be absolutely just dead even. Well, we are going to go to a pre-Armageddon interview with, I would guess it is
either Wei Yi
or Magnus. But anyway, whoever gave the interview had some very interesting thoughts.
Surprise, surprise.
Hvordan vil du oppsummere selv, Magnus?
Jeg angrer litt grann på at jeg ga muligheten til å bare bytte alle brikkene, egentlig. Ja, altså, jeg følte det var på en måte... Jeg hadde et valg mellom på en måte spille B5 først, og så på en måte ikke gi han den muligheten, da. Men jeg følte at det var bedre å spille det jeg gjorde, men det er klart jeg gir jo en stilling som ikke gir meg noen vinsjanser i det hele tatt. Altså, det vil si jeg kan bytte på en annen måte med å slå på, altså slå på F2 og så ta springeren på den måten, men det står jo bare dårligst. Så ja, det er ikke ideelt selvfølgelig, men får prøve å vinne Armageddon.
Har klassisk sjakk gått fra noe som du gleder deg til, som du egentlig gruer deg litt til å spille akkurat nå?
Det er lenge siden jeg gleder meg til å spille klassisk sjakk.
Har dere litt gøy i det hele tatt i partiene, eller er det veldig sånn at det er noe du må gjennom og ikke noe annet?
Nei, altså det er jo på en måte... Det kan være tilfredsstillende noen ganger å på en måte løse kompliserte problemer over brettet, men det er på en måte derfor jeg også vil spille freestyle, for da får du det hele tida. Her blir det jo sånn, det blir litt for mange partier sånn som det i dag. Altså jeg møter en veldig sterk spiller som ikke har så veldig lyst til å spille sjakk, og da så vi hva som skjedde med meg i går, ikke sant? Og da ser vi hva som skjer, han gjør nå. Så det er på en måte noe av svakheten da, med den sjakken vi spiller.
Lykke til, Armageddon, Magnus.
Jo, takk.
Oh. And there we heard Magnus Carlsen give an interview on Norwegian, and just to give you a rough translation of the most important part, he said it's been a long time since he had fun playing classical chess. He said sometimes it's fun, you know, to solve complicated positions whilst you're playing classical, but that's why he plays freestyle. And it's very, very difficult in classical when you're playing against an opponent who just wants to lock the game down. And he said, and he smiled when he said this, he said he did it yesterday to Hikaru. Today, Wei Yi did it against him. Magnus didn't look that inspired by playing such long chess.
And I think his actions align with those words, you know, the way he's been performing in other formats, just right at the top, whether it's freestyle, Champions Chess Tour, the way he played in the recently concluded Chess.com Classic when it comes to speed chess. But when it comes to classical, I think he really has to look inward and really has to fight his own instinct to kind of show up the way he wants to with the standards that he set for himself. He said that some other players also not wanting to play classical chess here. I'm just wondering, is he implying to Wei Yi's choice of opening today? What was that about?
Maybe Wei Yi's choice of opening, maybe Hikaru against him yesterday. Hikaru is happy to just kind of take it to the Armageddon as well. No, tough to say. I actually think if Magnus had defeated Gukesh, as it looked likely, halfway through that game, then he would be saying totally different things. He'd be like, I'm coming back, I'm 2,900, bring it on. I'm crushing everyone. But that has totally changed his mindset.
Completely agree. I mean, I think if we take any of Magnus's interview from 2 days ago, you see a totally different person there from what we've been seeing yesterday and today. But maybe if he is able to have a good result in this Armageddon, with 2 rounds, a rest day coming up, some more time on the golf course, we'll see an inspired Magnus back. And I just wonder, I'm just going to throw this out there before the Armageddon starts. There's always this Magnus bias in the chess world, right? Until a tournament isn't over, he's still a favorite regardless of where in the standings he is. Currently, I think he's in 3rd place. And I believe he's on his chair right now, 3rd place in the tournament. He's about to go, but does chat believe that he's still going to take this year's Norway Chess, despite having a draw today? Or will we have a different winner? Magnus Carlsen looking for his 7th title. Will he do it with everything that we're seeing, all the scenes in front of us? Or do you think it's going to be somebody else?
Well, that's a question for later rounds, but for the time being, he has the black pieces. He starts with 7 minutes, but he has draw odds, whereas Wei Yi begins with 10 minutes, and when a draw won't cut the mustard, Wei Yi will have to mix it up.
And Wei Yi does not go for the 4 knights Spanish anymore. That was too quick a draw, too easy a draw for Magnus Carlsen, who now has draw odds. Instead, it's the bishop's opening, with bishop coming out to c4 before the knight. There's a trick in the position. Don't take this pawn. It's poisoned. If you take this pawn on e5, you get checked, and it's a double attack. A check to the king. The knight falls on the next move once you block. This is a very typical pattern that appears in lots of openings. Magnus now will defend his central pawn after Wei Yi has just castled. And there we go. He defends. Slow start to this game, but Wei Yi is going to hope that the tension, the fact that all the pieces will remain on the board for a long time, is going to give him winning chances a bit later.
And that's more important than going for any kind of a direct attack when you're playing with white and when you've got those time odds, those extra 3 minutes on the clock that you start with, that you just aim for a long game, not somewhere where simplifications are easy, not those open positions with open diagonals. So as long as you can keep the tension and then eventually strike, whether it's with a move like d4 or just clamp down with moves like a4, he takes it slow. He first brings the rook into the game, defending the e4 pawn, so setting up d4 ideas. Ask big questions later with little time on the clock for your opponent.
Exactly. That's such a good strategy in Armageddon. When you have that extra time, just keep the tension for as long as possible. Move the rook to e1, drop the bishop back to b3, maybe go knight d2, knight f1, a4. Just keep your opponent guessing. Will it be d4? Will it be the knight jumping forward to an f5? Will it be b4, a4, b4? Who knows?
Yeah, Magnus is so slow, though. I've never seen him take this much time over an innocuous move. Why would you not castle immediately? Okay, he brings his knight round. He's bringing it over to g6. Cost him a bit of time there, Magnus. He's nearly 4 minutes down on the clock in Armageddon. I'm going to say his Armageddon against Wei Yi in the first half of the tournament was the slowest I've ever seen Magnus, the least energetic. Even in a complicated position, even a promising one, he just looked devoid of any energy at all. And he needs to get some measure of revenge against Wei Yi if he wants to win this tournament here.
And Wei Yi slows down, slightly surprised by Magnus's knight retreat. I think if you get your knight forward, targeting that f7 pawn, Magnus is ready to strike in the center with d5 to block any attacks once the knight is on the side of the board. And Magnus definitely also body language, not just the time he took, does look exactly as you said, just maybe not feeling that firepower that we're so used to seeing from the world number one. Wei, he's got to keep the pressure on the clock. He needs to make decisions faster because this is just the start of the game, right? Magnus's intention's clear. He wants that knight on g6 next.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, with this type of position, for white is very flexible. Knight bd2, you can drop the bishop back, you can go a4, you can basically do whatever plan you want to do.
But do it fast.
Exactly. Just pick the move you want to play and then just play it. And for Magnus, well, he will need to win this one. But he will need to win the Armageddon, either drawing.
Is it a mini success that he's gotten Wei Yi to think for this long and perhaps the clocks have started to sort of level out a little bit? It's still more than a 2-minute advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe that's a psychological thing. Magnus slowed down confused Wei Yi into slowing down as well.
Yeah.
White does have tempting jumps, like you said, Tanya, the white knight coming forward to hit this pawn. Maybe ideas of the white queen coming forward to hit this pawn. Maybe just expanding in the center, but you just have to choose. Like, Wei Yi's now spent, 2 minutes on this one move?
Too long for Armageddon.
Yeah, exactly. The player's not adapting.
And they're only on move 7. So you need to sharpen up and play more quickly. Okay, Wei Yi, he's a great player. Let's not write him off so quickly. Especially he did beat Hikaru, he did beat Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon.
But he's
Just
got
needs
to
to make
make
a
a
choice.
move. I mean, you can't land yourself in a position where you're on move 7, the clocks are almost level, and your opponent, who happens to be Magnus Carlsen, has got result odds. Queen b3, attacking f7, immediately stop, and now we've got a flurry of moves coming in, David.
Yeah, flurry of moves. The black knight does look a bit clumsy, but it had to blunt this diagonal. The white queen and light squared bishop were staring down at a very vulnerable pawn. It's always the f7 pawn that's highlighted in red there that's vulnerable from move 1 in these e4, e5 openings, but Magnus finally gets castled. Wei Yi, I don't think he should have burned that time there and then. Yes, he's expanded in the center. Maybe he's going to bring his knight round now, but this is just the beginning of the game. He's lost all of his time advantage almost. He's down to 6.5 minutes. He's less than 1 minute ahead. Magnus's long think turning out to have slowed down the whole pace of this game.
Yeah, less than a minute advantage. And that's the thing, right? The last few moves that Wei Yi has played, he should have done it within 30 seconds of the time, right? He took such a long time. Critical decisions lie ahead. Now he's rerouting the bishop back to f1, vacating a square, potentially for his own knight to jump to. Knight c4 ideas.
Yep. Okay, rook to e8. Magnus is getting ready just to protect the stronghold on e5. a4 from Wei Yi. a5 is the quick response. Okay, but Wei Yi's plan is to put a knight onto c4 at the right time. Is it going to take on e5?
He could do it now.
He jumps in immediately. So the knight is eyeballing this b6 square, also eyeballing e5.
Yeah, I think Magnus might have rushed pushing his pawn to a5. I've noticed this, Magnus, he pushes his own h-pawns, a-pawns, but anytime his opponents do, he always blocks it, like ASAP, as soon as possible. And sometimes that comes with weak squares. So, yeah, of course, this position is still roughly in the balance, but maybe easier for white to play. Some real threats starting to appear.
And if you were to trade on white's terms by taking on d4, you're giving a beautiful center, a lot of flexibility, and I think it's not a happy choice. Magnus does make it, pawn takes pawn, perhaps did not have something better fighting against the two threats. White will recapture, knight b6 still in the air.
Knight b6 might be on his mind initially as well, because you will be taking the black rook, hitting the black queen. Okay, he does jump in.
Good call, David.
Black rook has to move.
Yep. You're not going to step it up to a7 because you're at the risk of isolating that rook for the rest of the game. Rook to b8. Magnus likes to play with his pieces in harmony, but as Dave is highlighting, bishop d2, bishop takes a5 on the agenda. Looking very, very dangerous here for the world number 1.
Big threat. Wei Yi just threatening to win a pawn. If he gets one more move here, Magnus needs to do something. Whether he strikes out in the center, whether he tries to maybe trade off this white knight, he needs to move. Magnus now is the one thinking. It always feels like it comes down to the last few seconds, these Armageddons. It's always a time scramble.
But strategically, it looks very tough for black. The threat you highlighted, and let's also mention that white is going to get the bishop pair, even if you don't end up winning that pawn. If Magnus finds a way to defend it, knight takes bishop in an open position with control of the center. A very good start, a very strong start for the white pieces.
And there you see, Magnus does not like that knight. He chases it away, and it gets promptly swapped off. But Wei Yi has the bishop pair, and he also holds the center. So now Wei Yi just has to consolidate and has to just start playing with that extra time he has.
Will Wei Yi even pull a Magnus and go h4, h5 on the other side? Well, h5 you'd still have to prepare, but you know, every time you see h4, you're thinking of Magnus Carlsen these days.
Yeah, why not? I expect him to maybe develop his bishop as well, or I don't know, often you want to improve this piece. I don't know which way you bring your own light squared bishop, which is unchallenged, we should mention, after that exchange there. Wei Yi, though, has slowed down yet again, tanking for almost 1 minute now.
Yeah, and this is not the best strategy there from Wei Yi, because he can make these happy moves. Bishop to d2 was a natural move. just getting ready to either put the bishop on c3 or just connect the rooks. And then you can make those kind of useful moves like h3, bishop d3, put the rooks in the center. Just make these moves quickly. They can't be wrong. And let Magnus start to untangle.
Because it's not easy for Magnus to sort of reciprocate those kind of moves, to actually improve the position of his pieces. Look at the way Wei Yi tied down the bishop and the queen to defend a5. Magnus, meanwhile, trying to ease off the pressure. If you're playing for a win, you want to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, especially against Magnus. Take the queens off, you probably get ground down in an endgame, or at least Magnus will know how to hold that one at the very minimum. It's unthinkable to trade queens here, but it is difficult to keep the queens on while holding d4. You might need to slide to a square such as this one, or if you're going to move away, you need to understand that the black queen cannot jump in without getting trapped.
What do you think? He's keeping it, trading it?
I think he has sacrificed the pawn, and yeah, it happens. And Magnus is going to go d5 just to clarify the center. And yeah, this is the thing. Magnus is so good. He knows when to strike out. He knows when to get those central squares for the knight. And now Wei Yi has to find a way to boot that knight away from its powerful square.
You don't want to pick up the pawn on b2. That's a mousetrap. The queen perhaps does eventually end up getting trapped there, chased down the board, rook b1. Even if you don't end it because there's queen c3, b7 is hanging in so many positions. Very terrifying to make the decision of queen takes pawn.
Yeah, Magnus instead keeps the status quo. He's going to plant his bishop on a nice square. And yeah, Ivanka here, you're 100% right about this black knight. Either it's just a super strong piece and it's going to control the rest of this middle game, or it might just get trapped. But the problem is the white knight would need to move out the way in order to play the move f3 and win this piece in the center. I really like what Magnus has been doing, and he's been doing it quick. Look at the time, it's almost level now. Wei Yi moves his rook. Magnus also shuffles his rook. Is Magnus getting ready to break out now, maybe with c5? Against the bishop pair, accelerating the play, while Wei Yi isn't quite ready yet. Starting to look very, very solid for black.
It's starting to look good, right? Especially with that counter-strike, as you mentioned, and the knight sitting there beautifully on e4. For Wei Yi, he doesn't have time to go knight to e1, f3, trap the knight, because first up, the knight isn't even trapped, and secondly, c5 is coming. So Wei Yi, does he go knight to d2? Does he try to generate play in other ways? What's he doing? Queen goes back to b1. Okay, so he's lining up the queen and bishop on this light square diagonal.
And Magnus Carlsen strikes in the center. He almost looks like he's the one who's playing for a win here with the piece activity that he has. And look at the speed with which he's playing now. He's up on the clock. He does trade those two pawns. But watch out, the bishop on e3, eyeing that queen on b6. There are ideas of knight f5.
And get this, Wei Yi has less time on the clock than Magnus.
Yeah, the last 8-9 moves have really been fantastic for Magnus. Somehow he brought all of his pieces to great squares. He's made some nice progress in the center. Now, maybe he'll trade knights to stop any jumps and then block with his dark squared bishop. If he can trade off everything, maybe just leave black with the queen, knights and rooks, then he should be doing well.
But, you know, with so much tension still on and those trades far away, I think it's still anybody's game, just simply looking at the clock. No increment until move 40, right? And only then you get 1 second, which we've seen time and time again at Norway Chess, is barely enough to even get a move in. Magnus considering, does he trade or does he put his bishop? And look at that. He was frustrated that he's taking so long to make a move.
Yeah, he doesn't feel like he's in the flow, Magnus Carlsen. Knight trade, bishop trade, imminent, and still some work to be done. Expecting Wei Yi to come out. Ooh, blue arrow marks that the white queen now should come back where it came from earlier to allow this trade. And he's going to make his move. There we go.
He finds it, but do remember that Wei Yi is in a must-win situation here. He has to win if he wants to walk away with 1.5 points. And there you can see he's got a slight advantage in the clock, and now it's ticked down. And the position is so active for Magnus. It's going to be very, very difficult to win this one.
You know, but the reaction that we had with Magnus on the camera, it almost looked like he's also fighting himself. Like he had to will himself to make a decision, make a move at that moment. Queen e3 on the board. Magnus does have the option to trade everything on the d4 square, simplify the position, get closer to that draw, which is why Wei Yi doesn't recapture with the queen.
Watch out, big threat on the board of rook takes knight. Rook takes knight is the threat, so Magnus has to move the queen. He has to defend, and he moves the knight.
Don't take it, the rook is hanging in the center.
Now the white queen overloaded, needs to keep the rook protected, but not just that, the black knight is coming back to a really nice square. That e6 square is a fantastic blockading square and will boot the white rook out of the center.
can't you take the pawn on d5? Rook takes pawn, queen takes queen, rook takes rook, comes in with a check, but it perhaps would anyway lead to a drawing endgame.
Yeah, tactics. I'll just put this on the board while Wei Yi thinks rook takes pawn, attacks the black queen. If there's a queen trade, rook takes rook comes with a check. Great spot by Tanya here. White is a pawn up, but these doubled pawns at the end of the variation might just start falling off. So big decision. Do you go into this endgame against the endgame maestro Magnus Carlsen, or do you keep rooks on the board? Do you bring a rook across and try to keep the tension?
You keep the tension. You need to keep the tension. That endgame is a draw, and a draw is not good enough in the Armageddon. He does do so. He does come back with the queen, doubling down on the d5 pawn.
Yeah, and he's adding pressure to that pawn. So big threat, rook takes pawn. So Magnus will have to deal with that one first. But how does he defend that pawn? And he... Oh!
Magnus has blundered. He's blundered his piece.
What? And look at him. He reacts. He can't believe it. The rook was hanging on d8. You could not pick up the rook on d4. And Magnus cannot believe what he's just done.
He just laughed because he couldn't quite believe. He blundered like this.
Oh, and Wei Yi gives up his queen. It's currently a queen for black versus 2 rooks and a bishop. We'll break that down again a bit later in slow motion, but he simply moved his rook away from the defense of his other rook and now faces a lost endgame. This is surely a win for white now. All of white's pieces will combine. He's just outnumbered, Magnus. 3 pieces versus 1, a queen not enough. He's going to try and give some spite checks, but yeah, it's all about the clock now. His only chance, Magnus Carlsen.
It's 13 points to 9 if you do the math here. Wei Yi in driver's seat, but can he get it done with just 30 seconds on the clock? Magnus coming in with the queens. Wei Yi's king will have to go up the board. Wei Yi looks up to see where is the move count. 40 move, you get an extra second.
Yeah, and now he sets about trying to find himself a hiding place for the white king. That's what Wei Yi has to do, because Magnus's only hope is to keep on giving checks with the queen. And, well, g5, trying to cause chaos.
King can hide on that h2 square. It can also be defended by its own pieces. Wei Yi, he wants to double down on the f7 tender spot. Will he simply slide back? He does it. Some more checks. But f7, you're about to lose that pawn.
There's not too many checks, and wow, the queen comes to h2 with a stamp, but there you see Wei Yi just playing great chess here.
Classy.
He's cut the black king off here. He's going for checkmate. Checkmate in 2 moves threatened. Rook takes pawn, followed by rook coming up to the top of the board. This is over. Magnus just needs to give some checks, pray for a miracle, but the white king is hiding. This one's going to be over any second now.
Wow, it's a king march, and Wei Yi's king will hide on a2. Is Magnus Carlsen about to resign and go down for the second time in an Armageddon against Wei Yi in Norway Chess? Rook takes pawn, rook d8 is the big threat.
Well, Wei Yi doesn't have so much time. 12 seconds on the clock. So if Magnus can keep the black king still alive, there might be a chance to say 6 seconds.
Rook g6, he does it. Rook g8, undefendable. Magnus Carlsen resigns.
Wow, a huge blunder from Magnus Carlsen deciding this game. Almost unthinkable that the world #1 would do this, but Wei Yi took his chance when it came, and that could be a dagger for Magnus Carlsen's tournament hopes. That half point come the end of the tournament might be vital.
Yeah, absolutely vital there. And Magnus couldn't quite believe it. You know, he started laughing when he realized that his very fancy rook to c2 just didn't work. It just was a complete blunder.
The whole thing just feels like a Magnus Carlsen tilt, right? You're completely in control against Gukesh. You lose that, everything that follows. Play against Hikaru. Beautiful Armageddon, but it wasn't good enough. As you see, Magnus, he walks out. He cannot be happy, but he does stop by, and that's sportsmanship for an interview with Sverre. But Magnus, he cannot be pleased with what has happened. An uncharacteristic one-move piece blunder, a piece drop by the world #1. I haven't seen anything like that by him in a very long time, David.
Yeah, it's been a bad few days for Magnus. I think that's all we can say. And nice to see him stop, though, and give some words to the media there. This position was over because the ladder checkmate, the staircase checkmate, whatever you want to call it, is about to land. The white bishop protects this rook, and the other rook giving the killer blow. Black can give one last check, take a pawn, and the king steps back. But let's break down the blunder from a bit earlier, because this position was the result of a one-move slip from the world #1. It was all the way back here as Magnus leaves the tournament hall. We were talking about the white rook taking this pawn. Magnus thought, okay, he can find a fancy way here to trade rooks. I'm even going to bring it back one more move, because Magnus had just set up a cool tactic. He played his knight back to g5. He wants to plant it back on the e6 square. The knight is untouchable now, because after queen takes knight, the white rook falls, and note how the black rook at the top of the board is defended, but this is no longer the case after Magnus's choice here. Rook to c2, we see the double question mark appear. Magnus there walking into the storm, out in the rain, and he's going to be feeling gloomy because suddenly the big difference is, no, you don't take the rook when this would just be a trade. The white rook falls, level material. Instead, now you take the knight, which wasn't possible last turn, but it is suddenly available to white because now the big difference, the black rook at the top of the board, falls with check. And yeah, here instead, we should mention he should have just dropped his knight back and the game goes on. Black would have had a very healthy position, bring the rook now down to the second rank. Counterplay, probably a better position for Magnus, if anything. So he blew it, went from slightly better to lost in one move.
Yeah, maybe just a false sense of security, because he was doing all the hard work, managed to find some excellent moves just to turn things around so that he had the upper hand. And then just when he could have just gone knight to e6, big blunder.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And I think what makes it more painful is that this is Magnus's arena, right? It's his home turf. And we know that players, they always want to perform their best for the fans. We saw him walk out, stop for those autographs and photographs, but you could see there was no smile on his face. A very difficult moment for him. You're always motivated to give your best. That's what the fans want for you. And for Magnus, the last 2 days, I think they've just been a nightmare. Hikaru, he did get that Armageddon win in, but what happened with Gukesh and what happened today? Yeah, it's just crazy. It's not the scoreline, but just the way it happened. Just the turnaround at the end, a one-move blunder, a one-move slip with Gukesh, where suddenly everything falls apart, and from a winning game, you're lost.
Right, completely agree with you there, Tanya. And on that note, surprising things, they just seem to be happening here at Norway Chess. We are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to bring you all of those twists, turns, surprises, you name it, it will be here and analysed. So stay with us. We are back with day 8 of Norway Chess, and well, our studio just got a grandmaster boost because we have a very special guest with us here in the studio, Wei Yi. Wei Yi, you just beat Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon. How are you feeling?
Okay, I think I'm happy after beating Magnus, but I don't think my play is excellent in Armageddon. I think he just got a solid position, but then he blundered.
Yeah. And what were you thinking when he blundered?
Okay, I was surprising, but yeah, I have no time to think about my yeah.
No, don't worry, you had no time to register that it was a big...
Go quickly.
Because we saw you play Queen takes Rook and we're like, wow.
Oh, yes.
Very huge congratulations for your win today. Big fan of everything you're doing on the chessboard, but I have to say also your amazing interviews that you give. You know, you always look like you're in a good mood, you're smiling, the chat loves it, the fans love it. How are you enjoying your time here and overall the tournament? How are you feeling?
I think it is always very happy it was my pleasure to play against top strong players, and yeah, even my performance was not so great, but I learned a lot from the games, I think. Yes.
How do you always have a smile on your face? What's the secret way?
No, after yesterday's loss, I just not easy to laugh.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now you've beaten Magnus twice in Armageddon's. I believe it was the first time you'd ever beaten him last week. Has just being here, fighting the world's top players, has that inspired you to push late in the year for maybe qualifying for the candidates, World Championship cycle? How hard are you going to focus on that?
I'm not so sure if I can. I mean, it's not easy to qualify to the world candidate, but Yeah, but it's my goal, I think. And I think the games with the top players can help me to improve my chess, I think.
Yeah. And you're playing a lot of games against the best players in the world. Play classical, Armageddon. Which one do you prefer?
Okay. My score in Armageddon is not bad, but I hope I can win in classical games.
Yeah.
No, I didn't win a single game.
Well, 2 more games to go, so there's still a lot left. And yesterday was also your birthday. Happy birthday, belated birthday, firstly, from all of us. Did you manage to get a cake in Stavanger? A cake. A birthday cake.
I didn't get, but I got a lot of kind wishes from the organizer and the friends and some chess fans. Yeah, and it was a memorable birthday for me.
That's so lovely to hear. By the way, our chat loves you, Wei. I have to say that. So a lot of wishes from them as well.
Thank you.
And maybe we can get your thoughts on some of the games that are still going, some of the positions, help us to evaluate. We still have 4 games going. Just to update everyone at home, we had a draw in the classical between Anna Muzychuk and Lei Ting-Jie. What do you make of the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Gukesh?
I think White is very easy to play, and Hikaru got I think a big advantage here, but I think White needs a plan to push, and maybe some Queen E4 and H5, but still not easy because I think Black always has Queen D4 and some counterplay.
So not as easy as the evaluation bar is telling us.
Yeah, it's a promising position for White, but let's see how Hikaru will push.
Yeah.
Do you think Gukesh will save it again? He keeps saving horrible positions.
Yeah, but this time I'm not sure.
C3.
Yes, this one. I've got one more question for you, where when you started and when you've been the youngest player to ever become 2700, you were 15 years old, and I think we've all been fans of your aggressive attacking games. And then after that, you pursued studies, a degree, so had to take a little break from chess. And now you've come back and you've sort of gone up to the world top 10. Right now you're world number 8 and finding yourself amongst the elite here at Norway Chess with your 2 wins against Magnus as well. Was it in any way challenging to come back and especially skyrocket all the way to the top? How did you make that adjustment? It seems superhuman to me.
But even now, I don't think I'm at the top in the chess world. I'm just maybe how to say.
You're very, very good.
If you want to become a top player like Magnus, like Hikaru, I think there are many things I need to improve. For example, how can Magnus lose yesterday's end again, against Fabiano? Yes, I think that there are many things for me to improve still.
And what is your chess dream? Would you like to be in the candidates, world champion?
I think for me now is the candidates, and yes, but still not easy.
Not easy.
We'd love to see you in the candidates, Wei.
Absolutely. We'll be cheering for you 100% all the way. Wei Yi, thank you so much for joining us here in the studio. And congratulations once again for beating Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there we have it. It was drama already in the beginning. The classical game, very quiet, but of course we have all the excitement with Armageddon and must-win situations. And as David mentioned, well, we are going to be seeing a second Armageddon when we have a face-off between Anna Muzychuk and Lei Ting-Jie. And meanwhile, what Wei Yi told us it isn't as easy as the evaluation bar is making it look. The evaluation bar is like, white is just doing all the business, having all the fun. But there are chances for Gukesh, right?
Yeah, and especially after Hikaru's last move, I'm going to say in practical terms, still fighting chances, although Hikaru double-checking, getting ready with that head bob to make a big move. And maybe it's time to go for the Black King, but there is counterplay. Gukesh's queen is about to sneak in and behind, deliver some checks. You have to be a bit wary of your defenses. You have to be 100% sure as Hikaru that you are not getting kind of attacked here too seriously. Maybe we just recap the last few moves as well as Hikaru moves in a moment, because just a few turns ago, when we last left it, the Black Queen was about to jump in with a check. Hikaru ignored this by playing f4, really brave. And some viewers at home might be wondering, ooh, why not a check? It turns out that this is just a shot in the dark. It doesn't achieve anything. The White King hides very nicely on the light squares. This is kind of the bonus behind opposite color bishops. You can hide on a certain color complex. Light squares, black can't challenge. So Gukesh tried to trade queens, given a question mark. Not the best move. Hikaru rightly dodged. Queen back. Now the white rook comes in. And the move I'm going to say I'm not a big fan of is pawn to c3, because now the white bishop is not stable. The white bishop here is beautiful. Will sit here for the rest of the game. c3 does take away this square from the black queen. Now you can't trade queens, but now it's much higher stakes with the black queen coming in.
Gukesh going in for the counterplay. The other thing Gukesh needs to watch out is the clock. He's down to 25 minutes and there's still 12 moves to be made to reach that 40 move mark, to get that extra 10 seconds. David, I do like that Gukesh has managed to create some chances of his own, find that counterplay, get to Hikaru's king. Hikaru's main idea here does revolve around that h-pawn moving forward, right? At the right time. You have to get h5 in to get into that h-file, to combine ideas of queen e4, rook transferring itself to the h-line, target that h7 pawn. And very often in these kind of structures, one safety spot for the white king happens to be on h3 and not on the back rank where it can be checked. What you really want to do is put your queen on e4, eyeing that h1 square, put your king on h3 and just say no checks. Bishop defends f1, queen defends h1, and David's putting that up just to show what I mean. And check, king h3, absolutely safe. I want to say that bishop f2 would still come in with some threats, and I think you just fall back with your queen to f3, everything defended, and meanwhile you can continue the party against the black king with the rook and the bishop.
I love this controlled way of playing, because I was going to ask the opposite question. Like, how far can you take it with the king? I mean, this is like, we don't even need to calculate here. This is just like 100% smoothness.
With Norway chess history, the kind of king marches we've seen up the board, I think you just go everywhere with your king.
Yeah, that being said, anytime there's a king march, Gukesh somehow manages it better than his opponents. Just somehow. Other than that kind of first loss to Magnus Carlsen. But yeah, I would love to see that. Like the white king marching h3, g4, maybe h5 later.
I was thinking even g5. Ooh. So like what I was thinking is, so I was thinking h5, the same as Tanya. And okay, queen c1. And I was wondering, can you grab that pawn on g6?
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
Brave Yovi.
Yeah. They call me that. You'll be brave. Okay, king goes to h3, and then I was like, or f3. I don't think it matters, but it will find a home on a g4. Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, and then it goes up pawn h5, I was thinking.
Okay, pawn to h5.
Yeah, and then king g5.
Rook takes.
Rook takes pawn, there's even that. Okay.
Yovi really wants the king march in.
Yeah.
Who needs a queen when you can king march?
Say the most complicated stuff,
Sticking to
but
plan.
no, rook takes h5. Yep, okay.
Okay, he starts with king h3, so very likely we'll head in that direction.
I will say one thing though, in opposite color bishop, you want to move your king around on light squares, just making sure that the bishop doesn't have the opportunity. Gukesh's bishop will not have the opportunity just in case to give it a check, let's say if it was to land on any of the dark squares. So you need to be a little careful about that. But I think Hikaru not being on his chair for the most part, I don't know if you saw it earlier on camera, he almost made a move, then pulled back, took time out, looked away and was almost like he's chatting with chat. And then went back and made this power last move that he did, king h3. I think he believes in the king march this time. But Gukesh, interesting point, yeah. Every time his opponent's king goes up the board, luck seems to favor Gukesh.
And as chess players, we do remember those patterns, even if they have nothing to do with chess, right?
Yeah, even though your position's falling apart. But this has been actually incredible to watch from the world champion, from Gukesh, this tournament. You know, he's like that firefighter inside a building where the house is under fire, everything's falling down. And yet he always managed to find that one escape route time and time again. But Wei Yi, he said it, you know, this position, the bar says completely winning, might not be as easy as that indicates. Well, not completely winning, but a huge advantage. What do you think? Is the bar being also sort of the human evaluation right now, David?
Probably. I think at Hikaru's level, yes. Oof. It's tough to say. Like, there's always twists and turns. We can never guarantee anything, as we saw in Gukesh's win against Magnus Carlsen. But Hikaru just seems to have everything under control. Like, the clock is the biggest indicator to me, maybe even more than the eval bar. Just the fact that Hikaru is so confident there won't be any time trouble on his part. No kind of stress there on the clock. And Gukesh does look visibly like he's been suffering the whole game.
Also, my problem with Gukesh's position is that the line of attack is as straight as an arrow, right? It's all about just opening up those light squares. And, you know, Hikaru can just simply kind of cover the light squares with his queen. He can also even go for it as quickly as possible. So I don't see any margin for error here.
You know, I just noticed in our beautiful bird's eye view, we've got Hikaru taking advantage of the light squares to hide his king, and the board just next to that was a power-packed performance on the light squares by Wei Yi. We see the Armageddon result there, placing all his pieces, including the king, on those light squares, threatening checkmate. That was the end of this game. And I wonder again, a king march there, a king march here. A lot of similarities.
Looking good. Lots of opposite colour bishops, I'm going to say, as well. There is in the green board, Hikaru against Gukesh, opposite colour bishops. Arjun against Caruana, opposite colour bishops. And there was in another game a while back, was that Magnus? Oh, that was Magnus as well, of course, against Wei Yi in the classical portion. That was actually all three classical games in Norway Chess were opposite colour bishop positions. Definitely a bit of a trend.
Should we jump in quickly to the Fabi board and do a quick roundup of that one? A lot has happened, David, Jovanka, since we left it last. That's the top left board right there, the one in blue. Arjun's bishop planted nicely. Fabi's knight planted nicely on that c4 square as well. Just before you back up and backtrack, first instinctive, intuitive feelings here. Would you rather be white or black?
White.
Yovi?
Oh, white. And I'm going to base it on the power of the bishop on d4. It's anchored by a pawn on c3. The potential of a bishop and a knight, I was just going to say improves if it's anchored by a pawn. But this is even better, right? Let's go for checkmate. Let's get the heart racing. So queen takes h7, big threat on the board. So you have to defend against that. Queen can go over to g6.
Yeah, I'm expecting this one, maybe h6 as well. But yeah, one thing you don't want to do in these positions ever is push a pawn to g6. Yes, you've blunted this diagonal, but you've only opened the white bishop, which Jovanka was praising there as a strong piece anyway on the dark squares. Now, any arrival of the white queen or knight on this diagonal, it's terminal. So yeah, queen g6 looks like the healthiest, most natural option to me. Queen takes queen, almost forced.
Mm-hmm.
Queen takes queen. And the big question is this endgame. I do see a pawn, but I'm always scared to take pawns like that. Even a grabber like me, a hungry hippo. Bishop takes a7. I'm just scared I'll get it locked in, either with b6 immediately or maybe f6 first. Maybe f6 first to try and kick this knight. And if it retreats, then b6. I don't know, you lose this pawn though. But maybe you can try and come and trap this bishop a bit later. Eval bar says literally 0.0, which I don't understand. Surely it's either good for black or it's not. But yeah, this is in Fabi's mind right now, this type of sacrifice of a pawn if he does trade queens.
And as he thinks, can we just go back and see how we actually got to this position? Because like you said, you know, white's minors, the queen combined, the power on the king side looks really nice. This is where we left it. What happened after Fabi recaptured with the rook?
The last move we analysed in detail was rook takes on e4. It was capturing a bishop. The white knight dropped back. And yeah, I saw this pawn hanging. It wasn't captured. I think if you take this pawn, there might be tactics in the air. And we see the bar rise. It might be something to do with the d-file. Computer says best move, queen to a2. Well, obviously, hitting this pawn now. But that didn't happen. Rook takes rook instead. There was a trade. The knight comes in, attacking the bishop, which attacked the black queen, and the queen slid. So we weren't actually too far down the line. And just before we jumped in and saw Arjun play knight to g5, I should mention bishop to a4 was a threat, skewering the queen and rook. So Arjun was forced to go for it, was forced to create counterplay of his own. And big moment now. What do we predict?
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say queen g6 is one thing that we're looking at. And speaking of predictions, Fabi, if he does slide over, so I was just going to say if he wants to keep the queens on the board, can he look at another square where it does hit the knight, it does fight against that threat on h7. Arjun looks like he was prepared to answer it instantly with that h-pawn moving forward. I think after Magnus, the one player I see with these rook-pawn moves as quickly as he does it is Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah. He would love to throw that pawn further up the board. I think it's more just keeping his pieces actively placed for now. No real threats that I see for white, but it's unclear what black's plan is either. Fabiano, maybe now he'll try and create an outside pass pawn, or...
Could you do some maneuvering? I'm thinking of knight to d6. And I just want to play on the light squares. Okay, it was a bad move.
I don't see why it's bad. I was thinking... You're coming this way?
Yeah, that was the plan, but the computer has harshly judged it to be bad.
Is the computer just greedy?
Bishop takes pawn.
No.
Might be
Good.
but not the best.
Yeah. Well, what I was dreaming about, just to kind of clarify, I did have some ideas, is, to go bishop to f5 and manage to get control over the e4 square. Because I feel like if you have a tail of two bishops, it would be nice to fight with a good bishop.
Yeah, try to get your bishop into e4. Yeah, this one, I love the idea. I think it might happen later. That's for sure. Maybe you'll start with a move like b6 or a6 just to save that pawn first. And maybe only repurpose this knight when he gets the time.
I actually really also like the concept of creating a passer on the A file because it kind of comes out of nowhere, right? All our focus is on the right side of the board, on the king side, and then you suddenly realize that Fabi does have this strange pawn formation. C3 is weak, and any endgame that might follow, that A pawn can get to A4 assisted with the bishop very easily. You can tie down white's forces, distract them to defend that pawn, and that could be a big asset in any future endgames.
It's very alpha zero, right? You go b6 and a5, and oh, look at that counterplay. No, I love that. I think that is the move that Fabi should be playing.
Yeah, if the queens were off the board, you play b6 in a heartbeat, and then you just push and create a pass pawn. So queen's on the board, unless there's a threat that I don't really see right now. You probably just do the same. Fabi maybe later will offer the queen trade only once he's started creating activity on the queen side.
You know, there's another move that comes to mind, but it only comes to mind because it's not my game, and I'd never play it if it was mine, is that to kick this knight out from g5 with a move like f6. I'm also saying that I'm blunting the bishop in the center of the board. I want to kick your knight out, but I absolutely hate that I've trapped my queen on one edge of the board on h6, sort of self-trapped it, and it feels more like a one-mover than anything else, knight f3, and I've weakened a bit of my king side. So while it's sort of tempting, if it's a blitz game, I don't know if I'd consider it in a proper classical.
Yeah, it's tough. Maybe it's one to keep up the sleeve for later. Like if black gets one or two more moves, though, kind of improves the queen or trades queens, I could see this being a good move, and Fabi plays it.
He plays it,
Whoa,
Tanya.
f6 on the board.
Nice call. Forcing the white knight back, only safe square on f3.
I mean, I did say that I wouldn't play it. So I was like, hey, I don't like that move. And then Fabi goes like,
It was on your radar. It's on your radar.
Yeah, but in general, you don't want to have your opponent's pieces on your side of the board. And meanwhile, we are going to see our second Armageddon of the day between Anna Muzychuk, Leiting J. Playing black has the draw odds, but Anna Muzychuk, with 10 minutes on the clock, does have a 3-minute time advantage. And there we see Anna Muzychuk in a must-win situation. Do you think she's going to go for the same approach she did, come up with a small improvement, or are we going to see some radical change?
Oof. I think she'll come up with a small improvement. That line that we saw, it was nice for white. You could repeat it. I actually did see Anna Muzychuk, again, just walking near us. She was on the phone for a good 5-10 minutes. So she could have been calling a second of coach. We're repeating the exact same variation we saw a bit earlier. Roy Lopez, Spanish, and it's this open variation. Leiting J, bravely, I'm going to say, repeating the opening variation where she was slightly worse in the classical portion. And okay, rook takes knight now in the center after the white bishop being hit. That was what happened earlier. And Muzychuk is the first to break from that earlier game. And we see level material. White has regained the pawn, but this is very theoretical. This is back to the main line of the open Spanish.
Yeah. And the players just speeding through the opening moves. The knight jumps in, rook has to move. And at the minute, it feels like a theory fest.
The speed with which they're playing, right? And now Tingzhe, she does expand on the queen side. And you mentioned that Muzychuk on the phone, definitely Anna trying to figure out what opening she wants. And Lei Tingzhe is also here. She's got help at hand, right? And we've seen her rush through after those classical to kind of decide. And she's here with Grandmaster
Raymond Song.
Yes, and in fact, aren't they?
They're married.
Yes, they're married, exactly. So help at hand, help at home. And I think she also would be prepared with this. That's what the speed does imply. And right now, Lei Tingzhe just preempts anything on the long diagonal, b1 to h7, stops queen h5 ideas. It's a fight between who gets to the king side for Anna Muzychuk, and for Lei Tingzhe, all the play on the queen side. David, very often in this opening, Black wants to get the c5 break in, right? That's the move that you want. Rook takes pawn is a big threat, but it's not being played because of a4 currently. How difficult is it to achieve c5?
It's difficult, I'm going to say, but maybe you don't need it. This white rook doesn't have too many squares, so often you can actually kick it away off the c-file, and then you break out with your pawns. Yeah, that trap that you mentioned there, Tanya, rook takes pawn was available for one move, but the white bishop would have been kicked back to sever the connection between the two white rooks. I'm expecting something along the lines of rook to c8 from Lei Tingzhe. Maybe pawn to b4 if she's feeling super energetic. Maybe pawn to a3 as well. But either way, this does have a good, solid reputation for Black. I've analysed it a bit myself, and bishop pair. Yes, you've got a slightly backward pawn structure with the c-pawn, but you're rock solid, no weaknesses. And yeah, actually, my big regret from last year's Olympiad was I played her husband, Lei Tingzhe, in round one. I played Raymond Song, and I prepared for his games. And I forgot to prepare for her games. Of course, he played one of her openings that he'd helped her prepare for the World Championship match that she had a couple of years ago. And I found myself like an hour down on the clock after 10 moves. So, yeah, it's great to see this husband-wife dynamic duo.
Yeah, and Lei Tingzhe, she's really going for it. First of all, just getting space on the queen side, now breaking open with c5, the move that you wanted all along, Tanya. And the question is, the rook on c3, it just cannot stay on that square. If you take on c5, b4 comes and the rook gets booted out.
My understanding, limited understanding of this opening called the Spanish Open is that Black gets c5 and you're totally fine. And I think it looked like it was going to be very hard, but because of these tactics, rook not having a great square, having to slide down to either d3 or e3, eventually Black picks up the bishop on c5, either hits the rook or you're just surviving some tactics there. I really like what she's done. B4, A3, incredibly strong pawns there. The rook coming on to C8 next. Fully in control for Tingzhe, and she only needs a draw in this.
She only needs a draw, and it's Anna the one who needs to be winning this. So she has to move the rook away from the line of attack and then just get ready with some plan of action. Either centralize the knight, try to make use of the fact that white has a strong pawn on e5. But actually, Black has the bishop pair. And it's looking quite smooth at the minute.
Is it completely crazy to consider rook e3, bishop takes pawn, and sacrifices? But she doesn't go for it.
And okay, this is the position on the board. We'll watch for Anna Muzychuk to make a move, but Tanya pointing out rook to e3, bishop takes pawn, hitting the white rook and ignoring it, giving up the bishop, bishop takes g6, and Ivar Bar says no, but this would have been a cool tactic, unleashing an attack against the black bishop. It is a full rook sacrifice, but the black king out in the open, maybe you have some chances. And, okay, she didn't go for this, but...
Understandably.
She's going to be looking for this type of thing.
Definitely. It's going to be on the radar, because when white has a pawn on e5, you want to be attacking the black king, because the pawn on e5 just cuts the board in half. So, okay, there you see.
It's coming.
She's stepping up. Queen to h6, rook to h3 in the
knight
pipeline.
G5.
Knight g5.
I mean, that's checkmate in 3,
exactly.
right? Queen h6, knight g5, queen h7.
Ooh, brave. Allowing it.
I think she just wants to come back with her bishop to e7. The moment you drop back with the queen, notice how the bishop on e6 does control the h3 square, so you really have to fight against knight g5.
Maybe Anna shouldn't be rushing with queen to h6. Instead, she just perhaps should tuck the rook away from c1 to d1 in order to just avoid any pins.
If Anna does go on to lose this Armageddon, I think her big mistake was not trading off a pawn on a3. Like, she had the b3 square for her bishop. She took it away by not trading on a3. Now this white bishop is really bad. Like, she could have had it on this square. Imagine how much better it would be on b3. And the black a pawn wouldn't be there. So I think that was a strategic mistake just a few turns ago.
Completely different game that would have been, right?
Totally different.
With one trade. And that's why at these critical moments, so important to take your time. But Armageddon, and speaking of time, I'm actually quite impressed with the way they've handled their clock so far, you know. For Lei Tingzhe, she's managed to level it out, but Muzychuk still about half a minute ahead. And they've sort of kept the speed. It's still a very rich position, and I think, again, a game for all three results. But for Muzychuk, she needs only one.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Draw doesn't work.
There's a lot of pressure on Anna. She has to win this if she wants to walk away with 1.5 points. And that half point is critical when you're fighting for that top spot. And in she comes
in. She's got to come back with the bishop. Do not allow knight g5. That would be game over on the spot.
Big threat.
What is she thinking? What else is she considering?
The only other move that stops this is f6, but that feels really scary. Like, with the white bishop on this diagonal, maybe it works, maybe it survives, but bishop e7 looks so healthy. And you open up the c-file for your rook.
f6 would be a shocker for me.
Maybe she's just simply considering all options. It's a good strategy to have when you're playing Armageddon. And the position is so sharp like this. Just consider absolutely everything and then make a quick decision.
I think she's going to play f6. I mean, she's thinking so long in this moment. You play bishop e7, you make that move in 5 seconds, right? If you take this much time, you're definitely thinking about the alternative. And actually, the more you look at it, I don't see a knockout, an immediate disaster after f6.
Yeah, it actually looks like a fine move. She does, in the end, play the safer, maybe the more natural of the two moves. She drops her bishop back. The black bishop covers g5. Also, kind of a pin on the c-file, although for now, the white rook at the bottom of the board is defended by its queen. Anna still slightly, just slightly poorly coordinated here. The white rook on d3 a bit clumsy. You can't even move your knight out the way to a beautiful square on d4 because there would be a double attack. The black bishop comes to g5.
Yeah.
Muzychuk, she did win the Armageddon between these two in the first half of the tournament when she looked like she was in big trouble and had no time on the clock. So this still presents some opportunities for her here.
Yep, it's time for Anna just to perhaps get the h-pawn motoring, set up h4, knight to g5, but she retreats the rook. She's just preparing a potential attack, just making sure that the rook on c1 is protected.
You know, it's so much about those queenside pawns. I mean, Tingzhe with b4, a3, what a clampdown it is. She's got this beautiful c3 square as well to dive into with her rook and eventually find ways to double up and really put pressure on that c1, c2 construction that Anna Muzychuk has. And the way she played queen h6 took some time and comes back with rook d1. To me, it felt that Anna is not happy at all with what she's gotten.
But you've got to be careful as black, because if you move that rook to an unprotected square, say c6, then bishop takes g6 is going to be there. And so that's why we see rook to c3, the rook is protected, and Lei Tingzhe getting ready to triple, to double, to do whatever she can on the c-line.
Yeah, beautiful move. And just to show you Ivanka's tactic quickly, rook c6, any other square that wasn't safe, bishop takes pawn, threatening checkmate. Once you take the bishop, you lose your rook. So great move by Lei Tingzhe. Very safe square. Also, maybe some ideas of rook takes knight. And a bishop coming out to g5. Anna Muzychuk stops that by pushing her pawn to h4, covering that all-important square.
And that would have been a queen trap, in fact. You're not even winning material back. White's queen has got no place to run.
Oof. Yeah, I was just looking at the juicy rook on c1. And yeah, the white queen almost trapped on that square. So h4, given a question mark, but it does cover the g5 square. The one downside I see to this move is that it does give up the g4 square for eternity. Pretty much the black bishop could come out at some point. Okay, Lei Tingzhe with a great position on the board, but under 3 minutes on the clock.
I really like the move bishop to g4. It looks like a big pin. I don't really see a healthy way to keep the pawn formation on the king side intact with the threat of bishop takes knight. Tingzhe, you set the clock advantage. Position looking good. For Anna, incredibly difficult. You know, you play h5 and you have to calculate rook takes knight again because of the ideas of bishop g5.
It's a great safety first move, right? Just stop h5. And that's we're seeing...
She takes it.
It's all in.
She sacrifices, but look at the bar. The bar doesn't approve of this. There's a huge threat of bishop to g5 with a double attack, hitting the white queen, hitting the rook, but the blue arrow appears, pawn to f4. Black has no more threats, and Lei Tingzhe is material down. This was such a tempting move. I was going to suggest it, but it looks like she might have miscalculated. f4 is going to lead to a white attack, if anything.
Yeah, exactly. Once you've just prevented bishop to g5, it's suddenly going to be king g2 or the rook just sliding up over to the h line. Oh.
It just felt so unnecessary by Tingzhe, you know?
And she finds it.
Of course she does, because it's such a natural response to defend that key bishop g5 idea. And now everything flows. You could rook lift, slide over. You could king lift, slide over. The queen on h6, beautifully placed as well. You know, f5 always in the air. But David, there was no need for Tingzhe to rush. Completely under control, in that position.
Yeah, in the end, her tactical nature just got the better of her.
Instincts.
Exactly. She just wanted to break out and it was just irresistible. But okay, well, the position has changed completely and now Lei Tingzhe is on the back foot. She needs to find a way to prevent the white king from stepping up to g2. There's also f5 ideas in the air at the right time. I'm thinking king g2, rook h1, f5. It's all coming.
Yeah, the calculation just off there. I think she just missed f4. Like, it's a 3-move variation, but she missed that the white pawn now super strong on f4. You can't boot away the white queen. And yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't necessary. She had so many tempting moves, and she looked very, very calm. I think she knew her position was super strong, Lei Tingzhe, but now it's getting worse, move by move. Pawn to f5, I understand it. She wants to block the advance of the white pawns, but now no way back for her bishops. Maybe she's going to have to step back this way. Oh, there we go. The king steps forward. Big threat. Rook to h1, lining up a checkmate on the h-file.
Wow. f5, I think that's also very desperate, right, by Black. And now she's setting up bishop e7, bishop f8, trying to defend now. Lei Tingzhe is on the defense. The rook also connects itself to that h7 pawn. And Anna slowly and steadily improving each and every piece of hers. They were all paralyzed just 3 moves ago.
They were, but suddenly manna falls from heaven and Anna Muzychuk is well on the way to winning Armageddon. She also has a very healthy time advantage. So all she needs to do is start taking control of those lines and in comes the rook to c6. She's just going to be doubling up on the c line and the bishop on e6 is en prise.
Oof, oof. Imagine being on the attack and with the bishop pair and with all the positional advantages, suddenly you're material down and getting hit on every single move. The bar rising. Does the white rook move away?
e6?
e6 looks so tempting as well.
Oh my goodness, I wouldn't be able to stop myself to play e6. And it's on the board. Bishop takes rook, pawn takes rook, comes in with a check. h7 pawn falls as well. Big trouble for Tingzhe. And it's exactly that mindset, right? That psychological issue that you knew you had it together. You had done everything right, needing only a draw. And then rushing into that sacrifice, completely an unforced error there by Tingzhe.
Yep. Well, at least the only thing you can say positive about Lei Tingzhe's position is that, well, her bishop on c6 now has an open diagonal to hit. But it's blocked by Anna as she advances f3.
30 seconds, though, on the clock. d4 is the idea that you're talking about, but then that also activates White's bishop from c4, threatening checkmates. And speaking of king marches, that king on f6 cannot be a happy one.
Oh, the bar shoots through the roof. The black queen comes to try and hunt down some pawns, but it feels like Anna Muzychuk so close now. She gives a check, driving the black king away. Which way do you step? Back or across the board? The white rook is coming, and it's going to be 2-3 attacking pieces against that black king.
Yeah, once the rook comes in, that's it. The big guys are sniffing around the black king and nothing can save it from that. Wow, rook h1, rook h7, as you indicate, David. White is spoiled for choice.
This actually looks like it's going to end in checkmate, right? With the rook and queen lined up and 14 seconds to defend. Anna just calculating if it works because it comes with a pawn sacrifice on f4, rook h1. You can't pick up the pawn and hope that your king runs away. Anna finds it.
Yep, and now the black king goes a-running. Well, it didn't have much of a life on f7. Perhaps it will have some shelter on d7.
Yeah, Trying to hide amongst its own pieces. This is normally a good defensive idea if you've got queens, especially if you've got knights, but here bishops, then you want to hide among your pieces. So Anna still needs to find that knockout blow and inroads into the black position.
She's going to give a check from C8. She's happy to trade the queens, which would only make Anna's task easier. Tingzhe, playing with fire, needs to keep the king alive, goes to F6. Anna can't repeat because she needs to win.
She does need the win, and she also has a material advantage. She might try to take it into an endgame where the queens are swapped off, but no, she is setting up queen to H8.
Lei Tingzhe only has a few seconds. She doesn't have increment yet. She has 5 seconds left on the clock, but she still needs to make 2 moves before she gets the increment. The check blocked. At least some counterplay. And White only has 2 winning moves suddenly. White has to apparently bring the bishop back to E2.
What?
Or to slide the white queen across in order to come back later. This is difficult for Anna Muzychuk suddenly. That was a huge turnaround potentially from Lei Tingzhe if Anna Muzychuk can't find the best moves. 4 seconds, though, to make 1 more move before the increment kicks in.
And it's got to be a check. If you don't find these 2 moves, the black queen and bishop combined, they're going to pursue the white king until eternity, and Tingzhe will be the one who takes the match. Anna finds it!
Great move. And now the white king hides. The bishop defends the pawn. Lei Tingzhe just made that move with a couple of seconds left. She has got the increment, but white is a whole rook up.
But Anna is also down to 4 seconds and it's ticking down. And she is vulnerable on the dark squares. The rook comes back, big threat rook to G1.
Oh my goodness, look at the clock. She made that move with 1 second and gets the queen pinned and resigns.
Ooh, a sigh of relief there from Anna as she wins and nets 1.5 points. But disappointment for Lei Tingzhe as she makes a face and she can't quite believe that she managed to spoil what was a promising position. But that is the name of the game when it's Armageddon.
That was insane. I mean, starting from having complete control, being on the upper hand, and then unnecessarily taking that decision of sacrificing. Then you're on the back foot. But Tingzhe managed to still create some chances. And in the end, it was all about nerves right there, you know. And Anna had nerves of steel.
She did have nerves of steel. And there we can see Lei Tingzhe leave the playing hall. 4 classical games remaining. Can I ask you both to do a quick walk around the park and give us a progress update on each of the games?
I'll start on the top left, the blue board between Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana. Still looking very level, opposite colour bishops, although it does feel like Fabiano may be making some progress. Arjun struggling to find a plan, still hanging in the balance. Fabi a bit lower on the clock. The green board, meanwhile, Tanya, still Hikaru with an advantage.
And that's just going to go on. I think that's going to be the nature of the game. I don't know how quickly it finishes, but Hikaru is going to play this on for a while. But Gukesh has no time at all, right? He's around the 13-minute mark. Huge lead for Hikaru. I mean, this is either going to be another one of those Gukesh Houdini escapes, or Hikaru just stops the slide and gets that big classical win in, which will also mean a lot for him in that rating spot for the candidates, if he's able to get that done. So extra motivation there. Meanwhile, in our Norway Chess women, we saw that incredible Armageddon there. Humpy Sara still continues to be a fight. Humpy with that slight edge, it continues. Better pawn formation, better bishop placement. And Vaishali, we said it before, I'm going to say it again, Armageddon coming up.
Armageddon coming up. Well, we look forward to all of those fighting draws because there is no draw without a fight. Someone will walk away as a winner. And on that note, we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, we are going to be exploring all the moves, all the twists, the turns, and of course, the Armageddons.
Wei, you managed to win twice, 2 matches against Magnus Carlsen. You're the only player who has done it in the field. What are you feeling right now?
Okay, I'm always happy to beat Magnus, but I want to say sorry this time because I just play for a quick draw in the classical game because of yesterday's painful loss. And in Armageddon, I think he just blundered in very solid position for black, and yes.
So you're feeling very sorry now for him?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but of course you're happy also for the win.
Yes, sure.
Did you expect the classical game to finish so quickly? So you prepared something special for the Armageddon?
No, not really. I just want to be, recover after yesterday's loss. Because after yesterday's loss, I can't sleep well.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but so today I decided to go for a different strategy.
And tomorrow is the rest day, so you're sure going to sleep well. We wish you have a good rest tomorrow and all the best for the final 2 games.
Thank you.
We are back with the chess of Norway and here in Stavanger, and whilst the players were playing, we were enjoying life, eating dinner.
How was dinner, David? How?
Fish cakes, Norwegian fish cakes for the win.
We could see you were really enjoying them.
Yeah, the whole world saw. Whoops.
Oh, well. Well, at least, you were hungry, and some of the players are hungry to win, and some of the players, they are hungry to get to Armageddon. Because in the break, well, there was another result. It was a draw, as predicted, between Vaishali and Ju Wenjun. So we'll be seeing our third Armageddon of the day. And it's a little bit of a sad news on a personal level, because I'm at my level. I'm at my limit, rather, not my level, because... Yeah.
You maxed out your Armageddon.
I have completely maxed out my Armageddons.
3.
I do almost feel like I should take 5, 3 Armageddons and 5 Armageddons, because I have 0 points in the Armageddon guessing game. But then that would be cheating. And
I almost feel bad enough to allow that, David, but I still don't. Nah.
You are the type of people who would cheat against a child in a board game.
What? Where is that even coming from?
We'd steal candy from a kid.
Yeah, would
that
you?
we would.
Steal kid from a candy. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was a draw as expected between Vaishali, Ju Wenjun, Queen Endgame. Wasn't that much excitement there. Shall we do a quick recap on how it finished?
Yeah, just a very quick action replay on the final stages of that game. And this was the final position. I'll just bring it back to around here where we saw total symmetry. Bishops and knights still on the board, though. This is where Vaishali basically, with her exchanges, acquiesced here to a draw. She first gives a check and then decides to trade off her passive knight for the active black knight. And I actually thought for a moment, just one very brief moment, that Vaishali might be slightly on the better side of things, maybe with a move like queen to b5, but ultimately it is a level endgame. And after a trade, she decided to start repeating moves. First, a queen check, the black king sliding back home, then another queen check, and the position repeating itself. The dance between queen and king and Armageddon. Very level game, very fair result there.
Definitely. Well, Ju Wenjun, she is the leader, but she's only leading by half a point. And Anna Muzychuk did win her Armageddon game. So we might see, if Ju Wenjun loses, we might see Anna catch her up in the standings.
All right, so while we wait for that Arma to come up and our chat decides, we've got a poll on who takes it. It's a really big one for Wenjun. She is the tournament leader. Let's bring up our beautiful bird's eye view. We've got Hikaru and Gukesh on the camera. Hikaru still pushing. We had fish cakes for lunch. But is this going to be a bit of a cakewalk for Hikaru? We see the bar. It still says huge advantage, everything to play for. He's taken complete control of that E line now. Black stroke sort of tied down, defending the bank rank. H5 coming in for sure, I think sooner than later. Once again, David, how easy, how trivial actually should be the question. How trivial is this for a player of Hikaru's standard?
Yeah, let's jump in and investigate. I don't know how much of a cakewalk it is, but Gukesh's position definitely fishy. And
I like it.
queen to d6, the last move. I think the first question is, what happens if h5? We've been talking about this move so long now, and I just want to push it through. There are other moves, of course. You can attack the black queen with your rook, but we've already seen some maneuvering. Let's say h5. Let's try and win a pawn. The bar doesn't react. The most natural move. And yeah, just for everyone at home, if pawn takes pawn, if this pawn is captured, whoops, that is checkmate on h7. The black king trapped in the corner. So yeah, clearly trying to capture on g6. How does black react? Is it a check, maybe? Check to the white king, which will drop back somewhere.
Let's keep it on a light square just by principle.
Let's attack the rook. Bishop to d6, just because I feel like timing is everything.
Do we put it on e6, doubling, tripling, in fact, quadrupling down on that g6 pawn?
Yeah, and then maybe, can you try to save this with some rook f6? And
Rook f6?
Yeah, and then I'm just thinking if you go rook e8, I go rook f8, and
we will
dance
not
a bit.
repeat this position. Yavanka, not going to happen.
Boom, 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 boom. Draw.
Maybe we will.
No chance.
But I think h5 will be played here. And this is also such a big moment. Again, I think we were talking about this, right, for Hikaru. He's reaching out for that h-pawn. You can see it. And it lands on h5, plays the move, gets up. But to leave the table, puts the pressure back on Gukesh to react with 13 minutes. Well, he didn't leave for long. I think Gukesh was ready with the response. So, Jovanka, your move, queen d7. Might see the bishop retreat as you're talking about, because it's very difficult otherwise to handle, right? The bishop's hanging, the pawn on g6 hanging. I don't really see another move for black.
Yeah, I don't see anything. And bishop to d6, well, everything is coming with tempo. And I did like rook e6. It's... The thing is, it's just an exercise in suffering for Gukesh here. Because I think the best that he can hope for is that the g6 pawn falls off, like h takes g6, and maybe to blockade it with h6. But the black king is eternally caged and not fun.
You know, I think for Hikaru, it's not fun at all for Gukesh right now. Hikaru having all the fun, but also for Hikaru's spirit at Norway Chess, you know, just if for the tournament. Getting this classical win would be massive for him, right? He started so incredibly strong with 2 match victories, and then it's just been a slide since then. He's skid down with 5 back-to-back losses, and this really is the moment, right? 8th round, you're going into the rest day, you're setting yourself up for that finish line coming in. This is what Hikaru needs. I mean, he came in this match with his opening preparation, which showed that he was ready to take it to Armageddon. Now he's been given this huge opportunity to get that 3-point, to take down the world champion, you know, fresh from some of his own victories. Hikaru can smell it, but can he put the lid on? Because I feel in those clutch moments is where Hikaru, his best hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, and that's where Gukesh's best comes out, when looks like backs to the wall, looks almost hopeless, and suddenly Gukesh, like, he wakes up and yeah, manages to save these crazy looking positions. Also, just to mention, if Hikaru wins in the classical here, he catches Gukesh, he's not that far off the lead. Imagine losing 5 matches in a row, and you still have a chance to win the tournament going into the final 2 days. Hikaru, this is all important for him. He's looking into the position. Rook e6 is like the most natural move. If you move anywhere else, the black rook will come and kick the white queen away off the e-file. So, yeah, rook to e8 would be my choice here.
And I would say something about Hikaru's journey onwards as well, because in the last 2 games, on paper, he's playing the lowest rated, the ones who's not doing so well in the event. Whereas Fabi, who's tournament leader, he'll be facing off with the black pieces against Magnus.
And then Gukesh in the last round as well. So Fabi's got an uphill task as well. I think Hikaru has to just think about what's in front of him right now and make sure that he gets this done. He can smell it. He smells the blood. He knows that he's much better here. But he still has to finish it off. And winning a winning position is one of the hardest things to do in chess.
Yeah. One last dive onto this game before maybe we zoom out. But rook e6. We were talking about rook f6. We kind of stopped here and joked about the repetition of moves. But what does white play instead? Do you take rooks here and then take on g6? Or do you kind of trade rooks on f8 and then take on g6?
It's a pawn.
I think I would do this one, because at least you keep the black king completely caged.
I agree. Otherwise, it would have the g7 square. If, for example, going back here, if we trade now, okay, computer still says loves it for black. But after the move h6, the black king will sit on g7, and maybe hard to crack out that king, hard to drag it out even further into the open.
It's funny, in these kind of positions, you have to reroute your diagonal, you know, then you start aiming at getting your queen d5, bishop c4 set up. But fully agree with both of you. I think you just want that king on h8. So I like the other way to do it, to win the pawn with snapping off the rook on f8.
Now also, like, just kind of looking at this type of position conceptually, like, even if the queens come off, the a7 and c7 pawns are going to be super weak. The black bishop cannot comfortably hold on to both of them.
I wonder whether this is winning, by the way, like queen d4.
Oof.
I just wanted to put a position like this on the board where, like, the black king is stuck.
I wonder if you would have to provoke that d pawn to move forward one step. You know, if you can get it.
But I wanted to do this type of position, but with the c pawn, because then you could just drive away the bishop.
Yeah,
if it ever sits on b6.
How do I manufacture this? Queen f5.
Yeah, like...
Take. Something like this.
But can you just sit with, where do you defend? So let's say the white king comes all the way to b7. We visualize this. The white king has marched. What is Black's defensive setup here? What's the fortress? Is it not easy?
No, it's not easy. I mean, I can see on a practical level, this is actually going to be very, very difficult for Black to hold.
Maybe you just sit on b6. You put your bishop on b6.
Chillax.
Chillaxing.
But I thought that the white king could just make its way to c6.
Okay, let's get
Zigzag.
that. Let's make it happen. Let's give white all the moves in the world.
Say, I don't know, bishop f2, here, here, here. Where are we hiding?
Let's just play bishop. Ooh, okay, no move yet. We can see the live board. By the way, Hikaru hasn't yet made a decision.
How is this still a draw according to the engine? Like, white is a king up. Like, the black king is trapped.
It's crazy, right? You're playing down a king here.
Yeah, it's the opposite color bishops, right? Is this nice maneuver, you know, you go bishop to g3 if c7 is attacked, and then f2.
Not that one.
Rook e6 on the board, by the way. So we might see rook f6 and some trades follow. But that endgame, even though the bar says it's level, it's not an easy hold.
Right. And it's also not obligatory either.
No.
We were just having fun. Let's stress that.
Yeah, the chess player in us, I think it took over in that moment.
It was just us having like a chess joke. You know, is it drawn? You know, how far could you push the position? So, yeah, we're expecting that there'll be a trade of rooks and that a pawn will appear on g6 and the queen will stay on the board.
Yeah, I could see Gukesh like doing nothing, like playing like, okay, he plays rook f6. Commentator's curse. I was going to say like a5 or something, then after a pawn is captured, just playing h6 to block and just sitting there. But it's so hard to sit still as a chess player and do nothing. Hikaru gives a check. Is he going to trade off those rooks? That could block with the bishop, but I'm expecting Gukesh to try and get rid of as much attacking ammo as possible with a rook trade.
That would make a lot of sense instead of self-pinning. It's already a difficult position. Bishop f8, even if it's possible, according to the computer, I think from a human perspective, you really want to ease off some of those pieces, some of that pressure. He does slow down, not an automatic move for Gukesh, though. Bishop f8. It does also, you don't lose a pawn there.
Yeah, that's true. Like, then the black rook covers the g6 square. I could see him playing it just because he's a calculation-based player. And like, if there's no immediate knockout, he might say, yes, I'm totally frozen. Like, I can barely move after bishop f8. But you still need a breakthrough. I can't see one.
And at least it's materially balanced there, you know, instead of suffering.
Oh, but be careful, right? Huh?
I'm saying you're suffering everywhere in this position, though, but I think actually Gukesh might go for bishop f8, Ivanka.
Yeah, I think he might do. I'm expecting pawn takes pawn as a result of that, but also there's queen to a8 to set up some kind of pin. So a lot of fun to be had. It's only white that's enjoying this position for black. It is just painful.
And there must be this feeling in Gukesh, right? How am I ending up in this situation every single game? Every single game I'm in trouble and sort of finding myself worse, often right out of the opening. Yes, he's survived, and not only survived, he's turned it around like a superstar. But it's a strange feeling when you have to fight from this position of weakness, you know, you have to fight from this back foot all the time, every single game, game after game.
And talking about back foot, there have been some changes in the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana, so maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view and
Bishop f8 on the board.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys asked and it was delivered. But I just wanted to point out, look what's happened here on the top left between Arjun and Fabi.
We're going to see a incredible king walk from black in a moment. Okay, let's bring up that board because very interesting. Arjun's just given a check. It's level material, it's opposite color bishops, but it's the quality of the bishops, just like it is in the Nakamura game. It's the quality of the bishops. This bishop so much stronger than its counterpart. This bishop can dominate the light squares. You can imagine the black queen sneaking in just in front of the white king. First, though, a check for Fabi's king. His rook just came from e8, I should mention. So rook to e8 to block. The white queen will come back, and this will be the second time we've seen this position. I wonder whether Fabi's getting ready to move his king forward. We've seen so many king marches this tournament so far, and his king, I don't know, it's got a path into the white camp.
James Bond, you know. It would be impressive.
I think Fabi would make a great James Bond.
Fabiano Bond. Yeah. He does love his movies. He loves his like
perfect spy, right? Because when you're a spy, you want to be as innocuous as possible. And I can imagine that Fabi wouldn't necessarily draw attention, and he could just be there collecting information and making those king marches up the board if he goes for it.
And he's also got the charisma off the board, nobody will sort of suss him out. I think he'd do good to that character.
Fabiano Caruana.
Charisma.
Okay, big moment for Fabi.
He doesn't repeat, right?
No chance. I don't know. Maybe you could repeat once. You can bring your rook back and then back, and he's down low on time, so I wouldn't be surprised to see rook e8 now, and then maybe later go for a king march. The one move we won't see is queen to e8. With a queen trade, a rook trade will likely happen as well later. It will be pure opposite color bishops. Like Hikaru's doing, in order to win these opposite color bishop positions, you need to keep queens on, or at least rooks on. Fabi won an opposite color bishop endgame yesterday with rooks against Wei Yi. Looks like he's trying to do the same.
And that was stunning technique by Fabi. I mean, he converted that flawlessly. And I think, David, you had called it out. I was thinking it would end in a draw, that there's still so much to play in that. I would be shocked if Fabi wants to just take it to Armageddon with rook e8, queen f4 repetition. I don't think it happens. He's definitely feeling the power in his position. But how much guts do you need to get your king to f7 and then to g6 and just say, you know what, I'm completely safe there?
You need big courage.
I thought you were going to say something else.
Like, where is this going?
I don't know. The only word that came to mind was the Spanish word. Okay, so there we are seeing
Wait,
Fabi.
what Spanish word?
Cojones.
Fabian 007.
Oh, I like that.
Nice.
Nicely done, Master Vic.
Yeah, some big changes afoot here in this game. And yeah, Master Spy, Master Player, Mastermind. Fabiano Caruana with masterful play. He's going to move his king. He's the tournament leader. The one thing that might hold him back is the fact that he's already in the lead. He saw Magnus go down in the Armageddon. He'll keep his lead. If here he draws this game, Gukesh loses, Magnus has lost. How much risk does he take? This could be huge, though. If he gets a win in the classical Fabi, he's getting close to the tournament victory already.
Yeah, completely. He'll have a very comfortable lead and more or less force everyone else to start winning. He does have an unfortunate pairing, though, because after the rest day, he plays black against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, will he be inspired to take him down?
But I mean, if there was ever a time to play against Magnus and feel confident about your chances, it's probably now. Just, looking at his mindset, what happened today, what happened earlier, maybe Fabi will start feeling also hopeful about his shot against the world number one. He does come up with the king, Fabiano Caruana, playing for the win.
Yeah.
Great move. And just to mention, okay, there could have been queen checks. The black rook at the very least could have come back to block. So here with his last move, Arjun, he's lining up some other queen checks that won't be possible to block now. And Fabiano, he's pretty much all in with his king. He will need to advance at some point, but there's no more checks once you reach the safety, the refuge of the g6 square. The problem is how to improve your position here as black. I would want to improve the queen. Like squares like this come to mind.
I got it, David.
Ooh.
And if it works, it will be in the history books. So you go king g6, queen f3, and then the king just comes marching to. No, don't put your queen on a.
Boop, boop.
Exactly.
Boop, boop.
King g4.
Queen d6.
King h3. There you go. And
Nigel.
just like that, we won.
Yeah.
Because of that.
Beautiful. And let's put it on the board. Checkmate. All on the light squares.
So instructive, right? In this opposite color complex, just how to guide where you put your pieces, put them in the color of your own bishop. And that's what Fabi's done even right now. Look at the board that we have, king f7, queen h5, rook e4, bishop e2, beautifully placed given the opposite color bishop. And that game that you were referring to, right? Nigel Shot versus Yantamin, I want to say. If you guys haven't had a look at it, chat, definitely go check it out. A beautiful king march with this exact same idea that Yobi pointed out of a king and queen. And that had all the pieces on the board. Big developments? What happened?
Big developments. I changed the board, but it was back to the Armageddon, actually, in the other encounter. But should we stay with Arjun, or should we check in, at least, on these two players? Vaishali against Zhu Wenjun. It's another Berlin.
Woohoo!
It's not a bore fest, though. It's not a snore fest, because White has just taken on e5 with a pawn, broken the symmetry. Vaishali's definitely done some prep in the break. This game, until this moment, was almost identical to the classical encounter earlier, which was a very painless draw for Zhu Wenjun. But now taking with the pawn, at least creating some asymmetry. And Vaishali, I must admit, I'm really surprised by the opening choice. This is so solid for black. But I might have to eat my words if Vaishali can get any activity going.
Well, Vaishali has that extra time on the clock, and Zhu Wenjun does have that draw odds. Remember that white starts with 10 minutes, black starts with 7 minutes, and the players do get that tiny 1 second increment once they have passed move 40. And there you're seeing queen to g5. Well, that's a lovely active move, perhaps with ideas of jumping in with a knight. Okay, knight to f3 just there kicks the queen away.
All right, and the clock situation, Zhu Wenjun just under 6 minutes there, Vaishali burning the clock a little bit. I do like this imbalance that Vaishali has prepared for this one. Throws the world champion off just a little bit, keeps the fire alive. The queen can come to c2, start targeting that knight, but she goes even more aggressive. She's coming for the pawn on b7.
She is going for the pawn on b7, and the question is, how is Zhu Wenjun going to defend it? She just slide the rook over, or will she completely ignore it and just start moving some pieces over to the king side? My vibe is just play solid, just defend it.
I like your vibe, Ivanka.
Safety first. Yeah. Well, she just needs to hold firm draw. Rook f to b8. That wasn't the rook that I was thinking of, but okay. The queen side is firmly knotted together.
Yeah, this is actually great prep from Vaishali. I'm going to check this one out later, try and play it myself, because she's not risking much with white. Of course, she needs to win this game, but look how the white queen has totally caged these two black rooks, just defending mere pawns. And the other side of the board is where Zhu Wenjun will try to seek some action. She tries to trade knights. But, oh, look at this. Hikaru Nakamura with a huge advantage, growing advantage. Might be on the brink of knocking out Gukesh from this game. Maybe we need to jump over. That game's so dramatic. And
let's do it.
Ooh,
takes the pawn. You've got to capture it back.
Yeah, and then
is he going to take bishop takes pawn? Because that allows a check on e2.
It does, but the king can run to h3, and then, okay, you have to calculate where is the hiding place for the white king.
David, help us.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I also kind of want to play a move like king f1 and then just bring the white queen all the way back to h1 and deliver a check.
Sneaky. Oh, my goodness.
That is beautiful.
Stunning.
And you put the king on f1 just to avoid any checks.
That's actually a great move.
But then again, king f1, g5,
I think
black blocks.
Sorry, David, go on.
I was going to say black can block with the rook on h6. Let's just put it on the board. This threatens pretty much checkmate with a queen slide. Let's show this. And then the king moving, the white bishop does the dirty work. This is game over, but maybe after king f1, while Hikaru double checks everything, g5. Okay, it says this is still winning for white. I was thinking there might be a block, but here at the very end, the white queen can still do some damage. Maybe.
Queen e4 is really nice as well because, oh no, d8 rook is hanging.
Oh.
LPDO, loose pieces drop off. You know, all right, but I did see Hikaru. He was going for a long move. He was reaching across the board for his queen, but then he changed his mind. Can he do the same thing via c8 and h3?
Ooh, wow,
because
nice spot.
Still g5? Pawn takes pawn?
Yeah, maybe just pawn takes pawn, no checks.
Yeah, there is no checks.
Is that what he wants?
Queen to c8, threatening the same idea with an h-file check, open line here. And if Gukesh pushes to slide his rook across, just pawn takes pawn, and the white king lives a charmed life on the light squares.
And look at that rook, it's overloaded, right? It needs to stay connected to that f8 bishop, but also queen h3. How are you fighting both these threats? This is busted.
Game over. This might be the final move from Hikaru. Gukesh down at 6 minutes, but needing a miracle to save this game.
And he was going to play it. He was about to reach out for the queen. I think he sees it.
Yeah.
It's David's idea, but in a different way and perhaps a stronger one, right? Also eyes that f8 bishop.
Queen c8, such a beautiful multi-purpose move.
Let's watch Hikaru's hands. Are they going to reach out and make this move? Big moment, Gukesh. This is probably the worst position he's been in across all the games that he saved. Yes, he was busted against Magnus. Yes, he was busted against Fabi. Yes, he was struggling in other games too, but he always seemed to save them. This time, it looks so lost after queen to c8.
Totally. And there you can see from Gukesh Actions speak 1,000 words as he is resigned to the possibility.
That nod
He's
of his
gonna
head,
lose.
I think he sees it. I think he's about to play it. You know, there's this feeling that you bungled up some positions. In the past, he reaches for the queen. It's landing on c8 and he pulls back.
He was moving for the rook. I think he's moving for his rook.
Has he changed his mind?
Was he going for the queen?
You're the hand expert here, David.
Oh.
I trust you.
I don't know. I can never tell with Hikaru. That ring always distracts me, that ring he wears on his middle finger. Oh, he hesitates.
Well, he's got time just to take a pause, just to zoom out of the position and understand exactly where Black's weaknesses are.
He could be thinking about rook to e8, hitting that queen. I mean, that's also an attractive move to make. Queen c8 looks incredibly strong. But Hikaru, was it the rook or the queen that he was reaching out for? The big question.
Need chat to help us. My fellow hand experts.
I thought it was the queen, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's because I wanted him to move
It was the
queen.
rook. Chat saying it was the rook.
It looked like the rook. He was going to the middle of the board. Thanks to my fellow handymen out there. The white rook moving is not going to get the job done immediately, although still probably quite good for white. Queen to c8 looks like a knockout blow.
I think Chats just wants to say, the rook!
The rook. He's not going to be sacrificing the rook, but he might be moving it. Oh, big moment. He senses it, Hikaru. Really professional to pull his hand back, by the way. When you have 17 minutes, you don't need to rush when you're this close now to your goal.
And especially when you've been this close but haven't managed to put the finishing touches. You want to be sure you know that you can't mess this one up. Hikaru again pulls back.
That was the queen. That was a further move. That was a bigger stretch.
Well,
It's one of these two pieces. One wins on the spot. The other strong, but doesn't wrap things up.
and Hikaru keeping us guessing.
Okay. Queen, there's the shadow.
He moves to queen c8. Beautiful move, threatening queen h3 check. And it is going to be tragic on the light squares for Gukesh. His pieces are just so bound together. And look at the white king, just safe as houses.
And our hand expert strikes again. Queen c8 there played by Hikaru. What a power move. And look at that. He knows it. That shake, that nod of his head, you know, that power nod that he just gave. And Gukesh knows that he's either about to lose big material or get checkmated. Queen h3, bishop c4. Gukesh makes a move. Queen c5. He's eyeing a lateral defense by the queen on that h5 square.
Ooh, that's very clever with the queen. Also taking away the c4 square from white's bishop for any diagonal checks if the black king ever lands on g8. Great defense from Gukesh. The only move there. Otherwise, it was all over. Queen c8, I thought he'd meet his fate. He made us wait, but it's not yet over.
And this has been the story for Gukesh, right, Ivanka, where he just stays alive.
He's
Move by
staying
move.
alive, but we did see Hikaru reaching for a piece, and I wonder whether bishop takes g6 is going to just simply seal the deal.
Put that on the board while Hikaru thinks bishop takes g6. If the black rook takes, this is just going to end in checkmate, and the black king will be caught. Maybe there are some checks in the position. You still have to calculate this type of check where the white king will hide.
Yeah.
Can you just put it on h2? I don't see another check.
This looks so strong. This just looks so strong.
Wrong, but the evaluation bar says actually this is tempting,
Maybe
but not right.
g8. Maybe you just hide on g8. Defend your bishop. The bishop on g6 is hanging, and rook h6 is a big threat.
Now watch
Wow.
out. The white bishop can't move. If you lock it in with f5, maybe then the black queen can start grabbing pawns. Black is actually perfectly solid here. No more checks for white suddenly. Hikaru still with some work to do.
Has to tread carefully. Tempting moves like bishop takes pawn, not the most accurate. What other moves?
Unbelievable. And do you think Hikaru also thought that queen c8 game over, handshake's coming in, and now suddenly he has to do it a little bit more?
Yeah, I think I would have relaxed too soon. Hikaru doesn't look so complacent at the moment. He looks like he's still calculating. Eyes narrow there. He senses, he smells something. Should still be winning for white, but he needs to confirm it. And now down to 15 minutes. If he goes under 10, Hikaru, and can't find a knockout, he might start getting a bit nervous, a bit frustrated.
Actually, king g8 is a defensive resource that Gukesh has set up, taking control of that c4 check. Now that you can't play that, and then you can start sort of freeing up your majors to get to the white king.
Yep, and just to update you on some big news, it was Vaishali. He won the Armageddon against Ju Wenjun.
That's a massive result. Vaishali takes down Ju Wenjun. Ju Wenjun's only second loss in the tournament in the Armageddon, which means the Norway Chess women, again, anyone's tournament, field wide open.
Yeah, totally.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and hopefully we show that later because it ended in style. Vaishali, it was a dominant win. Brutal attack at the end there. So we will recap that game, throwing the standings wide open. Ju Wenjun, yeah, her strategy of just going for Armageddons, not quite paying off today. Vaishali, the walk of fame. Yeah, the stride of pride as she takes down the world champion.
Yeah. Takes down one world champion, and it looks like Gukesh, another world champion, is going to go down. But Hikaru has to be precise here. Cannot be swayed by the lure of material, taking the pawn on g6.
I think with this last move that Gukesh has played, Hikaru's a little thrown off. You know, he wasn't expecting this resource. He's found something apparently in his head.
But
like,
actually,
wait a second, chat. Just double checking. Double checking. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. No, still not working for Gukesh. It's about to play.
But we can be kind of very, like, critical about this. I mean, black doesn't have a move, right? You can just go bishop e4 and just enjoy the fact that there's hardly a single move that black can play.
Yeah, bishop e4. I have checked, Jovanka. That is the best move by far. The only clearly winning move for Hikaru. If he does anything else, the advantage halves, and Gukesh might be left back in it. Bishop e4, a nice move as well, because the bishop comes to d5, checking the...
Switching for the bishop.
It looked like a forward move.
It looks like bishop e4. He wasn't going to capture something. He was just going to slide it one square there. Hikaru, bishop e4 would be such a classy move if he plays it.
He's a classy player. I think it's about to happen. And
yes, he finds it. Bishop e4, multi-purpose move with the idea of going bishop to d5 and also enjoying the fact that black doesn't have a single move to play. I mean, what can Gukesh play? He cannot step up with the king to h7 because the queen comes and gives a check. If he moves the rook, then you abandon the defense of the bishop on f8. You move the queen, well, you have to guard that bishop on f8. And if you're reduced to playing like moves such as a5, a6, well, then you are in a whole heap of trouble.
He just wants to cut off the black queen. He's going to slide the bishop up so the black queen cannot come across the fifth rank to block any checks. You're going to move your bishop up, then come in, swoop back for the kill. That would be a checkmate in one. Oh, that's a brilliant move from Hikaru. That is sadistic. He just understands he has full control. You don't need to grab pawns. You just need to paralyze the opponents here.
Yeah, stunning move after move, right? Queen c8 first, finding that, and then this brilliant bishop to e4. You know, you don't get thrown off for too long if you're Hikaru Nakamura. There's resistance, you break that resistance, and that's what he's doing right now. d5 is the main square on our center square. That's the left board that I'm talking about, and I'm just wondering if Gukesh will be forced to take control of that with a move like c6, making sure that at least for the time being, you stop any of those ideas that Hikaru wants, and instead he goes for g5. Spicy move. It does also allow in certain cases for the rook to come into defense. Queen h3 will be met by rook to h6.
Yeah. And, well, the question for Hikaru, he almost reacted instantly, but he took a pause because they still have to calculate. Queen h3 is a possibility. Also, the original plan of just going bishop to d5, cutting off the queen, still very much in the air, setting up checkmating attacks.
Bishop d5, I wonder if it allows Gukesh the possibility to take on f4 because queen h3, there's still rook to h6. And I also will point out, he's about to make a move. Pawn takes pawn. How dangerous is a check on f2 is the question for me.
He's taking it.
He's taking it.
We're going to find out.
White king. It's going to be another king march. Gukesh, every time he plays, he's the king of chess right now. He seems to walk into a king march or go on a king march of his own. The white king is going to walk up the light squares. There are two checks, only two hopes for Gukesh. You have to give a check with your queen or rook. Queen takes pawn, doesn't work because the black bishop would fall. And I would say queen check may be the more testing of the two, but the white king just walks up and the checks will dry up very quickly.
But is it that easy? I mean, there's a check on f1. Where do you hide on h4? Is that it? Is that the end of the check world?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You bring the bishop back, but that wouldn't be over. Black would be able to trade queens. We're talking about a variation. Let's wait for Gukesh to make a move, but very quickly. Queen check, the king marches. Another queen check, and here you can just continue walking your king up the board. Wow.
Look at the way that bishop on e4, a powerful attacker, but controls a key defensive square on h1, stopping all the ideas that the queen might have, blocks lateral checks as well as the one on that corner square.
I would still be a bit nervous if the rook came down, to be honest, but...
This looks scary.
Yeah.
What's the move here?
Apparently White's winning in a multitude of ways. Crazy. G6.
G6, well, that's calm. Because
Queen
in
F-
the end, I told you,
Queen F6?
the king had a hiding place on G5.
You said that yesterday. I can't believe that's actually happening right now. I mean, that was hours ago. You said White's king's headed to G4. That's the winning spot.
Now let's show that one last time. There are 2 checks. Remember, queen takes pawn, you lose your bishop, so that is game over. Rook to F2, I don't think will happen, because now after king H3, there are no more checks, no more fun, no threats. And I do expect Gukesh to deliver this check with his queen, another check with his queen. And the white bishop can come back and block, but you do have to kind of consider what happens if black trades queens now. It would be an endgame, although very much a nice one for white with the black king trapped in the corner. This looks winning as well, to be honest. This might be what Hikaru has in mind, but if you're feeling brave, fruity, then you walk up the board. And when the black rook comes down, you create a nice square for your king, a check, you walk forward, check, you come back, and no more checks, game over.
And I want to point out why you can't do this right away. King G4 walks into Queen H3. So you need to first deflect the queen to that F6 square, be super precise, and only then come back to the G4 square, although I see even that was winning, was it?
Crazy that everything's winning.
Everything is winning, and the white king is completely safe, because it's amazing. Like, normally when a queen and a rook are sniffing around an open king, you're in big trouble. But Hikaru calculates he's completely safe, and now Gukesh under 2 minutes.
This is exactly why you need those extra minutes on the clock if you're Hikaru, right? Just to figure this out and be precise.
Exactly. For Hikaru, for Gukesh, nothing is going to save him. He really only has one path to tread.
In the meantime, Jovanka, your bet, your Armageddon bet.
I'm preparing my victory speech, just so you know.
What?
If Hikaru wins this, Fabiano is still slightly better in the other game. Quick update against Arjun. That one still, though, hanging in the balance. Humpy is winning against Sarah Khadem right now. If all 3 games are decisive, Jovanka will be dancing on the table.
We want a victory dance. A victory speech will not cut it.
I will be dancing. I'll be thanking my 10% of supporters. You know, I'll be thanking absolutely. I can die happy. You know that I got 1 point.
You know, it's a late rally, but you still can overtake us. I mean, that's a big start.
No,
I actually never thought you'd get up on the board.
I actually thought I would never get up as well on the scoreboard, but you know, that 10% did believe in me. The players believed in me.
Amazing.
And well,
is this
actually,
part of the victory speech already coming in.
Yeah, well, you have to celebrate the small victories. Ooh. And look at that, the king is marching up the board.
This is going to be a big one if Hikaru finishes this off. This will be a big victory for him in this tournament at this point against Gukesh. You know, finally turning things around after some very, very difficult rounds. Hikaru leans back. He's ready to get the king up. Gukesh, he comes back with the rook, so no checks.
No checks. He's keeping that one up his sleeve. I think a good choice for Gukesh. He might have just calculated that the white bishop could also have dropped back, forcing a winning endgame. So now Gukesh here, he's praying that Hikaru can't find the way. But this is by far the most hopeless position we've seen from Gukesh in the last few days.
I 100% agree. And I think this is going to be the moment where Hikaru makes a comeback in this tournament and Jovanka makes a comeback on our prediction leaderboard.
And if I make a comeback, then look at this. 15% of chat backed me. Guys, you
From
are my
10
best.
To 15,
I made progress. It's not as much as you guys. I mean, David's now 45%. Tanya's like 40%.
Why does David always win these competitions? I just don't understand.
But he's not winning. He's only won the hearts of chat.
I mean, if the 3 games end in draws, I win. But I don't think they're going to be ending in draws, the 3 remaining classical games.
No chance.
Especially not this one, as Hikaru pushes his pawn forward to G6, closing the net around the black king, which is trapped in the corner.
And the rook slides up. No checks just yet to the white king.
I'm honestly just happy to see that we get representation up there, Jovanka, on the poll at least. Like our name exists.
Where's Danny? Where's Danny?
Oh my God. If I'd lost to the chair again.
Okay, what's going on? Checkmating ideas. One more time from H5 and Bishop D5 then.
This is just mate. 1 check and it's going to be mate.
Oh, there's mate on H7.
40 seconds.
Pawn on g6 is always checkmate if you can deliver a check with your queen. Gukesh has to decide what to do. He can give another check with his queen. He does. This will be blocked this time, although the white king can also march forward, we should mention, but the white bishop blocking, the more natural of the two.
Yeah. Hikaru about to get this win.
Only move now is queen to c1, coming back on this diagonal. Gukesh made that move with a wince, though, with a grimace.
But it's easy to make only moves, you know. You just survive, you hang by a thread there. If queen to h4, queens will be traded. Are we going to see a queen trade right now?
Did you see Hikaru smiling at Gukesh actively there?
Oh my gosh.
He's going to bring his bishop forward. He's going to plant it on f7.
What do you think that was about?
It was just basically saying, hey, you're busted, because as David mentioned, you put the bishop on f7 and you cannot defend the bishop on f8.
Is this over? Is this where Gukesh resigns?
Yep.
Here and now. He has no moves. You can trade queens, but you are totally paralyzed, immobilized, frozen. Your pieces are trapped. This is a pin. Hikaru is going to win.
And this is the moment that Gukesh has been surviving for the last many rounds, but not today, not against Hikaru Nakamura.
And we have the handshake. Hikaru Nakamura plays a superb game to take down the world champion. Walks away with 3 points and starts rocketing up the standings.
A huge classical win, gets those 3 points, moves up, and also for his own personal confidence boost, comes right back in the tournament. I mean, a player who started fantastically at Norway Chess and then 5 back-to-back losses finally takes down the world champion, and he's back rallying for those top spots when he goes into those final 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we see 2 games remaining. Before we dive into those 2 games, maybe we can see the finish between Vaishali and Ju Wenjun.
Did you see that, though, when Gukesh, you know, win or loss, he sets the pieces back, and then he always puts his hand to his chest, and that's sort of a sign of respect that he pays to every game, and he does it regardless of what happens, what is the result.
Yeah, Gukesh, classy guy. He's going to bounce back, but Hikaru is the man of the moment, striding out of the tournament hall now. He's going to be feeling proud. Getting revenge against Gukesh, I think that was the main thing, but also gaining some all-important rating points. In the meantime, as Hikaru gets interviewed there by our good friend Simon Williams, we will dive into the Armageddon win by Vaishali against the women's world champion Ju Wenjun. Both world champions going down today. And it was this position, white having a very strong attack already. We saw the start of this game, but the bishop poised on this diagonal, the white rook lining up against the black king, the white queen lurking nearby. And this was where Ju Wenjun finally cracked. She needed to just ignore the threats. Counterintuitive here, but she needed to create counterplay of her own by taking a pawn. And if white steps forward now, then giving up a piece. Bishop takes pawn, and here black surprisingly has sufficient counterplay. The rook coming in, 2 pieces threatened, and Ju Wenjun might have survived. Instead, she retreated. Very natural move, but this was a mistake. She dropped back. Vaishali, first of all. Now the white rook blocked the queen trade, and the final few moves brutal. White pushed through, powered through with f5. Rook takes pawn, trying to counter against the bishop, but look at this. First, the black bishop captured, then f7 captured. If you take this pawn, the white queen swoops in. So here, king to g7 instead, and the rook slides, threatening to promote the white pawn now, stepping forward. Queen to e7, loose pieces drop off, and boom, rook takes g6. Discovered attack, Ju Wenjun resigned.
Brutal finish there from Vaishali to win in the Armageddon against the women's world champion Ju Wenjun. And suddenly everything is wild in the women's section. And I'm just also looking at both of these games, and it's the clock of Fabiano Caruana there on the right that is particularly worrying. He has a very nice position, but just 37 seconds on the clock.
And it's so reminiscent of the Hikaru Gukesh position, right? Where it's the opposite color bishop and it's a race to each other's king. Look at the beautiful setup that Fabi's taken. The bar doesn't give it a massive advantage, though, just yet. But visually, from a human perspective, this looks like it could end in checkmate any moment, the moment that bishop lines up with the queen.
Yeah, and just to mention, we'll dive into Arjun against Fabi, but the blue board, Sarah Khadem, she's just a pawn down and facing the bishop pair against Humpy. It's still going to take a long time to convert, though, for Humpy there. She needs to win it to rise up those rankings. In the meantime, Fabi with an advantage.
Oh, the nerves, the drama. Of course, with this time control, anything can happen. And actually, queen to f3. Fabi's last move being awarded a question mark. It looks pretty good. Is that because there was some repetition going on?
Ooh, repetition. Let's just quickly recap the last few moves as Arjun here thinks about how to pose Fabi the biggest problems. The Black King going back to G8. We should mention Arjun was trying to create some checkmate threats of his own, but this was repelled. The Black King forcing the White Bishop back. Now Queen to F5. And in this position, apparently the best was to start the King March that we talked about earlier, but this wasn't on Fabi's radar yet. It might be later. He improved his Queen first of all. Very natural move though. And this does look very scary for Arjun Erigaisi.
But you really need to get that bishop to a better square, right? Where you can start threatening checkmating ideas along the light square. So how can Fabi actually create, and what is the ideal construction for pieces here? You're pointing out bishop to e4.
I have an idea, and it's a bit funky, but you just go bishop to d3.
Right.
And then once rook takes rook happens, bishop f1.
Ooh.
Whoa, that's
Ivanka.
very... Whoa. That is
You
amazing.
can call me Puzzle Rush.
Queen. Puzzle Rush Queen.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but Ivanka, Puzzle Rush.
Was there a reason you didn't want to take the rook and then set up the exact same thing?
Because that's boring.
Not as beautiful.
Ivanka doesn't do boring.
I didn't see that one, Tanya. I'll be honest with you. I just saw bishop f1, boom.
Yeah.
What an idea, though, right?
Yeah, and at the end of that variation, White can give some spike checks, but checkmate is coming. Watch out for this kiss of death checkmate on g2 in a bunch of variations. It might end this game. Also, ideas of d4, I should mention, just cutting the White bishop's connection with the f2 square. So Arjun here, yeah, he's still got some serious threats to deal with. Fabi has some easy moves as well. Later, maybe with his king.
But he just put a pawn on h5.
Ooh. Okay, we actually have a couple of moves. Sorry, rook g1, h5. Fabi had to play very quickly.
So Arjun sidestepped any of those bishop moving ideas that you were saying with the trade on e-file, also takes control of the g2 square. And h5, and to your point, it gets cross from our computer. The computer's cross with this move.
Computer's cross. Just to point out why this was given a cross, apparently Fabi, again, should have been mobilizing his king. Maybe he needed the square for his king to run to later. He's taken away that square. So pushing his pawn, I'm going to say very natural move. But now the Black King doesn't have so many inroads in. If it ever comes to the f5 square, it will just get checked.
And Fabi under 40 seconds. Clock's a big factor here. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen when the players reach time scrambles. So this is far from over. A dominating position by Fabi, but it's not over yet. It's still got a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, definitely a big job ahead for Fabi, especially with the clock ticking down. But also, let's not underestimate that Arjun has a very tricky defensive task ahead of him.
Queen takes pawn threatened?
Exactly. Queen takes d5 threatened. Also, the queen on d7 is just able to swoop back to cover the king if necessary.
Oh, a nice attacking and a defensive move.
Fabi, 20 seconds. Brings his bishop back.
You know, I'd say this is still a 3-result game. Arjun's position does look bad, especially when your rook is tied down to defend on that g1 square, but just given the clock situation, anything can happen in this one. It's not one of those classic Fabi win or a Fabi draw. And look at that! Look at that! What is going on here?
Arjun panics. He gives up a pawn. I don't really see why you don't just take that with your own pawn. Apparently, pushing forward with d4 also wins on the spot.
Setting up bishop d5 ideas with the king on g8. He does make a move.
He takes it.
Whoa.
Queen takes pawn check. This is Arjun's big idea.
Why take with the bishop?
Why not take with a pawn and keep that pawn defended?
I think it was just panic. I think the players, with the clock situation, they're just unable to think properly. But g4, the only saving move?
Rook takes h4 is a threat. Rook takes pawn is a threat. Arjun needs to touch his g-pawn, push it forward, otherwise he's going to lose. The black bishop is coming round to c6.
He's not
touching for the
going
queen.
with the queen.
Oh.
Offers a trade, you just simply go bishop to e2 and block it?
Yes.
You can block it. You can move your queen. There we go. He blocks it, Fabiano. He's crashing through on f2 and on the light squares. Arjun is busted. Look at that white rook. So passive. This one should be over. The black bishop's coming back to c6. This is just like Hikaru Nakamura against Gukesh. It's basically the same idea. It's queens, rooks, and opposite color bishops.
Yeah. And look at, again, the placement of those pieces, the attacking pieces, all of them on light squares. Exactly what Hikaru did against Gukesh. Bishop c6, a killer move.
Yeah, white is completely tied down to the defense of f2 and the g2 square. And Fabi has a passed a pawn that can start motoring down the board if he wants to push it.
All right, he's reaching for his queen, Arjun, but undecided. He knows he needs to play fast because he has to put pressure on Fabi's clock. That's his only hope.
Yep, his only chance. Just to mention, the move pawn to g4 earlier was tricky because the white queen was on d5. There would have been some perpetual check ideas with the queen getting to h5. Also, the white rook needed to activate via the g3 square. But now it's too late. Pushing a pawn is just too slow.
Yeah, you'll have to show that to us later on, David, because that was the last resource that Arjun had. Gives a check, simply blocks it with the bishop. Beautifully placed pieces here for Fabiano Caruana.
White is completely tied.
Coming to e4.
Yeah, okay, well, Arjun does have ideas of just swapping off the queens.
Well, get your rook to e4, stop that idea, and then... But I'm still not seeing the killer blow after rook e4.
But he can go bishop e4. And there you go, he sets up, rook takes f2.
Oh, but now he's allowed the queen trade, Fabiano. I think this is a step in the wrong direction. Suddenly, white has a glimmer of hope. Just like the other game, Hikaru against Gukesh, queen swap would always give drawing chances. And
now Arjun cuts off Fabi's queen from the attack, attacks the bishop instead. Arjun Erigaisi is back in the game. And again, it's the clock that's haunting Fabi.
It's the clock. And he just drops the bishop back, just making sure that h5 is protected. And there you can see Arjun is on only move territory, but g4, I mean, that would completely shake up the position, right? Suddenly, and he finds it!
Wow, Fabiano, this is turning. Fabi has to be super careful here now. The black queen offside, the black rook cut off. Suddenly it's white attacking on the g file. That white rook was passive, dormant. It's about to become very, very strong now.
And there we're seeing.
And Arjun can take that with his queen, hitting the bishop on g6. He pauses.
And hitting the rook.
And hitting the rook.
It's scary to deal with for Fabiano.
And you can't move the bishop to d3 because queen takes pawn. Thank you very much. You save your rook bishop, but you lose your king.
And you know what? h5 is on the agenda as well for white. I mean, this is such a scary position for Fabi. If Arjun were to take on the pawn.
But queen takes pawn, I think queen e5 check is what he's calculating because it gets pretty risky for the white king as well.
Yeah, and there are always ideas of bringing the queen across to defend everything, try to bail out into an endgame where Fabi will be a pawn up. That would go on for a long, long time. 1 minute against 30 seconds now. Arjun needs to try something to trick Fabi.
I touch it.
H5. H5, great move. Fabiano, has he seen this one coming? He needs to move his bishop. Does he take this pawn?
Well, I think you can, right? Because your bishop just comes straight back.
Yeah.
Why has Arjun just sacrificed the pawn? Fabi down to 17 seconds. He does go for it.
He takes it. He throws in a check.
Comes back with the bishop. How does this change things? What's the point of giving the h-pawn?
Oh, it's this now. Rook to h3. If the black queen slides across, queen h5 was Fabi's idea, but now rook h3 would be a knockout. Fabi, I think Fabi's busted. Look at the bar.
Yeah, the rook is hanging on e2.
And you can't give a check from h5. You can't go bishop h5, queen g7, mate.
It's a turnaround. It's a turnaround. Arjun Erigaisi is going to score a comeback win. Look at Fabi.
He can't believe it. He's shaking his head.
It's over. It's just over.
Oh my goodness, look at Fabiano.
It just goes to show you must never rest easy when you're playing against Arjun. I mean, what a tactical find.
5 seconds.
8 seconds.
4. He needs to make a move. As the clock ticks down. He's going to lose his queen.
Rook
That's
H3.
it. He's going to resign. But he fights on. Oh my
Fabiano.
goodness.
Another turnaround, a dominating game by Fabiano. He totally outplayed Arjun, but got tricked with no time on the clock.
It just goes to show the clock really is at 17th piece. You can have a fantastic position, but when you're playing these guys, they will find chances in every single moment. And Fabi shaking his head.
He can't believe it. He was completely in control. Arjun trying to work out with all these loose pieces and check. Can he win the game on the spot?
He can throw in a few checks. A check on c8, a check on the diagonal. He can also just ask questions.
Bishop h6, threatening checkmate in 1.
That's a beautiful move. I mean, the only thing that Fabi can hope for is setting up a fortress, anchoring the bishop to the b5 square and hoping the rook can defend the kingside pawns.
Is there any chance of a fortress in such kind of positions?
I think next to none. You need like 5 moves and then just to pray. I just don't see it. The black rook is so offside. Fabi's downfall was cutting off his own rook. Was going hunting with the queen. He was like dodging that endgame. Once he allowed the queen trade, he should have just traded queens, tried to grind that out. But keeping the queens on against these young guys, it's so risky.
This is so painful for Fabi, right? At this stage of the tournament, when you play this brilliant, flawless game, you're on the brink of just at least, danger-free. Either you win or you try to trade into a position for 2 results. He does go. He's threatening that mate. Fabi will be forced to retreat with the rook to e7 to keep things defended. And then one blunder. Arjun finding the idea of g4, h5, and that was it. That was game over.
Was game over, and it is game over for Sara Khadem, who just lost to Humpy Canary. So there has been massive changes there on that one. And bishop takes pawn.
Ooh.
How does this work? Are you going queen c8? How do you win the bishop back? Yeah, just queen c8?
c8, and then the white queen will come back either to h3 or to the d7 square, and will come and pick up this bishop. Wow, geometry.
And spotted so quickly by Arjun. And the beauty continues once more.
Gonna see a handshake.
And now queen to e8.
But all right, there's still a rook versus queen. The f-pawn's alive. He's going to fight this out. He's going to try to make this difficult.
Without the white f-pawn, maybe. Maybe. But with the f-pawn alive, I think there's no fortress here. The pawn will step forward. Fabi looks devastated. Queen takes pawn. You can start with.
I mean, you've got a feel for Fabi in this one, right? A win at this stage would have put him so close to clinching the Norway Chess title.
So close, and yet so far away as he falls at one of the final hurdles. And there you see the rook step up, but the rook isn't really anchored anywhere. And now it's just a question of protecting the f4 pawn and slowly advancing up the board with the king.
And Arjun, he's playing with such speed. It's like he knows that there is no fortress that exists here.
Yeah, no fortress. He's just going to give a check. And if the black king ever marches forward, then the queen's going to come across. If the black king walks back, it's cut off. And sooner or later, the white queen is going to come over and just win this remaining black pawn.
Wow, you'll have to break down that time scramble for us, David, because it happened so quickly, just the turnaround that we saw. And this is the thing about this time format, you're in control. And look at Fabi, he's still thinking about it. You can see it, that if you can get your opponent low on the clock, regardless of what's going on the board, anything can happen. We've seen it every single day at Norway Chess.
It's what makes it unpredictable, right? If you had that 30-second increment, the players could relax, chill, and store up some time on the clock. But this time control doesn't allow for that. And there you see the white king stepping up. The white king can easily hide as well on h5. So once the queen and king get coordinated, black's position is simply going to be falling apart.
Okay, Arjun gives the check first of all. Dilemma for the black king. If you move forward, the white queen is coming.
Yep.
Queen f7. f7, g6 mate, f6 hanging. I think Fabi resigns here.
Yep.
No stalemates here. You could try one last trick. You could bring your rook across. Like, if the white king moves forward to f4, give it up with a check. Try to get stalemated. But Arjun will see that one coming. Will not allow any comebacks now.
Ooh, and throwing some checks, and there you go, handshake, and Arjun Erigaisi, he saves it, he turns this around to win. 3 points in the bag for Arjun, and a devastating loss for Fabiano Caruana. Such a dramatic game, completely unpredictable.
Crazy. Fabiano played a perfect game, it's got to be said. Totally outplayed his opponent. But the win was difficult. Arjun put up amazing defenses there. He kept fighting. It's the one thing that the young generation, they have in common. Great warriors there, resourceful, and he pounced. What a trick from Arjun Erigaisi a bit earlier. Let's recap those critical moments. And I'm going to take us all the way back to where the drama began. It was around the moment that Arjun pushed his pawn forward to b5. Here, white is very much stuck. The white rook, white bishop, cannot really move. b5, a bit of a shot in the dark. I'm really shocked that Fabi didn't actually take this with his pawn. Looks like that keeps full control. He took with the bishop instead, allowing the central pawn to drop. The king moves. And here we were drawing some arrows, but g4 would have been Arjun's best move in order to try and capture on this square, potentially with some perpetual checks, maybe to liberate the white rook as well. Fabi, though, he did profit from a mistake from Arjun, first of all, queen back to d1. And after the rook blocked, it was this position, a check, and the queen coming across. If Fabiano had found the move rook to e4, white would have been totally paralyzed. And I think the idea of maybe rook to g4, lining up the bishop, and maybe even capturing. Either way, white would have been suffering for the long term. The a-pawn as well, starting to march. Instead, Fabiano allowed the white queen out. We see the blue arrow appear, a queen trade offered. Maybe best in practical terms would have been to trade queens and to try and later push this a-pawn, although here a draw very likely. Fabiano played on, but went in the wrong direction. Queen takes pawn. The white bishop steps back, cutting the coordination between the black pieces. And here, finally, g4, going for it. h5, brilliant move from Arjun Erigaisi, luring the black bishop away. And finally, in this position, Fabiano cracked. He needed to bring his king back, for example, or actually after the move he played, queen to c7, apparently might have held the game, although already it's difficult. White with so many threats hitting the rook, hitting the bishop. Fabi's blunder was to check in the center of the board, and the whole reason was that the white rook sliding up. Now the white h-pawn, having disappeared, rook to h3 was the killer. We saw the queen slide to defend the black rook, black bishop, but a pin, and Arjun went on to win the black queen.
Unbelievable scenes here in Norway Chess, here in Stavanger. Just what a turnaround. We are going to go on a break, just catch our breaths, just relax a little bit. And when we come back, we are going to be breaking down all of the analysis. We'll be looking at the actions, we'll be looking at interviews. And of course, we will be just understanding exactly what happened, because it's just taking a turn that took us completely by surprise. So see you in a few minutes. are back to Stavanger with Norway Chess. 3 decisive results, 3 Armageddons. It was evens, it was dramatic, it had absolutely everything. I also leaving the studio today with a smile on my face. I'm just going to put it out there because I won. Do a little dance.
Yes, you got to do a proper victory dance. I mean, people are waiting. We can give you a beat.
You want me to dance?
Oh.
Okay, anyway. Okay, back to the action because, you know, it was great for me in the studio. I just also want to see the breakdown of some of the games because, you know, we had 3 decisive results and there was a lot of drama. The game between Fabiano and Arjun completely occupied our minds. But Humpy Kanaru, she won her game against Sarah Khadem with the black pieces and suddenly she is number 1 in the women's standings. So can you tell us how it happened?
Yeah, I just want to show the closing stages to that game because it was dramatic in its own way and it did also come down to the clock. I should mention that Humpy was dominant for most of it. She had the 2 bishops, she had an extra pawn, but things got a bit dicey towards the end. Sarah Khadem here with the white pieces, pawn down, 3 pawns versus 4, but with an outside pass pawn, actually had a path towards a drawish position. But here, instead of pushing, she went pawn hunting with her bishop. This is a good tip for everyone at home. Pass pawns, they're there to be pushed. Push them forward, tactics always appear. With the move a6 here, Sarah Khadem, the Spain number 1, might well have saved this game. The whole idea is that if the black king comes across, it needs to come across sooner or later. Now, bishop to c3. This was actually the threat on the last move. So, for example, if black pushes a pawn, bishop to c3 wins the game, deflecting away the black bishop, and the white pawn runs through to promotion. But same thing, if the black king moves, bishop c3, the black bishop now has to run, and wherever it goes, you grab this pawn. You can actually take this pawn on g7. You can even, maybe even stronger, playing the move h5 and going for the 2 dark squared pawns. This would have been anyone's game, time scramble. Instead, Sarah Khadem brought her bishop forward and Humpy crowned this game off really nicely, slid her king across. Now the bishop defends this pawn, the king just in time to get back to the corner. And we saw the black pawns just become too strong here. It was the black b pawn, the star of the show, and Sarah Khadem resigned in this position. With the b-pawn unstoppable, costing white her bishop. Humpy taking the lead.
She's taking the lead. Big victory for her. So let's hear from Humpy and see what she thinks after this incredible win.
This puts you in a very good position before the 2 last rounds. Humpy, how do you feel about the win today?
Yeah, it feels good to win the game with black pieces. It was kind of a equalist position after the opening, but she slightly started making some slight errors and I gained the advantage. I think endgame I should be able to win even more comfortably, but I kind of bit messed up in the time scramble, but managed to do it, yeah.
What are you doing for the rest day tomorrow?
Tomorrow I don't have any plans. Probably I'll take complete rest. Yeah, it's been quite a tiring tournament as well.
Thank you very much.
We can take a look at the impact it has on the standings. Humpy Kanaru now nurturing a 1-point lead, leapfrogging over Ju Wenjun and Anna Muzychuk, but it's super tight, only 1 point in it.
Yeah, Humpy needs to keep her foot on the gas, right? Because breathing right down her neck with 12.5 are Ju Wenjun and Anna Muzychuk. But to me, it really feels like Norway Chess Women is becoming sort of a 3-horse race, I want to say, at this point, with only 2 rounds remaining. We see Lei Tingzhe. There's a bit of a gap there between 12.5 and 10. But of course, if you get those classical wins, you know, we could be setting ourselves up for an absolutely insane last round in the women's section. But what a moment for Humpy to grab the lead right now. A rest day coming up gives her time to sort of settle her nerves, prepare really well for what lies ahead.
Yeah, and indeed, if what lies ahead is very important as we enter the business round. So let's have a look at the results of the day. And you can see it was dramatic. It had fire. It was absolute cinema. Arjun Erigaisi winning against Fabiano Caruana in the most dramatic game I've seen for since yesterday, probably. And Hikaru Nakamura also winning against Gukesh. And there we see Humpy Kanaru with a very important victory over Sarah Khadem.
The moment you say absolute cinema, in my head comes Danny Rensch with his meme of absolute cinema, but I completely agree with you. I mean, the action that we've seen, you know, you see the emotions, you see the turnarounds, the twists and turns, the brilliancies, the blunders, the hits and the misses, all of it, and every single day. It's insane. It's sort of like, expect the unexpected here. Just what you're thinking will happen, the absolute opposite happens. The Armageddon wins, Magnus losing, Arjun's comeback. This is just the craziest tournament ever, David.
Yeah, it's been wild, and we've got some treats ahead. I mean, we talked about the women. Humpy plays Zhu and Jun in the final round. They're on a collision course. It feels like everything is going to go down to the wire on the last day. It might come down to the last time scramble of the last game. It's going to be fun.
Expect the unexpected. That is the motto here at Norway Chess. And Arjun Erigaisi doing an incredible turnaround against, or comeback rather, against Fabiano Caruana. So let's hear what Arjun had to say.
That was quite the finish today, Arjun. You really like how that game developed after a while.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. I was very lucky, obviously, but I was also unlucky yesterday, so I think it kind of gets compensated.
How do you like playing in this time control format? Do you like it, or do you think it's just stressful?
It is a bit stressful. It's like not fully rapid and not fully classical either. In the start, I was liking it, but yeah, after some like tough moments due to it, I'm like neutral now.
But today you like it a little better, right?
Yeah, of course.
How do you feel about the end of this tournament now with the 3 points you get today?
Yeah. After yesterday, I was just very disappointed, and yeah, now this win certainly helps me get back my confidence, and yeah, I'll try to finish well.
We look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
A game, but Fabiano Caruana, despite this loss, he is still at the top. But guess what? Half a point.
Yeah, despite Magnus's loss, he's just half a point behind the leader. I mean, this is an insane cross table going into that final rest day with only 2 rounds remaining. If there ever was a neck-to-neck battle to that finish line, the race to the finish line. I mean, you've got Hikaru and Gukesh at 11.5. Again, a tournament wide open, up for grabs. And I think Fabi, he's going to be kicking himself for the missed chances today.
Fabiano actually got leapfrogged by Arjun as well in the world standings. They were next to each other. Arjun, with that win, has caught up and overtaken Fabi. But yeah, it's all about the tournament. And I think other than Wei Yi, who's down at 8 points, the others, they could all still win it. 5 players in the race with 2 rounds to go.
It's completely anyone's game. Well, the players do have a rest day tomorrow, but when they return, these are going to be the pairings. Have a look. And they are, of course, mouth-watering because today, it was Arjun Erigaisi who just shocked us all. Well, he'll have the black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura.
And the big one has to be Magnus versus Fabi, right? That's our tournament leader playing against the world #1 who's in second position, sole second position. Magnus, he needs to recuperate. He needs to get that fire back going. For Fabi, he needs to recover with everything that's happened today. I mean, these 2 wounded tigers will be back in the arena after the rest day.
Yeah, and also just want to point out Zhu Wenjun, she's currently in second place, but she'll be facing off against Anna Muzychuk, and then she follows on the final day with Humpy. So much excitement, so much unpredictability here at Norway Chess.
Yeah, the only thing that we can predict is that you got the number of Armageddons, Jovanka.
I'm on
Where's
to the
a victory speech, though, for our chat?
Okay, I know, I have to give thanks to the 15% of people who believed in me, the chat. You guys are my gang. I love you all. Thank you.
Well, you don't love us?
I love you too. Okay. But
everything else is unpredictable.
You guys were conspiring to beat me, so that love you a little less. But anyway, it was an amazing day, wasn't it? It really was absolutely fantastic.
So much fun. I mean, I just don't know how this happens, but I think every single day we're just mind blown at the end of it. Incredible results, fighting chess, Armageddon. You get it all at Norway Chess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, keep this time format. I'm just going to say, put it out there, like increment. It's the thing of the past. Yeah. Nobody needs it.
Yeah.
Bring on this kind of drama.
Yeah. We want those time scrambles.
We absolutely do. We want the drama. We want the cinema. We want chess to be incredibly exciting at its best. Tanya, David, once again, thank you so much for bringing the entertainment,
You're the
the
best.
fun. Love you both. Absolute thank you to our production crew. And a big thank you from us here in the studio to you guys at home who followed every move of the way. We couldn't have done this without you. And the players are going on a rest day tomorrow, but when we return, it's the final stretch. The stakes are only getting higher and higher. So see you all in Thursday. Goodbye.